I'm online. This is Counselor Smith.
Hi, Counselor Smith. I'll let Keelan know. They probably can't hear him in chambers just yet.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning. I am calling back to order the City of Portland Budget Committee. Can we please call the roll?
Canal.
Good morning. Here.
Guinea.
Also here.
Ryan.
Here.
Coyama Lane.
Here.
Murillo. Here. Novik.
Here.
Clark.
Here.
Green.
Here.
Zimmerman. Avalos. Smith.
Here.
Dunphy.
Here. And can we please read the rules of decorum?
Thank you. Welcome to the Portland City Council. To testify before council in person or virtually, you must sign up in advance on the council agenda at www.portland.gov/council/agenda. Information on engaging with council can be found on the council clerk's webpage. Individuals may testify for 3 minutes unless the presiding officer states otherwise. Your microphone will be muted when your time is over. The presiding officer preserves order. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If you cause a disruption, a warning will be given. Further disruption will result in ejection from the meeting. Anyone who fails to leave once ejected is subject to arrest for trespass. Additionally, council may take a short recess and reconvene virtually. Your testimony should please address the matter being considered. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. If you are a lobbyist, please identify the organization you represent. Virtual testifiers should please unmute themselves when the council clerk calls your name. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Colleagues, good morning. Welcome to day 3, our long day. Today, we will be working until at least 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, as needed. So in service of that, as I said yesterday, once we know where things are going, it's time to wrap up and move to a vote. We have substantive materials all the way through to the end of the day, and it's better to withdraw or have something voted on quickly than to not get to it at all. That being said, I do expect that we will have to prioritize in the afternoon and in the evening. This morning, we're going to start by doing the last few Prosper Portland amendments. Then we will conform the Prosper budget to the amended city budget. Then we will do our PSEF and rate ordinances. Then we will take up the PSEF and PMO amendments. My staff will be circulating this morning, checking on whether councilors may plan on withdrawing certain pre-filed items. We will then send an updated schedule for the day to all stakeholders after this work is complete. So, on to the work of the day. We are now returning to the amendments that impact the Prosper Portland budget. Councilor Avalos, I'd like to begin by recognizing you to finish up your work on Avalos 2. You'll need to move and second again, and then we'll work through the remainder of this block and move on to conform the Prosper budget to these changes. So, Councilor Avalos.
All right, thank you. Let me just reintroduce the amendment for folks. Colleagues, yesterday we discussed Avalos 2, and I heard some concerns that this would hurt efforts to help small businesses. But I think it's worth reminding everyone that immigration is a small business issue. Immigration is a workforce issue. Immigrant and refugee communities are vital to the city's overall economic health, reputation, and identity. The owner of a beloved Lao food cart was taken by ICE recently. That food cart was down the street at PSU in D4. In Northeast Portland, a pizza cart is now closed because the co-owner and head chef was denied entry back into our country after living here for more than 20 years, working the last 6 years toward legal status. In D3, Guero is helping to raise funding for their cook, Jose, who was detained by ICE while on his way to work. And in D1, business at Su Casa Supermercado was down 40% last year because people are afraid to leave their homes. I have personal friends who are afraid to leave their homes. They tell me that. Immigration enforcement affects all of our constituents, and making sure that immigrant and refugee communities feel safe in Portland is an essential part of building a thriving city. Colleagues, there will continue to be resources to help storefronts and small businesses in our budget. Where are the resources to help immigrant and refugee communities? We talk about the fact that there are no easy decisions with this budget. We should talk about the fact that families with loved ones in Tacoma, loved ones forced to leave the country, are being forced to make hard decisions about their household budgets. Last night, I saw an email from Lainey Tupper, Executive Director of Clear Connect and winner of the 2025 annual Steve Lowenstein Award. She wrote, Portland has long prided itself on being a welcoming city that stands up for the rights and dignity of all its residents. To leave our immigrant community members vulnerable to this massive spike in detention and deportation without the specific resources necessary to fight for their freedom goes against those values. So colleagues, I ask that you stand up for the rights and dignity of our constituents, and I ask you to support me in Avalos 2, and I'd ask for a second. I move Avalos 2. I'll look for a second. Thank you.
Councilor Avalos has moved Avalos 2, and Councilor Coyama Lane has seconded. Colleagues, we are into debate on the amendment. Feel free to jump into the queue for any discussion. Councilor Coyama Lane.
I did want to start by thanking you, Mr. Mayor, for taking the lead in creating this position and for really coming on board with the Protect Portland initiative and working with council. And thank you, CA Lee, for also being so open to implementing the vision and what we're hoping for in this area. For me, I do see that this position is important to be citywide, and so it does make sense to me to have it in the city administrator's office. I will be honest that the idea of moving another elected's funds does feel a little bit strange, but I also know we're doing some of that with the auditor. I believe that when a position's not as connected to an elected, it's not about the mayor, it could be about us too, that it can be a little more politicized. So I think having it in the CA's office can make sense. And I would love this position to be one that continues no matter who the mayor is 5-10 years from now, that it's seen as something that is within the city and is citywide. So that's why I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Coyama Lane. Extend a courtesy to Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, councilors. I agree with what Councilor Avalos talked about, the importance of our immigrant and refugee community. The Protect Portland initiative was unfunded, however. In the midst of a crisis, I acted. We brought that liaison into my office. Brenda Alvarado is doing a fantastic job. She's indispensable now. Moving this position punishes and defunds my office now. You're taking $200,000 away from my office. We already took a cut to our budget. When I presented the budget to you, there was a cut to my office. There's also a cut to the other elected office, which is the auditor. We both worked together to make sure that we were going to bring forward a cut. There's no cuts to the council offices. Now you're taking a summary cut and you're taking staff out of my office. I wouldn't really think that that is how this body, as far as the budget, should be moving forward. You asked me during the testimony about the elected office and if it was proper, and both the elected auditor and I both said, yes, we had agreed, and we worked out the details. Now you're making a summary judgment on my office. If this position is severed from my elected office to the city bureaucracy, it will lose the ability to carry the mayor's voice and the mayor's political protection. This will result in work that must take fewer risks and respond more slowly to emerging threats. We did this for a very material reason, to make our immigrant and refugee community to prioritize their voice, to act fast. And that was essentially why we moved quickly to bring it in the office in the first place. If council wants to create a new office, they should do so without disrupting the critical community work in my office. Community members were brought in and helped us form Brenda's role, to help us understand what we need and what they need. We're not consulting them now. We're just making a move without their voice, which was a weekly conversation we had and have been having with them. So I think that there's a host of different issues here. I mentioned many of them yesterday. Today, I think the salient issue is taking money from my office and defunding my office in that regard. I already talked about the storefront support program and the importance of all community members, not just our TIF districts, but providing support from a repair grant as well as a storefront activation, which helps our immigrant communities grow businesses in Portland as well. Thank you for this courtesy, Council Presidents. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Avalos, I'll come back to you. Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I'd just like to say ditto, 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 Mayor. I just don't think that it is even proper that we do this. And I think it's awfully telling that Councilor Avalos received so much help for her district office from all the other offices because they wanted to out of the goodness of their heart. But this is something different. This is a grab. And it's not a grab with the support of the mayor. And we can't be raiding each other's office. I don't even know that it's even legal for this to even happen, but I'm going to be voting no on this.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Portal-Guinea.
Thank you, Council President. Council President, is this amount of funding, not the transfer of the position, but the funding for support for the work, small enough that it could happen between today and June, our June meeting? We have a 10% limit there.
We have a 10% limit by fund, and so it sort of depends, but in theory, yes. We could potentially bring this back as depending on what the funding source, if we wanted to have a conversation about it, yes, absolutely. This is something we could do in June as well.
Councilor Avalos, I got some additional information, as I said I would work to do after our meeting yesterday, and this does cut from the fund that has the dollars that, frankly, I've been pretty committed to making sure we had at least some amount of, so I'm not comfortable pulling here. I also have heard some strong arguments from folks close to this work who are interested in keeping the position in the mayor's office. But I think there is strong interest on council in making sure that we fund this work, which has not been funded previously. It's just been a single position. And if this does not pass today, and Councilor, you're interested in working with a group to find another funding source before our June vote, I would be very interested in being a part of that partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pertolini. Councilor Avalos.
First and foremost, I'm very curious who the community is that people are referencing, because my office spent literally all day calling all of the community orgs. So far, the only people that I know are against this are Brenda and Perk. Literally everyone else is for it, including Lainey, who is in your inbox. So I completely disagree with the concept that community has been consulted. I don't know who you all think the community is, but I'm part of that community. I call them directly and they take my calls. So I have heard very clearly, in fact, I was going to retract this, and I heard a strong cry from the community not to, because they thought it was inappropriate to not put something forward in this budget when we have our immigrant communities suffering right now. It is absolutely relevant to business. It is absolutely relevant to our economic prosperity, to what this city supposedly stands for, all of that talk that we did back in the fall. And I'm the only counselor that brought something forward to actually put resources back into the community. So I reject that narrative, because I know that I have been working deeply with these communities to figure out what the dollars are that they need, and to figure out how to actually start putting that money and that resource into this budget. Can we do it another time? Sure, we could do anything at any other time. This is the time, though, to talk about this year's budget and to allocate resources that are extra for the storefront program. They are receiving $1 million extra than what they already had budgeted from last year. So I do not see that as a significant reason to stop something that is creating a resource that people are asking for. My neighbors literally do not want to leave their house. They cannot leave their house. They cannot get work. And this is not for lack of trying. This is not from a lack of people working really hard to make sure that they have the legal support they need to stay in this country. And we are living under a fascist country that is literally trying to destroy the immigrant community. And I'm sorry if that sounds hyperbolic, but this is very personal. And when you have a personal relationship to communities that are being injured and hurt by this, then this is how it shows up in my speech. So I'm really frustrated to hear that, because again, I have been working with this community and I don't appreciate being told that I'm not hearing from them, because that's literally all I've been doing for the last several months. This is something I worked it out with Prosper to find the dollars that would make the least impact on their budget, and that again, they are supporting. You can see in that email that Donnie just sent that they support. So I think it's really unfortunate for this council to not take action right now. And I'll make sure that the community knows.
Thank you, Councilor Avalos. Councilor Maria.
Thank you. And Councilor Avalos, thank you for bringing this forward and for outlining that, because I think it's really important. You worked with Prosper, you got their go-ahead, you're not stepping on anyone's toes. And I think that the really critical part of this as well, there's a few things. For one thing, we've seen multiple immigrants who run small businesses be taken by ICE in the past few months, including beloved food carts, beloved restaurants, and we are losing the culture that they bring to our city because of that. So it is important to fund this work at this moment, and that is part of supporting businesses as well. The other aspect that I think is really critical about this amendment and why I will be supporting it is because the Immigrant Affairs Liaison position cannot live in the mayor's office. And Mayor, with all due respect, there have been numerous times where you have spoken out against policies that the council is trying to bring forward the night before the policies are set to go to council. So I'm thinking, for example, if your office is intervening on the data privacy office, the data privacy office, for example, that we voted unanimously to pass, addresses data governance, which means that protecting people's data when the federal government is targeting activists, immigrants, and using data collection to do federal overreach, to do surveillance on people, including immigrants, is critical. Your office decided to send out an email the night before on the masking ordinance. These are profoundly political acts, whether you feel that you are an impartial actor or not. And because those are political decisions that are being made, the Immigrant Affairs Liaison cannot live under your office. They have to be able to independently act and give feedback to you, to the council, and that can happen better under the city administrator because he's not in the same political role that you are and that the council is. So that's why I think that the immigrant affairs liaison position, it shouldn't live in any council office. It shouldn't live under you. It should live under the city administrator. I think that's a really critical part of how we're going to do immigration work moving forward. So Councilor Avalos, thank you again for bringing this forward. Thank you for working with community partners, for not stepping on anyone's toes, for doing your due diligence. And I will be supportive of this. And again, it's not personal, really, to be honest. Like, our jobs are political and we have to push our political agenda forward. And sometimes your political agenda conflicts with what we think is going to be right for the immigrant communities. And so we have a responsibility to make sure that that's set in an impartial position. And Mayor, if you have hiring and firing power directly over the immigrant liaison, that means that they can't give you hard feedback. It's just different. So because of that, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murillo. Councilor Avalos, last word.
One more thing to say, it sounds like people are concerned about it being a budgetary impact on the mayor's office. I'm willing to change this to make the entire amount of the salary and the resources to community come out of that amount. It's not ideal because that takes a lot less money that we can actually give to rapid response. But if that is what is causing some people heartburn, then I'm willing to make that amendment. But I need you to speak up now if that's what you want me to do.
Thank you, Councilor Avalos. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, can we please call the roll on Avalos 2?
Avalos 2, moved by Avalos, seconded by Coyama Lane. Canal.
Aye.
Fertile Guinea.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Coyama Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novik.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
I'll make sure everyone knows what just happened today. Aye.
Smith.
No.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment fails with a vote of 6 ayes and 6 nays.
Thank you, colleagues. Councilor Smith, recognizing you to introduce Smith 2. If you are prepared for that. Councilor Smith. I think she just fell off. Okay, I will recognize myself. Colleagues, I'm going to move Dunphy 3. This is sorry, let me get my notes, I'm sorry. Colleagues, I move Dunphy 3. This amendment does 3 things. First, and directly related to Prosper Portland, this amendment seeks to restore the at-risk youth outreach recreation coordinator position within parks that services 3 Teen Force sites. Without this role, one position would be stretched to serve the whole city. My amendment would draw from the cannabis dollars currently committed to Prosper's Reimagine Oregon grant program. I don't relish asking for a reduction to Reimagine Oregon, which is an important program supporting small businesses most impacted by cannabis criminalization, mostly BIPOC small businesses. But I believe that addiction and violence prevention for at-risk BIPOC kids in my district has to be my priority. That's a $130,000 draw from Reimagine Oregon, leaving $1.9 million in the fund for granting. It is roughly a 6% cut. Second, one of the jobs that we are seeking to protect is the East Portland Developed Parks Coordinator. Without this position, East Portland will no longer have a dedicated parks employee to lead volunteer events with neighborhood associations, nonprofits, and more. This means less support for our parks and less support for our community. This draws from the additional general fund contingency offered in the proposed budget. Third, this amendment calls for a set aside of $480,000 from the Transportation Operating Fund specifically to commit to the enormous backlog of streetlight and pothole repairs in District 1, and to fund a bureau directive to study the use of aluminum conductors for streetlights to deter copper wire theft. So that is, this Dunphy 3 is colloquially being referred to as Hold East Portland Harmless. My team went through the budget to see where we thought of specific cuts that were disproportionately impacting East Portland, and we have identified this. I recognize that there are some trade-offs in my amendment, and if you are unable to support that, I totally understand that, but I move Dunphy 3 and would ask for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Colleagues, we are now into discussion of the amendment Dunphy 3. Anybody who would like to comment, please feel free to get in the queue. I think you guys all want to move on today really fast and just vote on things.
Council President, I'm sorry, I don't have
Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I do like what you're trying to do with East Portland, but the Imagine Oregon money I have a problem with because it's going to take away, again, this is the same thing that was put forward last year, and that would take away from Black and brown businesses in Imagine Oregon. So I don't like where you're taking the money from.
Thank you,
I like the use, but it's gonna cause some issues. Some of those folks are gonna get a less grant now just because you took that $130,000 out.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Council President. And in the words of Councilor Smith, ditto, Councilor Smith. I completely understand the need to reduce the backlog of street safety repairs. I think all our districts are actually feeling that. And I'm well aware of the extra needs in District 1. PBOT's here, I see. I'm curious about if PBOT could speak to the impacts of using operating contingency funds. I'm trying to understand what you're doing here.
Yeah. That's why we have smarter people than me here to talk. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning, Council President Dunphy, members of Council, and thank you, Councilor Ryan, for your question. Regarding the use of the operating fund, that fund has been specifically identified for us to address emergent needs, like snow clearing in the event of an emergency. And so that would directly impact our ability to follow through on those commitments to community if in fact we had roughly $500,000 left in that now very small fund anyway. I would offer that there are a number of things that are happening within the Bureau now, especially as it relates to the TUF and street damage restoration fee that create opportunities for us to be able to do the very thing that Councilor Dunphy is proposing through the amendment that's been offered. And I'd also like to offer that we see that there are disproportionate impacts on the Bureau, on District 1 relative to other parts of the city. Some of the previous efforts that we've had, especially around pothole repair, have been specifically focused on District 1 east of 82nd Avenue. A couple of years ago, we did a pothole palooza, or we called it March Madness, where we did 10,000 potholes because we knew that that was an area where people typically do not report potholes. Other parts of town, we get reports all the time. And so we ourselves took it upon ourselves to prioritize those locations because we knew that the problems existed, but that people weren't sharing the information. So we have some options and opportunities to discuss how to facilitate what you're asking us to do. Using that funding source, however, is something that we would like to be able to inform in a different way to ensure that you're getting to where you're wanting to go.
Thank you. You gave two really good example stories. When we all know when there's a snow and ice storm, Portlanders expect it to be cleaned up as quickly as possible.
That's right.
Why everyone is staying home. Your crews are out there putting in a lot of overtime. Do you have an estimate of how much that is when we have, usually it's a 3 or 4 day event if it's a big one?
It does range. So the last big event, multiple day event, when we had crews on 24/7 for a couple of weeks actually, that was in the $10 million range to...
Is that how much is in the fund right now?
750,000.
Okay, I think I've heard enough. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Councilor Zimmerman.
Thanks. Just a couple of questions. Councilor Smith alluded to it, but I'm wondering, I'm not super familiar with the Reimagine Oregon program. Can we talk about a little bit of that? I'd like to understand what the loss would be.
Yeah, it's currently a, this program currently has pulling my notes up. This currently has just a little bit over $2 million in it. It is a ongoing pot of dollars coming from our cannabis fund and goes specifically currently through Prosper Portland to support small businesses. Councilor Smith is absolutely correct. This would be a 6% drawdown on the ongoing amount of money that goes to Prosper Portland to support this specific program.
Is it targeted to any specific communities? She alluded to it being targeted to, or that it would hurt specifically communities. I'm just trying to understand that aspect of it.
I think historically the Reimagine Oregon grants, Oregon grants have been targeted at people who have been either people or communities that have been impacted by cannabis criminalization.
Okay. And therein lies the black and brown reference that Councilor Smith made. Okay.
Correct.
I think I understand that. So, okay, thank you on that. My other question was, the last director of parks, I think one of the arguments against her administration was that she added a whole lot of administration to the Parks Bureau over line workers, and you're asking to add another administrative position. So that gives me a little bit of pause. I don't know a lot of programs that exist when you just add an admin to it. So is this, what do you think is actually accomplishable by adding an administrative person, or the administrative functions, if it says within Portland Parks and Rec? What are we trying to gain here?
Do you mean
given how much they grew in administration over the last 5 years?
Do you mean the parks coordinator position, rather not the teen force position?
So I see the youth teen outreach coordinator 2 position and a one-time full-time equivalent supporting community groups and one seasonal position supporting administrative functions within. Are these a couple of different FTE that we're talking about in your narrative here?
There are a few FTE in this specifically. Yes, there's the Teen Force Coordinator Program, which I'm trying to pay through by redirecting dollars from Reimagine Oregon, and then there is the East Portland Parks Coordinator position, which I'm trying to preserve, which is slated to be cut out of the general fund contingency.
Okay, thanks. And I'll just note again, things would be so much easier if the budget office actually wrote these in ways where they were directly to the program offer they were affecting. And that's not on you. We've all been forced into the template of awfulness, but I appreciate it. Thank you for answering the questions. I'll consider it.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Novik.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few days ago, when I was hoping that we could pass Clark 1 and Murillo's proposal we did pass yesterday, and my proposal to cut council office budgets and the city administrator's proposed ads, I thought that we could fund a bunch of critical things and then fund some things that were individually important to some of us, such as the international relations position is particularly important to Councilor Canal, the botanist / community garden / youth conservation corps position that I'm interested in. At this point, though, I regretfully am going to have to oppose this. I wish we had more money.
Thank you, Councilor Novik. Councilor Green.
Thank you for bringing this, Council President. I just kind of want to ground us back in the topic area, which is about economic development. This is Prosper Portland area. I think that what I've heard from a lot of across this dais, but also just generally in the narrative in this city right now, is that we need to be able to, however much of a moonshot, however much of a sort of, let's throw something at it, see if it sticks, to signal to our communities that we're investing in trying to do things differently and make this the city that works. And so your amendment, I see, does this. And particularly, you're sort of saying, let's send a very strong signal to East Portland that we care about you, and we're explicitly earmarking some resources in there. And then also there's sort of a forward-looking kind of upstream recognition that that East Portland is dealing with kind of an ongoing cost associated with some vandalism-related activities to stripping copper wire out of these light posts, which will just continue to cost the city more and more and more. And this is a really creative way to say, well, let's earmark a little bit of a solution here to disincentivize that. without relying upon a downstream reaction through the kind of a public safety response to that, which will be very difficult to ever keep up on. And so if I'm a member of the public and I'm looking at this amendment, I'm seeing an opportunity to say, we don't want you to leave Portland. We want you to stay in Multnomah County. We want you to recognize that the city is actually recognizing some of its root cause issues and making a small, however small but important intervention here. So I'm prepared to support this for that reason.
Thank you very much. Councilor Pertolgini. Sorry.
Thanks, Council President. You know, it's not lost on me that on the sheet of Councilor top priorities, this was marked as a top priority. I am sitting in a spot on this one where I wish we had the space and time to iterate some together, because I'm not comfortable cutting the Transportation Operating Fund contingency by more than half. But we also have recently increased funding for transportation in our city significantly. And if we were looking at some of those increased funds and how we might be able to pay for the things that you are looking at and prioritize some of those increased funds for East Portland, I'd be very supportive. I am very supportive of bringing back that position that exists to do community group outreach in East Portland. I don't know if we can afford to add a new position right now. And so I wish we were in a space where we could figure out how to get you the win for East Portland that we all know East Portland needs here, in a way that used dollars a little differently. I want to put that out there because if there's an opportunity at any point to do that, or as we continue to iterate our budget process, if we can figure out a way to have some of those deeper conversations about how do we get what everybody needs, in more flexible conversations about funding, I want to make sure we can do that. I also can't slash that fund in half when I feel like there are other transportation dollars we could be drawing on instead. I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you very much, Councilor Pertolgini. Councilor Clark. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I just had another question for Director Williams. I believe our tough ordinance did address streetlights. It includes streetlights.
Yes, it did.
I'm just curious about this issue about changing them out to a different kind of streetlight. And thank you also for clarifying the Transportation Operating Fund, really kind of, I would call it a deficit, given what may be coming in terms of climate change. But could you address the streetlight issue? What are we talking about here at this change out?
It's my understanding that it's the wiring that's used within those streetlights right now, and I know that over the course of the past several months, there have been a series of reports regarding copper wiring found in any number of solutions that the city brings forward. And what I believe I understand is that the goal is for us to identify or at least research additional opportunities for us to be able to implement something different so that we reduce the possibility of theft and thereby the dysfunction of those streetlights. So that's something that our team is prepared to do. They probably have already done some of that work, and forgive me for not knowing that right now, but I know that our signals and streetlights team is always, they're actually on the cutting edge of innovation and always looking for ways to do our work better and different and with a higher level of quality to ensure the safety of Portlanders. So I don't know what the specific dollar amount would be when we would swap out if we were to find that that were the better solution. But as you and I have discussed previously, Councilor Clark, our streetlight network is in I don't want to go so far as to say it's dire, but there's a great deal of need, and there's opportunities for us to explore the best ways to extend the dollars that we do have available to us. I will again share, given that we now have a sustainable funding source, that provides us the opportunity to do thoughtful, strategic planning and do the work that's necessary to make sure that we are bringing forward the best solutions for the city, not just a series of patchwork opportunities to solve a problem in the moment. So we're happy happy to be able to go back and do that work to identify the best solution.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, Director Williams. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back to this. Just as Peabody has said, I think we have a couple different sources through TUF. We have the bigger pot of money, and then we have Vision Zero, which works on security issues. I wish you would have talked to me first. I knew nothing about this East County thing before you put it forward, because I am all in support of doing that. I think we can also pay for this particular parks position, try to find a vacant position within parks to backfill this new position that you're trying to do. Is probably an easier way to get the money instead of going to somebody else's that's not even in the city of Portland to pay for something that is in one of our city bureaus. I think we're going to have some money in Vision Zero. And I have some safety improvements for pedestrians and bikers and rollers in the city of Portland that are coming up. So we're going to be talking about lighting as well, but I think you're going to have some real opportunities to get money out after the budget. Well, in 2027, we'll have those dollars available.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, can we please call the roll on Dunphy 3?
Dunphy 3, moved by Dunphy, seconded by Green. Canal.
Aye.
Bertolini.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Coyama Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
No.
Novik.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment fails with a vote of 6 ayes and 6 nays.
Thank you, colleagues. Councilor Smith, I'm recognizing you for Smith 2.
Thank you. This is to restore $197,000 back into Prosper's budget for the Inclusive Business Resource Network. It is a citywide initiative. It's designed to support local entrepreneurs. It provides free, culturally specific technical assistance, access to capital, and one-on-one business advising tailored for Portland small business owners, particularly women, people of color, and non-English speakers. And what IBRN does as well, it connects business owners to a robust network of local community providers. I met with the minority chambers a couple of weeks ago, the Filipino Chamber, the African American Chamber, Latino, and Asian Chamber of Commerce, and they're very concerned that they're going to lose resources, and their members are going to lose resources for technical assistance that's designed for specifically for minority businesses. This is just another way, and that they're able to be successful. And if we take this away, this is going to be a huge problem. The reason why I'm taking it out of the contingency for cannabis is because those dollars are meant for communities of color. And I think that is a great use of those funds. And thanks to Councilor Green's kind of top-notch forward thinking about what's going to be in the BLT, I think we'll be able to have some additional resources and actually go back and fill that contingency pot back up. But I don't think we can afford at this time to, I mean, it's $197,000, and I think we need to be able to fund that. And I would urge all of you to support it.
Second.
Councilor Smith moves Smith 2. Councilor Zimmerman seconds. Colleagues, to the amendment. Councilor Murillo.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. I actually did a tour in District 3 for some small businesses, and I got to meet folks at this program, and it was really awesome to hear everything that they're doing, how they're supporting women and other small businesses. I am curious, was there a cut to this program, and like what was the impact of that cut that you're trying to replenish here?
There was a cut to this program. Is there someone here from Prosper? I think it was $197,000. Is the CFO here?
Hi, Councilor. Apologies if you could repeat the question.
IBRN, she asked the question, was there a cut to this program? And I said yes.
Yep.
And just wondering what the impacts are of those cuts. Are they losing employees? Are they losing services?
Services, sorry.
For the record, Tony Barnes, Prosper Portland. There was a ongoing cut to general fund, IBRN. Total programming for general fund is $1.35 million. Regional recreational cannabis tax is another $500,000. So this amendment would increase from the recreational cannabis tax of $530,000 to about $730,000. So it increases and offsets some of the general fund cut as a result.
Gotcha, okay. And what is the impact on the cannabis fund? I think we took some funding out of that yesterday. Is this further cutting into that in a way that's detrimental, or is it okay?
I would thank you, Councilor, for the question. For the record, Jonas Beery, Chief Financial Officer for the city, and would just note that, as we noted yesterday, that is a declining revenue stream, and anything that's drawn from that will put that further at risk as withdraw from any other reserve that the city has.
I don't know if you guys can answer this question, but the final question I have is, so the Inclusive Business Resource Network obviously serves a lot of different marginalized groups, including women-owned businesses, Black people, people of color, all of the above. And to me, cannabis-related restorative justice means helping the Black community specifically because of how the government has targeted them. So what percentage of the Inclusive Business Resource Network is specifically serving Black Portlanders who have these small businesses? Do you know that off the top of your head?
I don't have that specific number off the top of my head, but we can follow up.
Okay, maybe I can dig into it. Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you, Councilor Murillo. Councilor Purtle-Guinea.
Thank you, Council President. I have another budget question. You both just got up. I'm sorry. I want to make sure that I'm actually following the track here, because I actually am very concerned, Councilor Smith, about digging further into the cannabis contingency. I was nervous to dig so far in yesterday, but was willing to lend support there, and I don't know if I can dig farther. I think I'm looking at the right page of the budget that shows in 24-25 this program had about 2.8 million in total funding, and then that increased significantly to about 4.6 million last year, and would now be moving back down to about 2.8 million in funding. Is that correct?
Specific to the Reimagine Oregon program, the funding proposed
Specific to IBRN.
IBRN, that's correct.
Okay, so this is a part of our budget that looks like it's had significant fluctuation over the past 4 years. The budget as proposed by the mayor returns it significantly below last year's levels, but to about the 24-25 levels. This is an increase of about $200,000 in a $2.8 million program budget. Is that accurate?
For the current fiscal year, there is a total of, I'll get the exact number here. $2.6 million in general fund allocated for total programming and program delivery, as well as $1 million, $49,000 for RCT IBRN program.
So it's about $3.6 million
in total
this year.
For all general fund and RCT programming combined for both program delivery and programming to contractors.
And that's lower than last year's budget, but about equivalent to 2 years ago?
And is that
correct?
That's correct. There is a nuance here where there was a delay in billing for the 24-25 invoices. So some of that budget from fiscal year 24-25 was added into the fall TAO, which has an impact on
the 25-26 revised.
25-26 numbers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Purtle-Guinea. Councilor Zimmerman.
Thanks. You know, these types of funds offer us kind of an opportunity to think about what do we mean about grant funding? What do we mean about what's the role of contingencies? cetera, et cetera. We've had long conversations about PCEF's $500 million in the bank because it's got 5 years planning out. Reading one of our DCA's breakdown of this, and says restores support for approximately 60 small businesses through the IBRN partnerships. While beneficial in the short term to reduce the cuts in IBRN and the reliance on the volatile RCT contingency, raises concern about long-term sustainability for the program. And I think that's a reasonable point. I also think that these types of funds that come in from taxes on top of people's usage of a product, et cetera, are intended to get out the very next year, right? So I don't actually carry a whole lot of care about a long-term contingency in those areas, because I kind of reject the idea that if you've been grant funded once, you'll be grant funded forever. I think there's an understanding that if there's money in the bucket, we get it out. If there's not money in the bucket, we all recognize that something has changed. But when we have these specific buckets that were created for specific causes, holding back for the sake of feel-good dollars later on when it doesn't come in has never been something that's really resonated with me. And so I both recognize the structural and short-termness of this, and I think that getting funds dedicated to that type of grant funding out so they can be taken advantage of is a good thing. And it's not denying that there are out-year risks. It's just admitting that we are not a in perpetuity grant funding agency. We are when funds are available in certain buckets. And so for that reason, Councilor Smith, thank you for bringing it, and I'll continue to support you.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I probably need people from Prosper to come up again to ask a couple of process questions. I like where the ad's going, Councilor Smith. It's all about small businesses. I'm aware of that network. I have a systemic question. I've been visiting with the cannabis retail and also warehouse network, and they're not happy because they're dealing with a lot of the same storefront crime, but it's even more challenging for them because they're cash only. And so when they're robbed, it's pretty detrimental, and they're targeted quite a bit as well. And so they've been really encouraging me to make sure we don't cut police, we don't cut the public system network in general. But they also complain that they don't have any voice at the table for this fund. So my question to you is that true? Are there people from the cannabis industry, if you will, at the table monitoring? What's the system? What's the oversight of this fund?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilor Ryan. My name is Andrew Fitzpatrick. I'm the Director of Economic Development at Prosper Portland, for the record. So the 3% that the City of Portland collects on top of the state's 17% is obviously
that's what they always mention.
Paid by consumers, but it does obviously affect the underlying business because you're actually able to afford less of the product when you're taxed at that level. So that's affecting all cannabis dispensaries selling the product in Portland, of course, at that higher level. The way that we use it is in that kind of third bucket toward small businesses, particularly from communities that have been negatively affected by the war on drugs or cannabis prohibition historically.
No, Andrew, I understand that, but
so that's according to the voters' intent. When the Portland voters passed the 3% tax, that was that kind of that third bucket that we used to fund the programs, including IBRN.
No, I appreciate that, and that context helpful for all of us to listen to. But my question is there an oversight committee, and does it include people from the cannabis retail or warehouses?
One of the key IBRN partners, as was mentioned, it's a network of a lot of different partners serving different culturally specific service providers. One of them, New Project, is actually directly focused on the cannabis sector.
Okay, I'm going to be watching that, and I do think there's an overall work session someday on trying to get to the bottom of understanding this, because you did say it's declining revenue.
You're making a great point, because obviously cannabis businesses are very hard up right now as far as sales numbers. They're not doing that well, and they are also victims of crime frequently. So we do want to be there for them in the ways that we can, and definitely welcome their input into how the IBRN serves their interests.
Thank you. So I do think this is a longer conversation. I appreciate that you both seem to be aware of it by the nodding that Cornell's doing.
Thank you.
Councilor, I do hope that we look at the cannabis storefronts that are out in the neighborhoods that you're talking about, and they get some attention with what could pass today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Mike. Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Councilor Smith.
Yes, and I totally agree with you, Councillor Ryan. I had an amendment last year for Green Hop, which is in your district, Karanja Cruz, and because we had so many amendments, I was not able to bring it forward to be able to ask for some resources because he needed resources for operating funds because he's a cash only, and because of the federal thing, there were some issues behind that. But he is a perfect example.
Doing workforce as well.
Yeah, and they're doing workforce. He wanted money to train and do workforce, and so I wasn't able to bring it forward. But I do think that we should have a work session on this, or bring it through the committee of the whole, Councillor Canal, to be able to have this conversation, because we're talking about people putting BLT into the community, and they need to be able to do that at the same rate as everyone else. But I just want to say I really urge you all to support this. I know it's $197,000. It's coming out of the marijuana cannabis reserve, well, not reserve, contingency pot. But now that I know that it is one of those things that we need to pay attention to, I will be paying attention well before the budget to make sure that they're not in this situation next year. We just need to get that. And if what you say is true, Councillor Green, that we're going to get an additional monies, we can put that money back in from that pot as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I got in the queue largely to echo what Councillor Zimmerman was saying about the disposition of these funds. I agree with that 100%. The extra point I'd like to make is that there's a lot of affordability challenges and cost pressure and inflationary challenges that not only consumers are dealing with, but also these small proprietors. And so I think we get a lot more bang for our buck by drawing forward in time the expenditure of these funds to support those businesses, to keep them whole, to keep them going, so they can continue to generate the economic cycle of our city. And so strong support for this amendment. I'm prepared to vote yes on it.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, can we please call the roll on Smith 2?
Smith 2, moved by Smith, seconded by Zimmerman. Canal.
Aye.
Hurtle-Guiney.
No.
Ryan.
Aye.
Coyama Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novik.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos. Absent. Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with a vote of 10 ayes, 1 no, and 1 absent.
Okay. Councillor Avalos still has, I have been told that Councillor Avalos is not planning on pursuing Avalos 5. I believe, that's what I was told by her chief. Colleagues, we have made it through our amendments to Prosper Portland. We will now open the Prosper Portland budget and reconcile it to the amendments we have just passed to the city budget. Prosper Portland staff has prepared a conforming amendment that will do just that. Keelan, is that all ready to go?
I'm gonna look to Ruth.
Okay. If we need a moment, we can do that.
We might need a moment.
Okay, Councillor Avalos, I just wanted to verify, are you moving Councillor 5? Okay, Avalos 5, all right. And I'm gonna look around the room and see if we are ready for the conforming. If we are not, then we will move to something else for a second. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. And we are back. Colleagues, we are now going to take up consideration of item 8. I am gaveling out as our City Council Budget Committee, and I'm recessing the meeting of the City Council Budget Committee, and I am reconvening from recess the Prosper Portland Budget Committee.
We need to ungavel out.
We need to ungavel out.
Gavel out.
Which gavel did I just do wrong?
I think you did a great job. We're gaveling into the Prosper Portland Budget Committee.
That's right. We are. We are gaveling in as the Prosper Portland Budget Committee. Thank you all for your patience with me as I figure out how to do this for the only time. Prosper Portland staff has prepared a conforming amendment to true up their budget to the city amendments. It has been submitted to the clerk, and I move this amendment.
Second.
And Councilor Canal seconds. Is there any discussion on this conforming amendment? Can we wait? We were supposed to do a roll call as the budget committee. Is that right?
I can confirm that a quorum of the Prosper Portland Budget Committee is present. No roll call is necessary.
Thank you, City Attorney. May we, the conforming amendment has been moved and seconded. There is no further debate. Can we please call the roll on the conforming amendment to the Prosper Portland budget?
Council President, may I confirm who seconded?
Councilor Canal.
Thank you. All right, Canal.
Still here, and aye.
Portoghini.
Aye.
And we're voting.
That was an aye? Okay. Ryan.
That was an aye. It was just a hesitant aye because we haven't seen it, so I am trusting that staff got it right.
Should be posted.
It is posted online, but.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Wait, keep going. Okay, Ryan.
Aye.
Coyama Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novik.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The conforming amendment is approved with a vote of 12 ayes.
Okay, colleagues, are there any further amendments to the Prosper Portland budget? Seeing none, amendments to the Prosper Portland budget are now complete. I am now recessing this meeting of the Prosper Portland Budget Committee. Item 8, the Prosper Portland City budget, will be taken up in a final vote tomorrow. Is that right? That can't be right. Nope, it's later today. And I reconvene from recess the Portland City Council. Do we take roll again? There's a lot. I'm sorry. There's a lot of moving parts here, and I apologize.
If you're coming back from recess, you don't need to take another roll call. If there is a question about a quorum being present, any member may demand the roll call.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. As I figured this out. Thank you. Sounds great. Colleagues, we need a few more minutes to fix the rate ordinances. Our friends at Metro changed their rates more than we were anticipating, so we have a little bit of a delay on that. So we're going to move into our amendments that are related to the Portland Clean Energy Fund dollars, the mayor's proposed usage for operations in the Public Environment Management Office, or PEMO, and the proposed usage of tree permitting program. We have 2 amendments which are most directly addressing the PEMO allocations from PSEF, and 3 that are most directly addressing trees, and we will look at those separately. In the first block, we will begin with Avalos 1, then Novik 1, and so I turn it over to Councilor Avalos.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, Avalos 1 restores Portland Clean Energy Fund dollars and reverses the proposed diversion of PSEF resources toward Portland Solutions and the Public Environment Management Office. I want to be very clear about what this amendment is and is not saying. This amendment is not saying sidewalk cleaning, trash cleanup, lighting, or public environment management are unimportant. Those services absolutely matter. Portlanders deserve clean, safe, and well-maintained public spaces. But those are core city responsibilities. They are not what voters created PSEF to fund. PSEF was created through a hard-fought community campaign rooted in climate justice, environmental justice, workforce development, and long-term climate resilience investments, particularly for frontline communities already disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. East Portland has a average life expectancy 10 years less than the rest of the city as a result of environmental injustice. And I'm deeply concerned that we are slowly transforming PSEF from a community-led climate justice fund into a catch-all operational backfill for broader city budget pressures. Because once we normalize that logic, once every climate-adjacent service suddenly becomes eligible for PSEF funding, the fund slowly stops functioning as the transformational investment tool voters were promised. And importantly, I want colleagues to understand that these concerns are not just coming from me, even though I know you hear from me the most. A broad coalition of environmental justice organizations, climate advocates, labor groups, and community orgs submitted a letter opposing these proposed reallocations and warning against treating PSEF like a general fund piggy bank. Their words. They specifically raised concerns that these diversions undermine the climate investment plan, bypass community-led governance structures, and pull dollars away from already approved climate justice priorities. And frankly, I think they're right. And one of the core principles of the climate investment plan is community leadership. But these reallocations were not community-driven, they were not proposed through the PSEF committee process, and they were not part of the voter-approved vision for this program. We are already hearing from bureaus that these reallocations create future funding gaps, deferred infrastructure costs, and additional budget pressure in later years. So this is not free money. We are borrowing against the future of a voter-created climate justice fund in order to solve present-day operational budget problems. And colleagues, I think we need to be very careful about the precedent we are creating. Because if we allow voter-approved funds to be continuously stretched, repurposed, and operationalized whenever the city faces financial pressure, then voter intent becomes optional. And I will add, that puts us at very real legal risk for PSEF. To me, the will of voters is not optional, and I urge you to support Avalos 1. I move Avalos 1 and look for a second.
Second. Councilor Avalos moves Avalos 1. Councilor Canal seconds. Colleagues, to the amendment. Councilor Novik.
I share Councilor Avalos's concern about using PSEF funding for sidewalk cleaning. I also do not want to slash funding for PMO without knowing how we're going to restore it. That's why I proposed Novik 1, which would take the money that the mayor takes from the BES PSEF pot, take that away from PMO. It would give that money to parks for urban forestry to replace general fund that's currently being used for urban forestry, because I think the mission of urban forestry is closely connected to climate. And that would free up general fund to be used to restore PMO. I think that this preserves the intellectual integrity of PSEF and also preserves PMO. I also would add that I wasn't that concerned about the mayor's use of the BES PSEF fund. I was concerned about what he's using it for. I think that the stormwater green infrastructure / bioswale stuff that BES is using the PSEF money for is the kind of thing that BES should be doing anyway. It was famous for doing it 10 years ago before there was a PSEF. So I realize it might look like, well, no, it's just moving money around, but I do think that it's important both to preserve PMO and to preserve the intellectual integrity of PSEF. So I'm sorry to launch into mine in response to Councilor Avalos's, but I think they're so directly tied that I thought that it was essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Novik. Colleagues, there we go. Councilor Pertolgini.
Thank you, Council President. As I look at Avalos 1 and Novik 1, I see a choice before us that is another one of these no good choices situations. We can either put these funds back where they go and leave a hole in core service work where the mayor had put these funds, or we can change the CIPs without sending that change through the PSEF committee, but ensure that these funds stay in key climate work that PSEF does fund, retain that core version of PSEF, and retain the core services. I want to be clear, though, about what is not an option, because I see these two choices before us, and I fear we are going to end up in the same place we did yesterday on other topics, where we all want to do something and just can't agree on how to get it done. Because it is not an option to me, and it should not be an option to any of us to keep these funds where they are. PSEF funds cannot just be used for something that's tangentially related to a CIP. They must also be used for something that is aligned with the core PSEF mission. And while I understand the the tiny thread that connected where these funds were to where the mayor used them in the budget, I don't believe that that work aligns with the core PSEF mission. So I hope that as we move through this, if neither of these pass on the first vote, we can figure out a solution that retains the integrity of PSEF, because both of the options before us do. They have different trade-offs. Personally, I prefer Novik 1 because it does not leave a hole in our core services, but not doing either should not be an option to us, and I hope we take the time to figure this out. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Pertolgini. Because I fudged everything in my speech on the intro, I just want to clarify for those watching at home, we are not on rate ordinances yet. We are currently convened as the Budget Committee. So just wanted everybody to be very explicitly aware of what we're doing. And again, thank you for your patience with me. Councilor Canal.
Thank you, Council President. With one caveat, I agree with everything that Councilor Pertolgini just said. I think the only caveat is I'm not really sure what the core service that would be lost here would be in that scenario, and I'd love to have that conversation as we go. It seems inevitable from who the sponsors are of the other amendment and that previous speech that these are both going to go 6-6, but I am going to vote in favor of Avalos 1. I do think that it is appropriate to put this back where it was and to have the process go forward. I think we've been asked to do that. I think Councilor Novik has raised several times the importance of having transportation be a bigger part of the PSEF conversation, and the response he received was go through the process of amending the CIP. I think that's a fair request. And so this puts it back in line with the CIP and opens up a conversation that we must actually have after this budget about how we're going to adjust the CIP to cover a lot of the things that it doesn't currently cover, and ask the committee to help engage in some of those trade-offs. And I don't think the other alternative does that. So I'll be supporting Avalos 1, and I do hope that someone will shift over. I think we're racking up the 6-6 count like we did last year, and I hope that doesn't happen as often as it does, because otherwise it will be a long day without a lot of progress. But I think it's important that we talk about why this is the way it is, and it's not about, I agree with Councilor Pertolgini, it's not about the question of should these funds be in PMO. I think the overwhelming majority, if not necessarily consensus, agree with that. But I do think that there is some conversation around where the money, what the core services of the city are and where the money should go instead. But again, I'll be supporting Avalos 1. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Councilor Green.
Yeah, thank you. I'm prepared to support Avalos 1. I want to thank you for your leadership in bringing this forward. I knew that I wouldn't have to do this because I knew that you were on top of it, and I was just going to support what you were doing. I just want to make the point broadly that just echo this sort of CIP amendment process fidelity piece. I think, just to sort of pull this money in on an ad hoc basis was highly inappropriate. So it's important that we restore it back to its strategic programs. I want to say also that the city of Portland already, across all of our bureaus, relies significantly in hundreds of millions of dollars of PSEF fund. And so we've gotten to a place where it really has become a big piggy bank. And it does come at the expense of our communities. We are dealing with an energy crisis right now, where people are exposed to $6 per gallon gas. That's only going to go up. Utility rates are going up. And so if we wanted to find new sources of use for the Portland Clean Energy Fund, we would look to that sort of offset in the future, not, sidewalk cleaning and trash removal, which, by the way, I don't know why this isn't done by the ESD that ratepayers already pay for to do this work. So that's a question we need to have and conversation we need to have. Why is this not a responsibility of the downtown clean and safe? So for that reason, I'm going to support Avalos 1 today.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Avalos, I'll come back to you. Councilor Zimmerman.
Thanks. The very first homeless cleanup plan I ever wrote was actually with Councilor Coyama Lane's chief of staff when she was at the county, Mary Lee, and we wrote it for the 1,000 acres area out near Troutdale because there were so many camps in and around the watershed that it was about keeping trash out of the watershed. It was environmental more than it was a homeless response action. I say that because there wasn't a whole lot of concern when this money existed in BES, whose job it is to keep the stormwater infrastructure in the watershed healthy and clear of trash. I find it a little disappointing that you cannot really be for free and open camping and also reduce the trash cleanup programs. It is not environmental to allow what we saw on the streets of Portland in 2021 to find its way into the bioswales, into the watersheds. If you've walked around Portland in the last year, it's probably the first time in 5 years when the bioswales didn't look like something out of a horror movie. That is because of these types of programs. That is because BES was funded to do this type of work. And BES said, you know what, PIMO is actually more responsive and able to do it more quickly and better than we are. And so in some areas, we'd like them to take on this task. And so this concern seems to be more about because PIMO is somehow related to problem solver networks or involved with the business networks or is inside the umbrella of Portland Solutions. That is the concern, because this seems kind of hypocritical, frankly, from the change from when this was a BES focus. Oregon's past of the Oregon Litter Pickup Program was all about keeping trash out of our environment. So I do think that this is PSEF related. I don't know how many air conditioning units are PSEF related, but there are people here who've supported that and haven't brought that up as a problem. I think that the idea that there is some work that is happening that is considered city general fund or city core service, and can it or can it not be related to the climate, is a valuable, and my answer is yes, it can. As we green up our fleets, we can do that more quickly because of PSEF dollars. I think that eventually, without PSEF dollars, eventually the fleets of Portland would get more and more electric over time. We are able to do that more quickly with PSEF dollars. We are able to clean up litter and trash in this community more quickly with PSEF dollars. And I think that that is an important point to make here. I'm not both going to reduce shelters in the same year, reduce trash pickup in the same year, reduce overtime in the same year, reduce outreach services in the same year, because 2021 is the horrorscape of Portland I do not want to return to. And some stuff, the broken window theory is actually correct. Less trash on the ground means the next person throws less trash on the ground as well. So these things matter. You have to stay upstream of it. And that is a metaphor both for why we want the watershed clear and why we do this program. So I would certainly not support this change. I do think that the neighborhoods, frankly, are benefiting from it, and PIMO is stretching dollars across all districts in ways that I don't see a lot of other places stretching dollars. So I want to answer one point, because the point that my fellow counselor brought up, not all areas are covered by an ESD. And as PIMO becomes more successful, we are seeing more areas take an interest in an ESD, and they're all going to take on their own flavor. And I think we should be supportive of that because each neighborhood has its own need. But the ESD doesn't cover a lot of areas. And when we talk about how trash affects areas not covered by ESDs, PIMO is a first responder in that sense. And so I am all in on PIMO, and I will stay all in on PIMO because it's the most responsive, most impactful organization in the city of Portland.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Murillo.
Thank you. If we want to talk about the past, we should probably talk about the fact that in 2021, 72 people died in Multnomah County because of a heat wave that happened, which is why the Portland Clean Energy Fund allows people to buy AC units, because we have people that are too poor or live in apartment buildings that are not regulated and don't require the use of AC, which means that we have elderly people, people with disabilities, and others who, and just anybody who can't handle that heat wave, which is a direct result of climate change. So there actually is a direct climate nexus there. I think we're talking about very vague garbage pickup, as if though we're doing some garbage pickup along the Willamette River or something to try to keep our water clear. But what we're actually talking about is campsite sweeps. And that is very different. And the reality is that PIMO, primarily the way they operate is to take feedback from businesses and then directly address their concerns, which means doing sweeps in front of those businesses. So the ties to environmental cleanup, I think, are tangential at best. And that's why I'm going to be supporting moving these dollars back to the Portland Clean Energy Fund. We've also been told as a council that we can't even consider raising the tax on corporations for the Portland Clean Energy Fund, lest it becomes some sort of issue that will upend the fund entirely. But we have no issue, it appears, stretching what the Portland Clean Energy Funds are used for, which inherently means that we are threatening the fund legally. So I think that we have to be really diligent about protecting what these funds are used for and why, because it is such a core part of the city. And, you know, as we are having discussions about what we are funding and defunding, I think it's a little disingenuous to not point out that the reason some of these shelters have to close is because they have been poorly managed. Most of the beds have been empty, and we need those dollars to go back to the general fund. It's not because we're just willy-nilly here wanting to cut things. It's because the shelters, as they have turned out, are not effective and they're not efficient. And I also want to point out that the first people that are going to be impacted by climate change disasters are going to be our unhoused neighbors that live outside. During the fires of 2020, when all of us were trapped in our apartments and we had our windows sealed and we were wearing masks because the smoke was so thick that the sky was bright red all day long, I visited encampments where people couldn't breathe and they were outside. So yeah, we just talk about these people like they're garbage. And I can't use the clean energy funds that way.
Thank you, Councilor Murillo. Councilor Avalos.
I really deeply share that emotion that Councilor Murillo just expressed, and I'm not going to debate the definition of environmental justice with people who are clearly not interested in understanding. Look it up. But I do want to respond to the concern that reversing these reallocations somehow leaves a hole in PMO funding, because respectfully, the mayor already created a hole elsewhere when these dollars were pulled out of existing climate investment plan priorities in the first place. That is the part of the conversation that keeps getting lost. We are talking about dollars that were already supporting approved climate investments, bureau work, and long-term climate resilience priorities. And BES and PBOT have both already indicated that pulling these dollars creates future operational and infrastructure pressures. So the question is not whether there is a hole, the question is where are we choosing to create it? And my concern is that we are increasingly solving short-term operational pressures by hollowing out the long-term capacity and integrity of a voter-created climate justice fund. I understand the desire to support PMO. I understand the desire to support public environment management work, but I don't think that the solution can simply be, well, PSF has money, so let's use it, because that is exactly how voter-created funds slowly drift away from their original purpose over time. I am deeply concerned about the legal threat that we are going to be facing if we continue down these paths. And ultimately, if the city believes that there are core ongoing operational responsibilities, and I believe many of them are, then we need to have an honest conversation about funding them through stable core city revenue, not by continuously stretching the definition of what PSF was meant to do. I think ultimately, it is important to me that we move these dollars back and we can have a further discussion about how to put things back into PMO if desired. That's not my interest, but my interest is a clean amendment that will restore the original intent, and then we can have that debate later. So I would really urge people to vote for this. I don't plan on voting for Novik 1.
Thank you, Councilor Avalos. Councilor Novik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I recognize this is somewhat tangential, but Mr. Mayor, Councilor Avalos said that PMO does sweeps. Is that true?
I'm going to have to call up Sky on that one.
To be clear, that's not what I said, so that question is irrelevant if you're trying to quote me. So maybe
it's what Councilor Murillo said.
Well, then don't quote me.
Skylar Brecker-Knapp, Director of Portland Solutions. For the record, no, PMO's not involved with camp removal process whatsoever.
Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, Skylar, can you stay up here?
Yep. Yeah, Councilor Murillo.
Part of PMO's role is to address the concerns of businesses that are logged, and then they call upon different organizations at the city to address those concerns. one of which is Portland Solutions, which does sweeps. Is that correct?
So they coordinate with different businesses and different pieces of the bureaucracy within the city. They will give people, I guess, the link to submit a complaint to IRP or the impact reduction program for camp removal. So yes, I guess in that sense, they can coordinate, like pointing people in that direction, but they're not involved in that process or funding that process.
Yeah, when I did the PMO tour earlier, when we first got elected, we did a tour with a lot of different agencies. PMO was one of them. They specifically talked about how well coordinated Portland Solutions and sweeps are with them for their businesses. So I'm sure they're not putting on the suits and doing the sweeps directly, but to act like there is no ties with PMO and how they operate with sweeps is absolutely absurd. Let's be so for real about what this organization does. And frankly, I guess we could also remember what PMO did with removing the bike lane in Southwest Portland without having a public community process because they just decided to do it on their own. And for some reason, the city government responded to this one organization and agency. Regardless, it is completely tangentially tied to the Portland Clean Energy Fund, so looking forward to the vote.
Thank you, Councilor Maria. Councilor Perlgani, is that a legacy hand? Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, can we please call the roll on Avalos 1?
Avalos 1 moved by Avalos, seconded by Canal. Canal.
Aye.
Bertolini.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Coyama Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novik.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment fails with a vote of 6 ayes and 6 nays.
Councilor Novik to Novik 1.
I think I already made my case. I think we should move along.
Do you want to introduce it?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I introduced it. Please take a second.
Second.
Councilor Novik has moved Novik 1. Councilor Perlgani has seconded. Colleagues to the amendment. Councilor Canal.
Just wanted to ask a question here because I'm looking at the physical piece of paper that was added in here. I'm curious how so what I'm seeing is $3.8 million, which is the PMO, the piece of money going to PMO, would be moved to urban forestry, but only 1.9 is moved back. Can you speak a little bit to this? Or am I misunderstanding here?
Let's see. Did we screw up on what we passed out? It would.
Or is it two different sources of about 1.9 each that are collectively adding up to the 3.8?
There's a backside of the page.
Yeah.
So it's the tree maintenance and the urban forestry. Each one is about 1.9 collectively. That adds up to the 3.8 that's being taken out.
Yes.
Okay. I've already spoken. I'm not going to do it in this moment, but I've already spoken to why I have concerns about this. I'm not sure if there's an appetite for having the separate conversation that Councilor Perlgani mentioned would have the broader support of the body of moving the money out. But given the way that this one is written, is eminently dividable into the first 2 lines and the second 2 lines. That's something we should consider. I'm not doing it at the moment, though. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Councilor Novik.
I just wanted to respond to what Councilor Canal just said, which is I appreciate is not dividing in the moment. I mean, it is. We do need to remember that we have the adopted budget, and there might be a number of issues that we return to in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Councilor Novik. Councilor Zimmerman.
I'm just hoping that we can have BES Parks all come on up here and help us understand and make sure that this has a 0 impact on operations and it's just a color of money question. And I think that's fair. Councilor Novik, is that your intent here?
Well, compared to the mayor, I mean, I think BS might say that the mayor's proposal had some impact on their operations, but compared to the mayor's proposal, yes.
Okay, because what I'm seeing.
Welcome, folks.
Good morning. This is Priyadana Pal, DCA for Public Works, and I believe the question is impacts for BES and parks for Novik 1.
It looks like Councilor Novik's amendment gives BES another 3.8 from PSEF?
No.
No.
It takes the money that the mayor took from BES to give to PSEF and essentially reallocates that to parks. And then it backs out parks money that's general fund that's used for tree-related stuff and backs that out, and then that amount of general fund goes to PMO. So there's no impact on BES compared to the mayor's proposal. The mayor's proposal already took the money from BES, the PSEF money from BES, and gave it to PMO.
Go ahead.
The impact is that parks funding will be some parks funding will be shifted from general fund to PSEF funding.
Okay. So given the problems that happened last year with the change to parks and PSEF, I'd like to just understand a little bit about the impact as you read this document. And actually the Portland Solutions Director should come up as well, because I want to make sure that this PMO doesn't also get hurt by this. Thank you.
For BES, there's no change in impact compared to what was proposed in the mayor's budget, but I'll let Parks speak to what the impact is.
Yeah. Good morning. Sonia Szymanski, Interim Director of Portland Parks and Recreation. 2 years ago, Council took a similar action, swapping PSEF for general fund and urban forestry. It's a little bit more complex accounting, but I don't think it has an impact on service delivery necessarily.
Okay. And then Portland Solutions, no change in, I'm getting a no change at all. So this is quite literally just color of money.
Yes.
Okay. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Green.
Yeah, I'm curious, just given my experience with this in the budgeting process, how does the direct general fund versus overhead map on all this? Are there any interesting complications? Can you describe that, please?
Actually asked the budget office to come up to address that. I think that there's no complications, but and CBO didn't raise any concerns, but if Ruth can address that directly, that'd be great.
Thank you all for coming up. Good to see you.
No overhead impacts from this.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Zimmerman, is that a legacy hand? Or are you?
It's not.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to actually now just address it to the mayor, right? You crafted this budget. You had sometimes we have reasons we put specifically certain things to certain areas, but I did want to get a chance to see if this has downtrace effects for anything in your larger vision on how you're using these different funds in different areas for different tasks. Thanks.
Councilor does not.
Okay, so no concern.
No.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make absolutely sure that I understand this. It's sort of a, shell game here. So could you just slowly, one more time, walk through the shift of money? And what I'm hearing you say is everybody's kept whole, there's no problem here, but it's highly suspect to me.
Well, Councilor Clark, I just have to say that we can't go on together with suspicious minds. So this is a matter to me of preserving PMO and my own intellectual PSEF integrity. What the mayor did was take money out of the BES PMO pot, which is not a pot I was particularly fond of because I think it's being used for stuff that BES should be doing anyway. And he put that into PMO. I do not think that PMO, particularly the street sweeping part of it, is a legitimate PSEF function. So that concerned me. I also didn't want to trash PMO. So no pun intended. We looked at how urban forestry related stuff is funded in parks and realized, somewhat to my surprise, that there's still $3.8 million in general fund being used for that. To me, tree stuff is particularly climate related because trees both protect people from the effects of the climate change, and also they are a carbon sink, so they help to prevent climate change. So my thinking was it was perfectly appropriate to move some PSEF money to displace the general fund that's being used for tree-related stuff in parks. And so I felt much more comfortable saying no PSEF money for PMO, use more PSEF money to displace general fund in parks, and then shift that general fund to PMO.
When I was at TriMet, we called this a switchy. Which is a great term of art. I think I follow you. I think this is well, I'll think about it for a second.
I mean, I want to sort of reiterate what Councilor Pertl-Guinea said. It does matter what money is being used for what. I am not comfortable. I'm not comfortable trashing PMO. I'm also not comfortable using PSEP money for PMO. This is my solution, and maybe it looks suspicious, but it's something that I proposed in order to let myself sleep easily.
I wouldn't want to interfere with your sleep.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Councilor Ryan.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilor Novik. This is a really elegant solution, and it's complicated, so thank you for good work on this amendment. I've been involved in this swapping before, and it's hard. And the nonverbal that I saw today was very different than the nonverbal I saw 2 years ago. So reading the room, I'll be supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Councilor Coyama Lane.
Really quick, thank you for thinking deeply about this, Councilor Novik. I believe that you care a lot about climate resilience and preparing for climate change and how it's getting worse and worse. But as I hear you talk about where you think PSEF funds can go and can't go, that does remind me of what we see the mayor also doing. And I think the folks that need to be doing that are the people that are on the PSEF committee that are outlined in PSEF. I think it needs to go through that process. And so I really need to stick with pushing for what Councilor Avalos was trying to do, and hope that if we land 6-6, that there's someone up here that's willing to reconsider their vote for Avalos 1. So I will be voting no.
Thank you, Councilor Coyama Lane. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, can we please call the roll on Novik 1?
Novik 1, moved by Novik, seconded by Pertl-Guinea. Canal.
Noting that we can come back to this if we need to, and I am open to the division. No.
Pertl-Guinea.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Coyama Lane.
No.
Murillo.
No.
Novik.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
No.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
No.
Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
No.
The amendment fails with a vote of 6 ayes and 6 nays.
Okay. Colleagues, we're moving to our second block of amendments. With this block, we're going to begin with Coyama Lane 2, then Novik 3, and then Zimmerman 4. I'm going to recognize Councilor Coyama Lane to introduce her amendment, but also give Councilors Novik and Zimmerman an opportunity to introduce theirs if they are interested. Councilor Coyama Lane.
Thank you, Council President. I'm bringing forward Coyama Lane 2, which restores 14 positions that are currently funded through PSEF funds in the tree permitting and urban forestry program, all which sit within the Portland Permitting and Development Bureau, Department, PPD. Anyway, not long ago, this team had roughly 40 PSEF funded positions doing this work. And after reductions, including major cuts in last year's budget, the program is now down to 26. The mayor's proposed would eliminate another 14. And this can no longer be considered trimming around the edges. This is really gutting this program and undermining our ability to protect and expand Portland's tree canopy at the very same moment where our body has made major climate commitments to our community. We're seeing that these cuts have already been having real impacts. Tree permit wait times have grown from 2 weeks to closer to 8 now. Inspectors are arriving at sites where trees have been cut down before the permits were approved. I'm assuming people are getting frustrated and are just going forward. Further reductions will likely mean more unpermitted tree removals, more canopy loss, more development bottlenecks, more code noncompliance, and increased difficulty meeting our legal obligations under Title 11. So I've had community members ask me whether this group, these employees, should just be moved back to parks, where there is more institutional experience with urban forestry and with PSEF implementation. I'm not bringing that forward right now because I want to provide stability and avoid continuing ping-ponging these staff between these two bureaus. And what I am hearing and seeing is that Parks and PP&D are working closer together and are trying to figure this out. I believe we should give that coordination a chance to succeed. So to be clear, the positions I'm asking to preserve are all within PP&D. 2 are in there in the Urban Forestry Review Program. One's a Development Services Technician 2, and one is a Senior Tree Inspector. And then there are 12 additional positions in PP&D doing this work that are Code Specialists, Tree Inspectors, Technicians, Analysts, Coordinators, and a Supervisor. Where is this funding coming from? It's already been approved. These are PSEF funded positions. So these positions were approved by the PSEF committee through the amended climate investment plan, the CIP. We passed this. The funding comes from the CIP contingency, same as Councilor Novik's, which he'll explain. So PSEF has budgeted these funds for this work under SP 34, which supports tree protection, care, and workforce development. Which has combined that CEP invests more than $140 million in these priorities. I can absolutely answer more questions if needed. I will tell you, I have gone very in the weeds on this. I know more about tree permitting than I ever thought I would. At this point, my focus is less on relitigating the transfers and how that happened, and it's making sure that these programs moving forward can function effectively. I think there maybe at some point that could be some value in creating clearer accounting and transparency around which positions are PSEF funded fully or partially, where they sit, so it doesn't get messy and cloudy like I have observed. And in this process, I've been able to learn things like, why has Portland's tree canopy declined in recent years? Talk to scientists and urban forestry experts that believe that climate impacts are hotter summers, drought conditions, and heat dome. Alan, you're unmuted. And wildfire smoke. Those have committed to stressing and killing many of our common tree species, especially western red cedar and certain firs here in the area. And when we lose those large form trees, it really takes decades to replace that canopy. And also when we have periods of intense development pressure, that contributes greatly to our canopy loss. So it's broadly understood that without Portland's tree code, the decline would have been significantly even worse. So would really appreciate your consideration and support.
Council, you are moving this?
Yes, I would like to move my amendment.
Second.
Councilor Coyama Lane moves Coyama Lane 2, and Councilor Novik seconds. Colleagues, to the amendment. And Councilor Novik, I'm going to recognize you to also discuss Novik 3. Give us a preview for it.
I'm happy to support Councilor Coyama Lane's proposal rather than mine. My proposal is slightly narrower, just to address the 12 permitting positions. Councilor Coyama Lane has explained why she added the other 2 positions. So I'm hoping that we can go ahead and pass hers and save some time.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Zimmerman.
Thank you. I also will be proposing Zimmerman 4 in the future once this is passed or over, because couple of things are at play here. It was stated in the reading of this that nearly 40 positions were PSEF funded, and I'll just say, colleagues, that is flatly untrue. 10 of those positions were levy funded, and the action you took last year was to ensure that levy funding did not go to code compliance. And we did that after some articles and some reporting and some appearances by certain directors of a certain program who just flatly did not think that we had a problem with the way our code compliance folks were working in tree code. You took that action, and I think that was the right action, and I think it's largely why we passed a parks levy. That being said, 27 PSEF-funded positions were moved over, and that was also in response and was good. Because of accounting reasons, that PSEF funding did not pay for all 27. And so we see that reduction reflected here. What is important to note, and this is why I think that Councilor Coyama Lane and I are both bringing restores to use some PSEF funding, but the appetite that you have for how much will be the question. And in talking with our DCA about what is the because we're both pulling from the PSEF contingency fund that is designed to support urban forestry and tree canopy. The difference here is how much do you want to spend in enforcement, and where we are both pulling from is going to affect the tree planting programs in the future. And for me, that balance means that Zimmerman 4 restores 6 code compliance folks in the code compliance piece so that we can do the things like Councilor Coyama Lane says of keeping some timelines there. But the more we take out of that means in the out years, less will occur in the planting. I'm going to talk about my values. I valued more deeply the planting of new trees, the care and feeding of new trees, and expansion of the canopy more than I care about the goon squad of the former urban forestry going out and telling people you can or can't cut your tree, that you did or didn't violate, that when you say my tree is going to fall on my house and urban forestry says, no, it's not, and then it does. We did a lot to fix that. I do think that they need to have enough staff to do the minimum of the code compliance work. And I'll tell you folks, as one of the representatives of the most tree canopied areas, my constituents are talking about better customer service now, and I think they are on the right path. And I agree with Councilor Coyama Lane. We're not in the question of moving back and forth, but giving them a few more staffers using PSEF dollars, I think is a responsible one. The question to you is how many more to give them, and how much in the planting in the out years do you want to give up if we go fully into Coyama Lane 2? And so I don't know that we're in disagreement in the purpose here. We're in disagreement about the amount. And so I would ask you to reserve your vote on Coyama Lane and consider, which I think will help balance the planting and enforcement with Zimmerman 4 when we're done here. But Councilor Coyama Lane, I have appreciated that we talked early on how this would go. I'm not prepared to support this because it's not only some PSEF funds, it's also 2 Parks employees that are currently vacant in the Parks Department, and bringing them into the more code compliance to bolster that up would be very concerning. For those who are working in code compliance, I think that the change that's happening is really good. Some people left because they didn't want to do code compliance in the way that PP&D says we do code compliance, which is holistically. And I think that offers us and the city administration a great opportunity to do urban forestry in the parks where we expand the canopy, and urban forestry in the PP&D where we make sure people are doing things the right way, fairly and legally, in a more equitable, more sustainable, and frankly in a way that keeps the public on our side with urban forestry, because I think we were falling down the glacier last year in the way that urban forestry was felt in our community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Council President. I have just a question to ask, and you touched upon it a little bit, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Coyama Lane, will this add the needed materials and services for the employees with your amendment?
I would love to ask Ruth Levine that question.
I believe the answer is yes. I was looking to see if anyone, yes is the answer. It would.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Pertolgini.
Thank you, Council President. So I'm trying to parse between these 3 amendments because they're all getting us. What, Councilor Canal?
Sorry.
Okay. There's Novik 3, Coyama Lane 3, and Zimmerman 4. Councilor Zimmerman, you just said that Novik 3 and Coyama Lane 3 also include the movement of current parks employees. Councilor Coyama Lane.
Just a correction, only Coyama Lane.
Okay.
Novix is only the PSEF employees. PSEF
Councilor
positions.
Coyama Lane, are the two positions in your amendment that are not in Councilor Novik's amendment existing positions in parks which are being moved?
Nope.
Can you explain what those two positions, what the change in those two positions are so that we can understand if there's actually a potential reduction in tree planting here?
What do you mean by change in the two positions?
Well, Councilor Zimmerman said something about less tree planting under the other amendments. So maybe Councilor Zimmerman, can you expand on that?
Yes, so for all of us, if we're pulling from the PSEF reserve, we're really pulling from the out years to fund this year. I was not meaning that those two, I don't know what those two positions are. I'd have no idea what they are. I just know that they're two vacant parks position employees. What I'm talking about is if you decrease year 5 to fund year 0,
yeah,
then the planting part of that is really what was designed according to our SEDSA service area, and that would be the part that would be diminished based on the scale in which we fund this year.
So your argument is for a smaller increase in order to keep more in contingency for out years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm not sure because we're dealing with parks and PSEF and a few other things who the right staff person is, but I would like to understand how much is in contingency, and of that, how much is there because we plan to draw on it for program in out years, and how much of it is there because we always keep some extra for potential cost growth in out years. Who is the right person from the administration to answer that question? Okay. Council President, I see people nodding to Claudio. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. Welcome, Claudio.
So Claudio, help me understand the impact of all of these in out years. And I think to understand that, what I need to know is how much is in this contingency fund, how much of that is set for continuation of program, and how much of that is set for overrun, miscellaneous, come what may, things like that.
Sure.
What risk are we creating?
So Claudio Camposano, Finance Property Technology Manager with Parks and Recreation. So the strategic program that we're talking about is SP 34. It has about $105 million allocation. That includes really two components. That was for street tree maintenance, and also it was where the $7 million per year swap landed. So that was then split up as part of last year's budget. Part of it now goes to PP&D, part of it remained with Parks. The Parks allocation remained at $89 million, and only $79 million of that is programmed over the 5 years. And so the remainder is essentially the contingency as it was described, and that is really to address this is a brand new program and substantial, and so for any unanticipated changes that we face along the way, so we'll reduce that contingency, and would require, depending on where we end up with the program, it might require additional trade-offs in the future, but at this point we don't see those.
So there's 10 million total set aside for unanticipated needs over how many years at this point in the CIP process?
That would be over the remaining period of the program, but because of the slower startup, it all shifts out a little bit. So really, I would have to take a look at the latest plan, but it's something in the realm of 3 to 5 years.
So 10 million over 3 to 5 years, which means if we were to spend it all down, we could spend between two to three a year. Yeah. On program. Presumably we don't want to spend it all down, so we should be looking somewhere around the 2 million mark per year if we want to make sure we don't draw into other program in out years.
I think that range is reasonable.
Okay, that gives me pause on some of these larger amendments, although I want to do as much as we can. Council President, I'm going to think about those numbers while we sit here. I wish we had something that was more in the $2 to $2.5 million range before us. And I really appreciate the work that my colleagues have done to make sure that we're talking about this, because it is important that we do something here. Thank you, Claudio.
Thank you, Councilor Pertolgini. Councilor Canal.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm up to speed on this. There's 12 positions in Novik, 14 Coyama Lane, and Zimmerman.
Or 1.5 plus some change.
And there's, thank you, and that's, if the mic didn't pick it up, is 6 for 1.5 and change. And that's effectively the only differences here, from what I understand, and the two additional are vacant. That's what I'm understanding?
Councilor Novik and I have the same 12 positions, and then I also restore the 2 positions that are currently in decision package 27294, if you want to look them up. And there are 2 positions within PP&D, and it's a senior tree inspector and a development services technician to process permits.
Great.
And those 2 are part of the review program and are a little different than the other 12, but are all within PP&D.
Okay. And the only question we have here is the sort of opportunity cost on the back end here. And I think we're weighing that against something that I think Councilor Green mentioned earlier, which is just the value of money but present value of money is higher than future value of money. Okay, that's all I need to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Councilor Coyama Lane.
Thank you. I just want to, this will be the last thing I say, I think, underscore that protecting our tree canopy is not just about planting new trees. It also is really about preventing the loss of large, mature trees that we already have. New trees are very important, but they really take decades to provide the same environmental benefits as existing canopy. A mature tree delivers way more shade. I've done the bike ride, I don't know if others have, from East Portland to Laurelhurst Park. It's quite different. And the large trees can give stormwater interception, carbon storage, cooling, and also neighborhood character, way more than a newly planted smaller tree. And once larger canopy trees are removed, the loss is really immediate. While replacement benefits might not really materialize for 30 to 50 years, if the new trees survive at all, because not all of them do. We hope they do, but not all of them do. And this really matters because a lot of Portland's urban forest is on private property. Of Portland's roughly 4.2 million trees, about 2.9 million are privately owned. Public trees, street trees, park trees, Forest Park make up the remainder, with Forest Park heavily skewing the public canopy totals. Okay, I could just keep going, but I think protecting trees is important. Let's do it.
Thank you, Councilor Coyama Lane. Councilor Novik, you've already spoken once. I'm going to go to Councilor Green. I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit to this conversation about the trade-off through time, thinking about the out years. I think it is really important to think about that. For me, the cost of losing mature trees in year 1, year 2, has a compounding cost over time. And it takes a really large investment to make that up, and it takes a long period of time to make that up. And so while I do think that we need to make sure that we've got the resources in the out years to sustain and perhaps expand this program, I need to ground us again that we're also simultaneously talking about spending $75 million on a project that's not even in the CIP, that has unverified and maybe tenuous CO2 carbon abatement benefits, and that's $75 million. Whereas we could surely, with the priorities in this community, make our tree program whole at any moment of time, as long as we were clear-eyed and honest about our trade-offs. So I just needed to say that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I'm really trying to understand this. These are not mutually exclusive, these two.
No, it's like level 1, level 2, level 3. They just kind of build on
They
each
are
other.
not mutually exclusive.
Well, they couldn't pass more than one. If we pass Coyama Lane or Novik, I wouldn't put mine because it's moot.
Okay, and are we not talking planting versus compliance? Is this can somebody address that?
Can I address that?
Sure.
Mr. President?
Sure.
So SP 34 isn't just about planting. It's about planting and maintenance. And I see the permitting program as sort of a form of maintenance because if we don't have a permitting program, if people apply for a permit and don't get an answer for weeks and weeks, or if they just know that nobody's watching the store, they're going to be cutting down trees. And meanwhile, a lot of really responsible people who don't want to do that will be waiting patiently for their permits for months, and that can include permits to remove dangerous trees. So SB 34 is not just about planting, it's about maintenance. And actually, I don't know if this is planned in the next few years, but one of the things that's envisioned for SB 34 is taking over street tree maintenance for the entire city, including rich areas of town where I think that, you know, people in Eastmoreland and maybe even Laurelhurst can afford to continue to maintain their street trees better than we can afford to lose the permitting program. So I think that what Councilor Coyama Lane and I are trying to do is consistent with the larger mission of preserving trees, and I don't think that it won't adversely affect tree planting.
I'd like to, similarly, I want to be really clear. Last year in your action that I was leading, we made no changes to the parks program that plants and maintains and takes care of and does the science, right? But we did make a change to the code compliance wing. And so these amendments are all about that, because here's one of the things that happened. We didn't change, none of us changed the amount of PSEF dollars that went to the tree code compliance employees. It came over with 3.6. It's in the budget today as 3.8, natural growth. But what did occur is that the amount of employees that funds is less than what it was when it was in Parks and Recreation. And so this is about a restoration to the code compliance arm of the urban forestry initiatives. And what we would be doing today in any one of these three amendments is increasing the PSEF allocation to code compliance. It doesn't touch parks whatsoever, except that each of us is taking out of the same strategic program, because they've kind of said in their planning, all right, about 3.8 is going to go to code compliance, and I don't have the number on top of my head, the rest is going to go to planting. The more we take to put in code compliance, the less in the out years goes to planting. So there's the rub that I think that we can experience here, and that's the difference.
So I understand that yours is a more incremental approach. Is that correct?
It is. It's 6 FTE at 1.5 million instead of 3.2 million and 14 FTE. And if I had, if I thought that we were off to the races with a code compliance program that wasn't riddled with complaints just 18 months ago, maybe I'd feel a little differently. But I do think incremental growth is important. And what we're doing here is also acknowledging that the mayor's proposed budget kept the PSEF whole. It didn't touch that, but the PSEF whole cannot pay for the number of FTE that program was initially designed for. That's a value judgment. You can all say, is that a good design or bad design about the amount? But yes, it is more incremental.
So I think Councilor Perlegeni raised the question about the out years, that perhaps if Coyama Lane was a smaller amount, it would be more appealing. I'm just worried about those out years. I mean, maybe there's more money in the out years. I'm not sure. So I'm really wrestling with this, whether to do the incremental approach or sort of the full meal deal. So I'm just got to noodle that a little bit more. Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Checking the queue for folks who have not spoken yet. I believe everybody has, so I'm just going to start at the beginning there. Councilor Perlegeni. Oh, sorry. Councilor Murillo. I think you're right. You have not spoken yet. I apologize.
That's okay. Thanks, Council President. I know you're balancing a lot. I think that we need to be pretty robust in how we support this, which is why I'm going to support the Coyama Lane version. And the reason for that is I think at one of our committees, can't remember which one, we got an update on the tree permitting situation and what happened there. And I think compliance on the permitting and community members getting feedback on it went from 2 weeks to 8 weeks. So it's taking almost 2 months for people to hear back about whether or not they are in compliance, if they should cut down their tree. Some people, because of how long that wait time is, they're just dealing with it themselves without getting that feedback. So it's having a lot of adverse effects on our tree canopy, and also for constituents that are getting that customer service aspect of this, right? So I think it's really critical that we restore this in the way that it needs to be. And I think what Councilor Coyama Lane said is completely correct. I mean, last summer I was going around, I went through District 1 all the way back through District 3 during the heat wave, and I was handing out Gatorade bottles that were frozen, and the difference that you feel in the neighborhoods that don't have big trees is like 10 degrees difference, right? We're talking about life-saving shade and also beauty for our city. The reason people talk about when they come to Portland, it's so beautiful and green here, is because of the work of these people. So I am going to be fully supporting Coyama Lane 1. And I know there are more people in the queue and there's further discussion maybe, but I would like to call the question on the Coyama Lane amendment.
I'm going to limit debate to those who are currently in the queue, and we can get to a vote rather than calling the question, if that's all right with you. Okay, Councilor Pertolguini.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I'm hearing a lot about the value of money now versus out years and the ability to fix it later. And we're doing a lot of drawing from contingencies across the decisions that we're making. Later is a council 5 years from now that some people here will probably still be on. Later is leaving things to the next batch of leaders in our city to make decisions on 10 years from now. Later, in some cases, is the decisions my kids will have to make. And so when I hear people say, oh, we'll figure that out later, we can just say later that we made the wrong decision now, I'm not willing to vote that way. If we think that it is important to have more people doing this work, and I think Councilor Murillo is right, 8 weeks is not acceptable. People make bad decisions when they have to wait that long. No Portlander should have to wait that long to get a decision on what they can do on their property. If we decide that that's important today, it's also important 3 years from now. So if we have $10 million to play with, and if we know it needs to last us 3 to 5 years, and we know that costs go up every year, I will support any combination of positions that adds up to about $3 million, but I can't support more than that. So maybe this amendment will pass without me, but if it doesn't, Councilor Coyama Lane, I'd love to hear more about those two positions and if they are more important than some of the other inspectors, so that we can get the most important positions we need for under $3 million so that we can sustain these positions for the rest of the CIP. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Pertolguini. Councilor Pertolguini, my gosh. Councilor Novik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to note that these amendments restore code compliance staff and PP&D who will be eliminated by the mayor's proposed budget. So I actually had a conversation with a union leader last night who said, you guys talked for 9 hours and didn't restore a single one of the jobs in my union. And I said, well, I hope tomorrow we will restore 12, just thinking of mine. So that's something I just wanted to put on the table.
Thank you, Councilor Novik. Councilor Zimmerman, I had limited debate, but I'm going to give you the last word.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If the director of PP&D or SEDSA can come up, I just would like to understand how many of those are vacant, how many are full, and those that are vacant, how quickly they can be hired up. Because perhaps to Councilor Pertolguini's position here, there might be a middle ground between 6 and 14. I'm happy not to vote for it, but I'm also trying to compromise. You're the one who's asked for compromise all session long. So how many are vacant and how quick can you hire up your vacancies if you go to 14?
So 6 positions are filled, 6 are vacant within PSEF, and then the other 2 are vacant with the IA.
Okay. So 6 positions are filled and you have funding for how many? I guess I'm trying to understand. So, okay, 6 are going to be laid off with no restore at all. Is that how I should read that?
So right now is the way the budget's proposed, it's cutting 14 positions. So 12 from the PSEF and 2 from the IA.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Councilor Zimmerman. Keelan, can we please call a vote on Coyama Lane 1? 2. Coyama Lane 2. Sorry, folks.
Coyama Lane 2, moved by Coyama Lane, seconded by Novik. Canal.
Aye.
Pertolguini.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Coyama Lane.
Yay for trees, aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novik.
Aye.
Clark.
This is really difficult vote, but I'm a no.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with a vote of 8 ayes and 4 nays.
Okay. So colleagues, we are, Councilor Zimmerman, am I correct that Zimmerman 4 is no longer, okay, thank you. So colleagues, it is 11:45 right now. We only got a 5-minute break before. What I'm going to try and do really quickly is get us through the first readings of our rate ordinances, and then we will break for lunch until 1 o'clock. Okay, does that sound right? Okay, everyone looks concerned. Keelan, can we please take up item number 2? Or do I need to gavel into the City Council? Okay, I'm now recessing this meeting of the City of Portland Budget Committee, and I'm bringing back from recess the meeting of the Portland City Council. All right, okay, cool. Keelan, can we please read item number 2?
Document 2026-158, amend Portland Clean Energy Community Benefits Fund Code to allow transfer of interest earned in FY 2024-25 for the FY 2026-27 budget, amend code section 7.07.060.
Colleagues, this is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Is there any discussion? Seeing none in the queue, this item moves to second reading. Keelan, can we please read item number 3?
Document number 2026-159, adopt solid waste and recycling rates and fees for franchised residential collection and the commercial tonnage fee effective July 1st, 2026.
Okay. Colleagues, there is an amendment to this one as Metro just recently updated their solid waste rates, and we had to amend this. So, Councilor Clark.
Yes, I would like to call up an expert on rates to help us understand this amendment. Oh, very funny.
Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate the opportunity. What happened here is last year, as you may recall, we had to push the rates through as an emergency ordinance because of the lack of time between the Metro action on the disposal fees and our rate making process. Disposal fees at Metro is one input to our rate model. This year we tried to solve that by using last year's Metro disposal fees compounded by an inflation assumption, which is what we filed with your ordinance. In the meantime, Metro did finish its process last week and adopted a disposal fee that was quite a bit higher than our assumed rate. And so you got feedback from haulers that that was a potential financial problem for them. We have submitted a revised substitute exhibit at the request of your office that is an attempt to provide an estimate of what that difference is. We have not run the rate model again to get the precise number, but this number has been coordinated with the haulers and is an approximate of the gap that is in between what we initially filed and what Metro adopted.
And colleagues, the amendment is posted online, but I'm also going to go ahead and just email it to everybody so you can just see it. It is mostly numbers.
And the numbers, just for clarity, change the residential rates between 15 and 30 cents a month to make up that disposal fee increase difference, depending on your cart size.
Well, colleagues, this is something that we did discuss in the Public Works Committee early on, and we knew that we were doing something before Metro had made their decision. So now this is really just updating based on what Metro has done.
And so, Councilor Clark, you're going to move this amendment?
I'd like to move the amendment. I don't know what the number is.
Clark 1.
Clark 1, thank you.
And is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Novik seconds. Colleagues, it should be in your inbox if you're interested in reviewing the specifics. Is there any discussion on the amendment Clark 1, amending our solid waste rates?
Point of information, can we just get a second to read it?
Absolutely. I was trying to talk a little extra so people could talk. We'll pause for a moment.
Point of information, is there another, why are two things named Clark 1?
This is a separate item.
But that's confusing to the public.
Sure, we have gavelled out of the budget committee and we are meeting as the city council now. And so this is Clark 1 to item 3.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's not ideal that it's the same. So I think in the future that should be different. That's confusing to the public.
Sure.
Okay. 1A.
Give folks a few more seconds here. See if there's any more discussion. Councilor Canal.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm 100% up on this. I have no, well, actually, it's not actually about the amendment now that I'm thinking about it, so I will wait till the underlying, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Ryan.
Yeah. Thank you, Council President. I just have a process question. Councilor Clark, Vice President Clark, did the haulers come to the meeting with the Public Works?
Yes. Yes, and they actually expressed this concern that we were doing something before Metro had made a decision. So Metro has finally made their decision.
Okay, and can you explain to the public how we're really at the mercy of Metro on this one?
Well, we're really at the mercy of Metro on this one. I don't know what else
It's a very
you can say.
unsatisfying vote every year.
I'm sorry.
Because of that. Yeah.
This is the way the whole situation's been set up.
Does the public or the haulers ever go to their meetings when they make these decisions and then we get blamed
Yes,
for whatever this
the
is?
haulers are nodding in the back of the room. Yes, they do go to Metro.
Oh, I believe the haulers. Yeah. Do people actually go to that meeting? You can shake your head like this.
Yes, they do.
Oh, people go besides the haulers?
Oh, you mean the public?
Yeah.
I don't go to the meetings, so I don't know.
It's just my annual, I don't like this process statement. Yeah, and I don't know how we're supposed to fix it, but it's not good. So thank you, Metro, for once again just giving us this information, and we're at the mercy of your decision. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Councilor Zimmerman.
Thanks. I'm looking to Council Pearl Guinea. I'm pretty sure last year we had all the rates come through the Finance Committee, and we heard them all. So this year, have all the different rates that we're going to be voting on, have they just gone to various committees? Or because we got to look at them all, right, from one fell swoop, I felt like. But I know the Hellers were here last year. Thanks for being here again. But we'd done that a little earlier. I'm just trying to, is this everybody's first look at them?
We had a work session. We walked through these at one of our
like the Haulers
we
were
had
here before?
No, we had a single work session on rates.
Okay, my mistake. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, can we please move to a vote on Clark A?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Novik. Canal.
Aye.
Bertolini.
Aye.
Ryan.
Reluctant aye.
Coyama Lane. Aye. Murillo.
Aye.
Novik.
Thank you for your work on this, Director Engstrom. I think you've done us all a solid. Aye.
Clark. Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with a vote of 12 ayes.
Okay, this non-emergency ordinance now moves to second reading. Keelan, oh, Councilor Canal, you had a question on the underlying, and I apologize, so it doesn't move quite yet. Councilor Canal.
I just wanted to ask the director a question and just get this on the record, and this may end up being my not quite annual version of what Councilor Ryan was talking about in terms of this. I just wanted to make sure on the record, and thank you for coming back up and all your work on this. This does not currently have, this year in this process, we're not doing anything with relation to adding, I understand the policy question about renters being able to decide their own thing is outside of the rates question. But we're also not doing anything about creating a rate or a process for weekly garbage pickup. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I would love to just put on the record again that we need to have this option, as many of our other cities do. And I think that as it comes to solid waste management, having the option to do that, especially for people who cannot decide the size of their container, is really important. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Now this item moves to second reading. Keelan, can we please call item 3?
Document 2026-160, revise transportation fees, rates, and charges for the FY 2026 through 27, and amend transportation fee schedule.
Colleagues, this is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. I did 3. I meant 4. I apologize. We just did 4. 3. Thank you. Item 4. Y'all, this is a lot of moving parts. I apologize. This is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance for item 4, our transportation fee schedule. Is there any discussion? Councilor Ryan, is that a legacy hand?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Zimmerman.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Madam Director of PBOT, one last question. Last year is when you snuck in the 10 p.m. parking on us. From your lips to the city of Portland, parking will end at 10 p.m. or no changes. That was a better way to put that. No changes other than the fee, but no changes in hours in this fee schedule. Am I correct?
You are correct.
Oh, those are great words. Mr. Mayor? Because she's made the executive decision. Thank you, Madam Director. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Canal.
First, thank you. I was going to ask that exact question. Second, I did want to just check that there's a change here where one of the rates in a couple places called monthly swing shift is going down from 145 to 38. And I just wanted to get some transparency on that. It's on page 2 in a couple places at multiple parking garages. There's also a Zone 5 Elliott discount Tier 1, which I'm supportive of that, but that's the only other thing that I'm seeing that's going down throughout this. Just wanted to flag that.
You want me to answer the questions?
Yes, please, thanks.
Millicent Williams, Director of the Portland Bureau of Transportation. Sorry, I didn't acknowledge that earlier. Thank you for the question, Councilor Canal. We made some adjustments based on the conversation, the hearty conversation that we had last year about parking rates and fees, and especially the impacts of that potential increase on swing shift workers. And so we worked with Smart Park leadership to reduce the rate so that swing shift workers would not feel an impact of an increase. And so that's what that shift is. Downward, correct?
Yes, thank you so much for doing that.
Absolutely.
And I wanted to, we often call you up and say, I wish you hadn't done that, but thank you for doing this.
Absolutely, it's
Thanks.
our pleasure.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Director Williams.
I'll just stay here.
Yes. Thank you. How much revenue did we increase with the new change in the parking?
We were anticipating that when we increased the hours from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., it would be roughly $1 million of additional revenue. We recognized that that increase was not worth the heartache that it was causing the community. And so we were pleased to be able to hear from and take direction from this council to and the mayor to limit the number of hours back to 7 p.m. But it was about $1 million that we would have realized in revenue.
Didn't we change the amount per hour?
We did change. Oh, what is that?
That's what
Jeremy can provide
what was
that.
the new revenue that
Sure.
we brought in with the change of the amount?
Jeremy Patton with Public Works. The increase for all of the hourly rate increases is about $2 million per year of revenue.
Okay, new revenue.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Canal, is that a legacy? Yes. Okay, Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, Councilor Williams, thanks for still being there. I think because of tough past, and then I'm looking at this, are any of these increases above CPI or inflation, which is like 3.5%?
No.
None of them are.
There are some increases above inflation, but mostly those are around areas that were not full cost recovery in the past, so we're trying to get to full cost recovery on those particular items. But those would be the only ones.
Okay. And then while you're both here, we need to talk about how we can offer parking relief to the working class employees, especially at our restaurants downtown. So can we make sure we carve out time for that?
We're happy to do that.
Okay. I think because of the increase in TUF, it's hard to justify any increase that's over inflation. So I think I got a mixed answer.
Yeah.
Jeremy, are the increases parking increases? Or
They're not
the
parking increases,
Yeah,
no.
that's what I was thinking.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor
And
Ryan.
I appreciate that. I didn't hear it right. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Councilor Canal.
Yeah, thanks. First, I think what we're talking about here, I'm going to sneeze, sorry, is the, with the cost recoveries in Exhibit C, right? Sorry, sneezing on camera. That video lives forever. But yeah, in Exhibit C, there's a lot of new rates, and I think there's a couple that are jumping. Is that the things that we were not doing cost recovery on before? There's one in Exhibit D as well, where a non-metered parking reservation fee for a parking reservation device placed by city is 0 to 70 now.
Yeah, most of the new fees that you're seeing there are related to the, we talked about it a little bit last week, the PP&D fees. They were originally collected by PP&D. Those were creating new fees in transportation and removing the interagency between PP&D and transportation. So that's what those new fees are.
So those are not jumps relevant to the previous question?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. And then I think the other piece is the swing shift is, I think, addressing some of, but not all of what Councilor Ryan was talking about, but it is afternoon, evening restaurant workers would be affected by. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Vice President Clark, last word.
Just really quickly, I want to reiterate Councilor Ryan's comment about restaurant employees. I think that he and I want to work on some alternatives with you in the future, whether it's in Public Works Committee or elsewhere. We're pretty concerned about that. So thank you.
Happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. Colleagues, this item now moves to second reading. Keelan, can we please call item 5?
Document 2026-161, revised sewer and stormwater rates, charges, and fees for FY 2026 through 27.
Colleagues, is there any discussion of this non-emergency item? Vice President Clark, is that a legacy?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, this item moves to second reading. Keelan, can we please call item 6?
Document 2026-162, adopt rates, charges, and fees for water and water-related services for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027.
Colleagues, this is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, this item moves to second reading. Keelan, can we please call item 7?
Document 2026-134, authorize water revenue bonds to finance water system capital improvements for an amount sufficient to produce net proceeds of up to $525 million and to refund outstanding water revenue bonds.
Colleagues, this is the second reading of a non-emergency ordinance. We will be voting on this. Is there discussion on the item? Councilor Pertle-Guinea.
Thank you, Council President. Is CFO Bieri available? Oh, I caught you right in the middle of taking a drink of water. I apologize. It's almost like we have to all be human when we're in this room for half the day or more. CFO Bieri, in an earlier version of these bonds, you and I had a discussion right here about the length of the bond and your comfort or discomfort therein. I believe at that point we were talking about a 40-year bond. I believe what we have before us today are 30-year bonds, and I just would like to understand from your perspective, and the types of things I'm thinking about are our credit rating, the other things we need to bond for, how long this project will last, and when we need to have the bonds paid off to start saving for end-of-life repairs or replacements. At a 30-year bond, how comfortable are you from a fiscal perspective with us moving forward?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor, for the question. For the record, Jonas Berry, Chief Financial Officer. 30-year term is something that we are comfortable with. We've been migrating many of the utility borrowings towards 25 and 30-year maturity dates, and so this is consistent with that strategy.
Okay, and that answer is different from when I asked you about a 40-year bond.
Correct. 40 years would be a different risk profile and something I'm less comfortable with.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, and that gives me a lot more confidence than I had with that earlier version. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Portal-Guinea. Councilor Ryan.
Yes, thank you for being up. Thank you, Council President. Thank you for being up here, Jonas. Now, just to confirm, this increase does not include the TUF bill, the TUF that we passed. So this billing doesn't include that.
I'm sorry, Councilor.
So we passed TUF. That's going on to the water and sewer bills. And these increases that I see on this chart does not include that.
So the water bond ordinance that's under consideration is only secured by water revenues. And so that would not include the TUF or any other revenues outside of water system.
I would like to get something from someone that would then have a third category that says what the estimate would be with TUF added. Am I asking something that I've been in these meetings and we approved TUF. I was told that was coming out of the bills from water.
Are you looking at item 6, Counselor?
Oh, I'm on 5.
We're on 7, which is the bonds.
Oh, we went through 5 and 6 so quickly.
We did.
Okay, I snoozed and I lose. I was reading these and I didn't realize we were through them. Okay, but since I have the floor, I will be asking for that because this is disingenuous that it doesn't include that. Thanks.
And item 5.
And now I will raise my hand, put my hand down, and you can all just laugh at me. Thank you. Bye.
You know, we're all figuring it out today. There's a lot of moving parts. I went ahead and put myself in the queue. I'm just going to go ahead and say I still have major concerns with this project. I am deeply concerned about the long-term affordability of this project. I am deeply concerned about I'm concerned about the cost. I know we don't have an option at this point. But I want to say to the community that this is not us saying tough, you're just going to suck it up and deal with whatever we're dealing with. There will still be conversations about this. We are moving forward towards this water filtration plant because we have to. We will find ways to make this affordable. My staff was looking through some projections of what this alone could cost us, plus some of the other future things that we know are coming. And truly, there are scenarios in the future where water bills are in the hundreds of dollars every month. We need to be really intentional about this. We need to be really strategic about making sure that we are keeping affordability front of mind. And so just wanted to make sure that that was said. Councilor Green.
Thank you, Council President. I'm not going to relitigate some of my earlier arguments about an alternative. I appreciate the Bureau's willingness to engage me, One Water Bureau, on that question. I'm just going to note, following up on what you're saying here, Council President, is that I think one of the most important tasks for this city is to pursue a legislative agenda that takes infrastructure seriously in the state of Oregon and not foist such a large cost that is external to the city. I mean, the costs of this project are driven by factors outside of the control of the city of Portland. And at the state level, I think we have opportunities to think creatively. We have a treasurer who can think creatively. We should be pursuing an agenda that tries to inject capital from the state level into our municipal enterprises to lower those costs. I think that we need to pursue a legislative agenda that pushes for kicker reform. So when we get triggers, that it disperses back to municipalities as grants, as block grants, to allow us to buy down the cost of our very expensive infrastructure. Those are things I think we should think about on a forward-looking basis. I apologize to the city of Portland that this previous government failed to do the necessary oversight of this project that has led us to this position. And so we will not let that continue. We will do oversight, and we will make sure that we are controlling our costs and finding ways to provide new money for this project to buy down its costs. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I really appreciate the comments that you and others have made, and I want to reiterate what Councilor Green has said. This is not just a Portland problem. It's a statewide problem with infrastructure for all cities. So as our representative to the League of Oregon Cities, I'll certainly take that forward. no question. And at the same time, I will just reiterate that we've also made a commitment in the Public Works Committee to talk about rate redesign. This is something I know is dear to Councilor Green, and I'm committed to exploring that. I'm sorry, my other members of the committee, to exploring that and seeing what we can do. But I think it has to be a multi-pronged approach to dealing with increased infrastructure costs statewide, not just Portland. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Councilor Novik, last word.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say to Councilor Green that I'm happy to work with them in kicker reform. At a minimum, we could get the kicker changed so that it's spread out more equally among people, which would make everything more affordable for middle-class people.
Thank you, Councilor Novik. Keelan, can we please call the roll on item 7?
Canal.
Aye.
Portogini.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Coyama Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
No.
Novik.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
No.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos. Smith.
I'm here. I just need a second.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard you.
Councilor Avalos voted aye.
Aye. Thank you. Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
No.
The ordinance is passed with a vote of 9 ayes and 3 nays.
Colleagues, it is 12:10. That is all the rate items we have to do. We are on lunch recess until 1 o'clock.
test.
Welcome back, folks. We are now back in consideration of item 1. And so I am going to recess this meeting of the Portland City Council and reconvene from recess the City of Portland Budget Committee. Welcome back, everybody. Colleagues, there are 2 items that were marked as the highest office priority by councilors in our priority poll that don't go well into another category block. So I'd like to move forward with them now. Those are Novik Murillo 1, related to staffing of the Data Privacy Office, and Canal 1, related to the funding for developments by SEI and Williams and Russell. Councilor Novik, I'm going to start with you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just realized I don't have copies of this to pass out. I apologize. Let me. Earlier this year, Council unanimously approved the creation of a City Data and Privacy Office and directed the City Administrator to create a proposal to staff the office. The office is essential to protect the privacy of Portlanders, particularly in the face of federal overreach. This amendment finalizes the deployment of the City Data and Privacy Office. This is not new program funding. It is budget neutral. We're completing what Council already voted to do after the proposed budget left it half-built. Consistent with the administration's implementation plan, it realigns 3 positions, along with the 2 BPS positions proposed for realignment and the mayor's proposed. A manager for BPS to serve as the citywide data and privacy officer, the chief data officer. 1 FTE systems analyst, senior from BES, funded roughly 85% through overhead, 15% through an interagency agreement with the Bureau, focused on public works-related data and privacy issues. 1 vacant FTE applications analyst 4/generalist from BTS to ensure a proper span of control and meet the city's privacy and security needs and facilitate coordination between BTS and the new office. I would now like to move Novik Maria 1.
Second.
Councilor Novik moves.
Can I second my own?
You can.
Great.
So Councilor Novik moves, Councilor Murillo seconds. Novik Murillo 1. Colleagues, we are now in debate of the amendment. Feel free to jump into the queue. Anyone who wants to discuss this? I think some of us are well fed, yeah. And Councilor Green.
I support it. I think that we should take a vote and pass this.
Okay. Pausing again for a second to see if anyone else wants to join the conversation on the data privacy. Councilor Pertolini, do you want to? Councilor Ryan.
CA Lee, I would like to have you to weigh in a bit on this. I remember this legislation, and I knew it was the right thing to do in terms of data privacy standards, in terms of what the market was asking for. I was skeptical only because, you know, our budget, and it's hard to add another office at this time, another bureau at this time. So you all got involved in building this as legislators, or did you work with the CA Lee? And I just want to know.
We actually worked largely with Tracy Warren.
And I want to be clear that this is not just creating a new bureau with new employees and things like that. It is a realignment of existing workers and things. So it's centralizing the work that's being done. And this is, since we voted on it unanimously to pass the ordinance, this is a technical amendment to make sure that it actually gets implemented now.
Okay. Just wasn't in the committee that had this conversation, so I get to ask questions because I'm always curious if you haven't noticed, because I like to understand how the operations work at the city. And where we pulled them from, who did we got clearance that this was the right places to pull from the right bureaus? And Tracy, could you just give a little bit to those of us that haven't been involved in the details so we understand? Because it is a big endeavor to add this office, and I'm glad that we are.
Welcome up.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council. Tracy Warren, Deputy City Administrator for City Operations. For the record, happy to talk through the City Data and Privacy Office. So a couple of things have happened since we first met on the topic. The mayor included 2 positions in his proposed budget. And then we did a process of market analysis, reaching out to other jurisdictions to understand the type of work that is happening in offices that are similar. And then we developed some really high-level position descriptions. And then we went out and we looked for areas where we could realign the work based on the similarity.
Okay. So all the bureaus where we're snatching people from to build this, they were all part of the process?
So for the manager, yes, I worked with the Deputy City Administrator for Community and Economic Development, Donny Oliveira. The other 2 positions were originally discussed with council, also worked with Donny on those. The other positions were things that we evaluated through the core realignment. And were able to identify that they had similar work. They were already slated to be moved for core realignment. So instead of moving it to that footprint, we determined it fit better with the work that would be in the City Data and Privacy Office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Councilor Pertolini.
Thank you, Council President. I want to follow along with the questions that my colleague, Councilor Ryan, just asked, because if this is the next step of what we did, that makes a lot of sense, and I'm trying to understand if there's anything additional. So, DCA Warren, does this fully cover from existing positions doing this work the entire cost of the work that needs to be done in this new office, or are we pulling in other dollars or leaving holes that we need to know about that are not immediately obvious?
Yeah, so a couple of things I would point out is that we will need to, next fiscal year, move these positions into the overhead model. So these are currently funded, some of them, not all of them. 2 of the positions are funded through their bureau, and they will remain focused on the work that they provide to their bureau while the office is being developed. Once we have the office fully developed, we will move in the next fiscal year to put those positions into the overhead model, which is typical when they are going to be providing citywide services.
So when you say in the next fiscal year, does that mean we'll see a transfer and they will draw down overhead funds in 26-27, or does that mean that as you propose a budget to the mayor and then to us for 27-28, we'll see a shift in funding for these positions and an increase in overhead marginally in order to support that?
That is correct.
Ladder?
Huh?
The ladder?
That is correct. Yes, the second that you talked about. Another thing that I would add is that this does include the foundation level of support that's needed to get that office started. I think that it will be up to city leaders to determine if there's an opportunity to do that work even better after that office is developed. That would come by way of a proposal from the citywide data and privacy officer once they are hired and able to start assessing the needs of that office and the work that's been identified in the resolution and the ordinance.
Okay. And in the plan that we would be voting on in this budget amendment, are we, how do I want to ask this? This is the bare bones, this is the basics. Are we able to do work for all bureaus with this plan, or because we have some positions that are just supporting the bureaus they come from, will we not be able to support the work of all bureaus?
I can't answer that right now. I think that once the city data and privacy officer is hired, they will be able to have a better assessment of the work that they would like to provide citywide. That takes a lot of engagement across the city to fully understand where data sits, what type of governance framework is already in place in different areas, and build a proposal. As we reviewed the resolution and the ordinance, we felt that this staffing was adequate to provide baseline.
Okay. And are the staff who are currently in these positions, were they aware before this amendment that they were potentially going to be changing their role to be doing this different work, or does this come as a surprise?
So my understanding is that the work of the office is very similar to the work that they're already performing, and the staff are moving with the work.
Okay, and is this as up class or down class any positions, or are they straight lateral moves?
There is, I believe, one systems analyst 4 that is vacant in the package that we will be looking to reclass because it doesn't align with the work. That level of classification is typically doing software development, and that's not the work that we're asking this office to do, so we would change that classification.
Okay.
And then recruit for it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Pertolini. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. DCA Warren, can you talk a little bit about what's at risk if we don't do this, or where we're vulnerable?
I don't, so I want to approach the answer to that question a little bit differently, because I do think, and our Chief Information Officer, Elise Rosenberg, is here as well to help answer this question, but we have a good information security program. So I don't believe what we are looking to resolve is information security. What we're looking to resolve is governance over the data that the city has access to across our enterprise, and making sure that it's governed across the city in a way that is consistent, protects folks' information, and provides the support to bureaus so that they know what that standard framework is.
I appreciate that answer. Having gone through some of that at the state level, I really appreciate the gravity of that effort. Can you talk about also, does this have any relationship with where we're going on AI?
Thank you for the question. Elise Rosenberg, I'm the Chief Information Officer, for the record. It does, and so I think I would bucket the work that we're talking about into three areas: security, which will still remain with the Bureau of Technology Services, though in partnership with this office; privacy; and data governance. And maybe the difference between security and privacy, we have legal requirements and we have legal and operational risk around information breaches or about information being inappropriately shared in violation of compliance. Privacy is about policy and governance around what information we want to share within our legal purview. And then governance is about what is the sort of authoritative source of truth, and how can we be better aligning the data that we have within the organization around that source of truth. So which is the database that has the record of city properties, for example, not the 12, but the one. Right. And that's the governance component of that. And so, and I am so sorry, I lost the actual question in that.
Well, that's okay. You're singing my song on that one list.
Oh, AI was your question, I'm sorry. AI was. So the better control we have of our data as a city, the better we can have some assurance around what information is shared through AI. What we have right now is a strong policy. We have a lot of guidance for employees, and we've had our first rollout in a very security controlled, very limited way of Microsoft's Copilot Chat Basic. And what that does right now is allow for interaction with AI only where an employee affirmatively points a data source to that AI for that query only. So it's not scanning our data, it's not mining what we have, it's an employee saying, take this file, do this one thing with it. And if that file is tagged as confidential, it will not be accepted into the program. And so the better we can control our data footprint, the better our future interactions can be with AI, the more risk-informed they can be.
So what does this realignment package mean? I hear what you're saying about the bureaus. What does it mean for the council?
So I think what it, and maybe Councilors Murillo and Novik, you better speak to your policy intent, but as I understand it, it's about providing the citywide governance structure to help folks like in my shop say, how would we implement a data standard as promulgated by this office in compliance, coming back to my shop with those security rules. And so it provides the ability to have that citywide data standard. I'm sorry if I'm speaking for you.
No, I think you said it perfectly. I don't really have much more to add. I think we need people who are experts in this. You and I, we're not going to be, I can barely use my Outlook, we're not going to be experts on all the different tech that the city procures, but we can have people who look at that, but not only look at that through technical expertise, but also the data governance aspect of it is taking a look at like how, why, and when we store data, right? So that's what's the really critical and new part of this. But you said it perfectly, so thank you.
Can I just ask one more question? I want to ask a question of CA Lee. How do we stack up here against other cities that you've been to?
I think we're moving in the right direction. A lot of cities, when you look at cities our size or larger, already have this system in place with proper leadership and oversight of those areas. We're building that as we speak today. So we're on the right path, but we're not where our peer cities are on this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you all for the answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I think it's a process question. So this is complex, and it feels like we're behind other organizations our size, and we're trying to build this. Got it. So this, I'm experiencing what feels like a technical amendment coming from the administration, and then two councilors got behind it, or did you dictate to the administration how this should be built?
We've been working hand in hand with the administration to create this. We worked with the employees that are going to be realigned, and they are thrilled and excited to engage in this work. And we all discussed this as a city council. You voted for this.
Right.
Tracy actually sent out a written report, and all of council received that. So it's gone through a very robust process hand in hand with the administration, and the employees are thrilled and excited to be working on it. And Councilor Novik, sounds like you might have something to add.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say, we've gone back and forth and discussed which individual positions are we going to use, from where. There's been several iterations of that, so it's been a very collaborative process.
Okay, that sounds good. It's just taking me back to the traditional form of government. That's fine, but we're having one of those moments. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Councilor Novik.
That was all I had to say.
Fair enough. Okay. Councilor Perlogeni, is that a legacy hand? Okay, no problem. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, can we please call the roll on Novik Murillo 1?
Moved by Novik, seconded by Murillo. Canal.
Aye.
Pertolgini.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Coyama Lane.
Great work to my D3 colleagues. Aye.
Murillo.
I appreciate that. Aye.
Novik.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye. Thank you, colleagues.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with a vote of 12 ayes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, colleagues. Councilor Canal to Canal 1.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I'm going to move Canal 1. Canal 1 is a amendment to the budget that would use $2.5 million from the BLT Reserve Fund, BLT Reserve Stabilization, to fund Williams and Russell. I don't know.
As an
what
online
happened there.
speaker.
Yeah.
Kristen, you are unmuted.
Try it again, Councilor.
All right, take two. It would move $2.5 million from the Business License Tax Reserve Fund to the Portland Housing Bureau to be distributed, with $1.5 million going to Self-Enhancement Inc. and $1 million going to Williams and Russell. We have had this conversation several times. I think it is worth having a brief reminder of why we wanted to fund this, but I want to, and I'll get to that at the end here, but I want to talk about the fact that this has now been sought from various parts of the Housing Bureau's dollars, including the money that was discovered, including some of the money that was unspent, and eventually settling on trying to transfer it from the Social Housing Fund during the spring technical adjustment ordinance. That did not have the votes to pass. So in looking for another source of funding to ensure that we are meeting our obligations, including our stated commitments to both increasing the available number of housing units within the North-Northeast preference policy, supporting this particular project from SEI, and of course Williams and Russell, which involves home ownership opportunities, and that's what this particular funding would go towards. I was looking around for it. My team and I found this particular source to be the more preferable one, and put together the amendment. So this, again, would put money towards these two projects. I want to take a second and just remind everyone that back in June of 2025, we approved a massive increase to a lawsuit settlement that was to the descendants of those displaced by the planned but never conducted expansion of Legacy Emmanuel Hospital. Legacy's own explanation of where that land would have been and where the area of people who were pushed out includes the area where Williams and Russell is. And in fact, that's part of why it's located there. It's part of why it's called that. So this is definitely related in the sense that we are talking about restoration. We are talking about putting money into, again, the North-Northeast preference policy as well. And I'm happy to go through whatever may have concerns, but I did want to mention that there is a note that will be paired with it in the adopted budget to talk about the sort of mechanisms. But the idea here is transferring the money so that these projects can be made whole, that they're able to, on July 1st, start using it to close the funding gap on the one hand and help ensure that the home ownership opportunities are created there, while we still maintain the other important work that we have all been talking about for, I think, about a year and 3 months now around social housing and retaining that revolving loan fund. So I'll stop here, but I will formally move Canal 1 and ask for a second.
Councillor Canal moves Canal 1. Councillor Coyama Lane seconds. Colleagues, to debate to the amendment. Councillor Novik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been watching CFO Beery for the last minute and a half, seeing if his head was going to explode. But yesterday, we dipped into the BLT reserve fund for the fire engine, which brought it down, as I understand it, to $6.2 million. This would bring that down to $3.7 million, which is a tiny fraction of the BLT. And I think that I'm going to ask CFO Beery to come up and express his concerns. I think one thing he'll talk about is our credit rating. Another thing I think we need to be mindful of is we rely on the BLT money as well as the property tax money simply to fund city operations, and a tiny glitch in collections would now push us into the red, which would mean we'd have to make cuts to city services in the middle of the year. But CFO Beery, please give us your thoughts on further dipping into this reserve fund.
Thank you, Councilor, for the question. For the record, CFO Jonas Beery, my head is not yet fully exploded, although certainly feeling some anxiety. Yes, so as we started discussing yesterday and related to another amendment that used the same resource, we have very little, maybe half or so of the contingency that we had available last year. We know last year we needed that contingency, and in fact, heard pretty direct criticism from members of this body about not having enough contingency. So I just want to flag, we are elevating that risk right now, and we will probably have to come back and resolve that this year. As you said, Councilor, at that 2.5%-ish level, a change in one major taxpayer in their profit pattern that results in receipt of business license tax, a significant change in profit margins within a single industry in this country could result in greater than $2.5 million, $3 million, impact. So I just want to be explicit about that is the sort of risk that this is continuing to elevate for the city. Additionally, as noted before, pretty high risk of credit rating impacts and the millions of dollars of annual impact that would incur to the city citywide.
May I respond to that? Thank you, Council President. I just want to point out that tiny fraction is that's a subjective thing. It's $8.7 million. This would take it to 3.7. There are two other amendments that relate to this that we haven't voted on yet as well. And also, I don't know if you can divide by zero. I certainly can't, but it was zero last year. I want to ask CFO Beery, though, is the contingency that you were talking about that the council pushed back on taking money out of, is that referring to the compensation set aside?
Yes, Councilor, thank you so much for that question. It is not, this reserve was zero last year, and we had compensation set aside at, I don't know, $20-25 million in total contingency. That number is zero. This reserve replenishes a portion of that. So I want to be really explicit that the contingency that we had available last year, we do not have this year, with the very limited exception of this suggested BLT reserve stabilization, which also, I want to be clear, is accompanied by a budget note in the mayor's proposed with a defined strategy to replenish that and build it up to a level that actually supports that credit rating and fiscal responsibility that's a core city value.
Yeah, now as part of the compensation set aside elimination of that fund, we were told in work session that the responsibility, because previously what would happen is if a bureau had a staffer paid $100,000, it went to 110, that bureau would still get only the $100,000 and the $10,000 would be replenished I'm oversimplifying, from the compensation set aside, and that responsibility was kind of collectively borne. Now, we were told in the work session that the responsibility would remain with the Bureau entirely, meaning the entire responsibility for paying all of the salary as increased by the fiscal year would stay there. So we were told that as a way of saying the need for this fund is now significantly less. There's still the overtime possibilities, but that the need for the compensation set aside is significantly less. Fast forward to today, and now we're being told that it is as necessary as it ever was. So my question is, which is it?
Yeah, Counselor, I think there's some misunderstanding about the differences. So based upon feedback from this council last year about frustration with the way comp set aside was managed, we shifted that risk matrix. So instead of having it set aside on a citywide basis, it's now aligned and transparent in the current service level budget costs to be managed within those bureaus. And it is partially true that that shift reduces the size of the citywide contingency. What is missing from that analysis is that the value in having that comp set aside in the old structure is that counted against, for example, the way the rating agencies calculate available contingency. And it did provide flexibility at the end of the day in how that contingency was ultimately determined by council to be used. We've lost that flexibility, and we've lost the ability to include that number in the math that the rating agencies, investors, and use in assessing our credit strength. So I think partially yes, but also quite significantly a little bit different.
Thanks. I think I responded to Councilor Novik, and it's technically his time, so I'll stop here and wait for my...
Okay, thank you, Councilor Novik. Councilor Pertolini.
Thank you, Council President. Jonas, please don't leave. Can you tell us what percent of, and I'm just focused on general fund discretionary dollars here, what percent of our budget we have in available reserves that are not dedicated to specific projects or funds or things like that we have this year compared to last year? And if you happen to have it, maybe give me a couple of years before that.
Yes, Councilor, thank you for that question. I'm just pulling up the data, and what I have is the calculation as performed by the rating agencies, so their assessment of where those available general funds lie, what they count as available.
Take whatever calculation you have as long as it's consistent.
Maybe slightly different than the way you asked the question, but that's the data that we have. In 2023, that amount was over 20%.
Okay.
In 2024, it was around 17.5%.
Okay.
In 2025, it was just about 15%.
Okay.
In 2026, we believe we're going to end the year close to 15%. We don't know that till we have the actuals and audited information, but around 14 to 15% this year.
What do we have currently in the budget? Yeah. So mayor's proposed plus amendments adopted to date.
Yeah, so as I've been trying to keep up, my math is that as of what passed yesterday, we are around 11%. And this amendment would put us obviously below that 11%, approaching 10.
Okay.
And as we mentioned yesterday, the benchmark for the rating agencies is 15.
Okay.
Just one other note, Councilor, related to that question is, as I mentioned, the mayor's proposed included a budget note with a strategy and intention to build that strength up with an intentional plan so we can get back towards that 15% level. That's a really important tool when we have these conversations with rating agencies, to be able to show them that even though we're making some difficult decisions in a moment of fiscal crisis, that we're still thinking ahead and building that stabilization plan. As we're pulling from this reserve in some of these amendments, we are limiting, maybe eliminating our ability to make that case, which is sort of also not helpful for fiscal responsibility.
Colleagues, I fought really hard for these funds just a couple of weeks ago. These are projects that I very much support. These are projects that are led by community to create homeownership opportunities for the community in North and Northeast Portland, and let me just name it, specifically led by the Black community, to try to create opportunities for Black Portlanders who were displaced from my district. I don't ever want to vote against these projects, but colleagues, it is starting to feel like we are drunken sailors who found the reserve stash of rum, except instead of rum, it is a reserve stash of dollars. And if that's not supposed to be funny, if our credit rating drops, then the budget challenges we are facing today will be minuscule compared to what we have to do to be able to afford the bonds that are needed to do the basic projects that our city needs in the future. And so I am really close to a place where I am thinking that I am going to vote against anything that pulls from reserves moving forward for the rest of the day. I'm not sure exactly what we have on the agenda, so I don't want to promise that there are no exceptions to that, but I think that as much as I care deeply about these projects, I can't dip in reserves for anything other than the very basic core functions of our city at this point if we are already approaching 10%. Thank you for that information, Jonas.
Thank you, Councilor Bertolini. Councilor Green.
Thank you. CFO Bury, do the rating agencies look at, if you're looking at the broad set of balances that can be thought of as liquid, their contingencies, their reserves, and the like, whether you call it BLT reserve or not, or stabilization fund or not, do they look at your credit risk as the first money out, or the first money out or the last money out?
Councilor, I can say with pretty confidently they don't look at it in that lens. They look at, as we discussed very briefly yesterday, a complex set of factors, one of which, among the most heavily weighted, is available reserves, particularly in the general fund. They also look very critically, and this has come up in the discussion here just this afternoon, around policy and management strength and willingness to make difficult decisions to maintain fiscal strength. So I want to be really cautious about trying to pigeonhole it into saying there's one thing or one range of things. It is important to say again out loud that the one thing, literally the one thing that both rating agencies in that whole suite of complexity, the one thing they have called out as what could make the rating go down is reduction in reserves. So I don't want that to skip past this body, that in that complexity, they have called out one action.
That's the only action?
That is the action they've called out in the category, and you've been provided the rating reports. I'm happy to remind this body again, the very first thing they list, what could make the rating go down? There are other factors that are out of our control, decline in population, decline in other revenue streams that are out of our control, federal state legislative action. The action that's in our control is protection and maintenance of those reserves.
Appreciate that answer. So in the mayor's proposed budget, the budget was balanced in part by drawing down $44 million of contingency money. And so I just raised that, folks, because we're talking about $2.5 million for these two projects in Northeast Portland as being the threat to our rating agency. But we have yet to talk about $44 million in the mayor's budget being drawn down from that same set of contingencies that could also support a positive credit rating agency. And that's notable for me. I'll also note that if we danced around this a little bit, but I'll say it again. We sold there is a very valuable transaction that happened within fiscal year or calendar year 2025. And I'm not sure, maybe Peter knows the answer to this, but if we have a transaction that's subject to the business license tax that happens in a calendar year, I think we would expect to see those revenues material. You're shaking your head no. Can you say more?
Yeah, Councilor, that's not accurate. So while we do anticipate there will be a large transaction that occurs in calendar 25, that will be tax year 26, in which that becomes a profit on that taxpayer's tax roll. and probably fiscal 27 or 28 before we see those dollars in the door. It's very likely, knowing taxpayer behavior, that that won't be a single one-time action, that it'll be spread out over multiple tax years. I would also add, we have zero insight. Maybe you have more intel than I do. We have zero insight into that taxpayer's whole suite of profit loss. And so we don't have maybe the confidence around that timeline and the final dollar amount, which we've had conversations in here.
Yet we've talked about the confidence around that number being $40 to $50 million to complete the capital stack for the Moda Center. That's what we've talked about. And so that's notable for me, because we are saying, Tina Kotek came here in front of the Moda Center and said, council better quit playing politics and just pass this deal, presumably with that money, in the next couple of months. Okay, so if we've got that money to legislate for that purpose in the next couple of months, why are we shy about $2.5 million for these two projects in the northeast part of the city? And then, colleagues, I'll just note that yesterday I brought forward a package that would have created $3.325 million in money that we could have used for anything, that we could use for this project. We could also use it to top up the BLT reserve. And this body was a little gun shy about, cutting some executive salaries at the top, or not their salaries, but those position authorities. So if we're worried about the broad liquidity position of the city of Portland, we need to take it in a holistic context. I'm kind of frustrated by this sort of one part of the balance sheet conversation that we're having and not the broad holistic piece that is a statement of our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor, sorry, the queue moved on me. Sorry, Councilor Murillo.
Thank you, Council President. I think if we want to talk about drunk sailors finding rum, then we got to talk about how everyone's been using contingency. And I think that Councilor Green outlined that pretty well. But I would also point out, Councilor Purtle-Guinea, that apart from the amendments you filed that took money from your office funds, every single other amendment you filed takes money from contingency funds. So we're doing the same thing. And what I've been told is that these projects are absolutely urgent and critical, so urgent that I can't get the answers to my questions about what it will fund and that I must approve them immediately. And I have been very critical of a process where council has been earmarking funds for projects without proper vetting. I even voted no against the Hacienda one, despite the rumors that have been spread that I'm picking and choosing different communities to fund. That is not true. I really do care about good governance and giving these dollars out in the appropriate way. But what I have been told is that these projects are absolutely critical, absolutely urgent. The community is demanding this. And that if we don't do this with this pot of money that we have here right now, then it's going to be taken away from generations who would benefit from the social housing fund that we created, from the revolving loan fund that we created, from something that council said that we would invest in later on. So there is a lot of hypocrisy here with regards to what we're willing to fund and why. And I can't help but wonder if this is actually not about funding these projects now, or if it's about taking away money from the social housing fund later. Because that's what I've been told is urgent, that we have to do it now. And there is this pot of money. In order to protect the social housing fund and the revolving loan fund, I would approve this amendment, despite not getting the pro forma, not getting information on these projects. But I would do it because I think it's necessary. And again, we're talking about collective impact of the BLT and the general fund contingency, but there is no reason that this project is any less worthy than the projects that we already funded with insufficient information. As a matter of good governance, we need to correct that going forward, and I expect that my colleagues will do that going forward. We shouldn't be in the business of earmarks given without key information on financing and impact, but it would be unjust to draw the line here when there is a viable funding source today. Councilor Smith was right to be frustrated that other projects got funded and this one didn't. There was not consistency across the board for how people voted on this. well, I was consistent, but, so I think we have an option here on the table today, and I will be supporting it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murillo. Councilor Coyama Lane.
Thank you. I would love for us to pass this today and support both SEI and the Williams and Russell project. You all know I taught 4th and 5th grade at Fabian School, and so the last time we were talking about this, I had various Black Portlanders reach out to me who I've taught their kids or they taught with me at Fabian, and they were very hurt. And they said, Mrs. Coyama Lane, we heard that you didn't support SEI, and we want to know why. I had a lot of conversations explaining that I cannot take money away from social housing, but I am happy to find another path. This is that other path. This is that vote. Here's my vote. Rayshawn, thank you for calling me. I promised I would do this. I'm going to do it right now. Here's my support. So if we want to fund this, this is how you get my vote, and we can wrap this up today.
Thank you, Councilor Coyama Lane. Councilor Novik.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to note that as of now, that BLT reserve is 6.2 million. This would drop that to 3.7 million. And then the core realignment proposal, which Councilors Murillo, Green, and I brought forward, would cut another 3.3 million. So that would leave the reserve virtually non-existent. I think that's important to note. And Councilor Green, I think you were suggesting that the mayor's dips into contingency might have already made us drunk, but I fear that every additional dip will bring us closer to alcohol poisoning.
Thank you, Councilor Novik. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I think I'm having deja vu all over again. Can somebody just remind me why we're not using housing funds to pay for housing?
Yeah, I think it's been, I appreciate the question. I think it's been hinted at several times. There's a lot of money in the Housing Bureau that is for bricks and sticks, and then there's money that's for people. And I'm oversimplifying here, but actually, I'm going to ask you a question, CFO Beery, just when I get there. So, hey, I'm so sorry. I genuinely am. You gotta, yeah. But when it's my turn, I'm responding to a question now. But the simple thing is that there's really one type of fund in there that is for both, and that's this revolving loan fund. And the concern that keeps coming up is instead of taking it from other places in the Housing Bureau, there's the NOFAs, there's all these other places, the idea is we have to take it from social housing only, which I'll remind everyone was something that we all approved looking into, the 12-0 resolution back in March 2025. And instead of taking it from there, we're looking and finding other sources. I think it's exactly what Councilor Coyama Lane talked about, and I can speak more to that in a minute.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Clark. Vice President Clark. Councilor Avalos.
Jonas, I guess I'm just curious, was this credit risk raised with the mayor when he created all of these new reserves? I guess I don't understand why the mayor with an unapproved budget gets to make all of these reserves, apparently make our credit at risk, and then we're at fault for making a change. So did you raise these with the mayor, and when and how?
Yeah, Councilor, thank you for that question. It raises a really important point that was mentioned yesterday, which is, yes, as those decisions are being made, my job is to communicate those risks. My belief, based upon a few decades of experience working with this, is that what was proposed in the mayor's budget put us, as I said yesterday, kind of right up towards the edge of what would be comfortable to mitigate those risks by leaving at least that 4%-ish number, the 8.7 in the reserve, and building a scaffolding via the budget note around a strategy to replace that is on the more protective side of protecting that rating. And so that was the communication that was provided, and that's what was reflected in the mayor's proposed.
Sure. I guess it just feels confusing that the mayor is allowed to create new things, put us at risk, regardless of what level of risk you think that is. And then when we're trying to make adjustments or we're trying to make amendments to the budget that, again, reflect the communities that we represent, the priorities that we all have, because we're all electeds too, and we have the budget authority. And yet we are deferring to a mayor who gave us an unapproved budget, and we have to defer to those decisions. I don't understand.
Yeah, no, Councilor, it's a great observation and a great point. I want to be really clear that my job is to state the facts about the risks and trade-offs. And so if council chooses, as was in an amendment, if council chooses to make an amendment that adds to reserves, that's your prerogative. If you choose to take a path that reduces those reserves, that's your prerogative. So the mayor produced his budget. That's a thing. It's a point in the conversation. You're right. Absolutely. It is council's job to make those decisions and balance those risks and priorities. And my job is to illuminate to you what the risks and trade-offs of some of those decisions might be.
All right. Well, it sounds like the mayor also assessed those risks and chose to move forward. So I think we are assessing these risks. We are realizing what's important to the community. I'm interested in moving forward, so I plan to support this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Avalos. Councilor Maria, did you already speak on this one? Okay, so Councilor Canal.
Thank you. So for those who don't know, there is a practice, or the way that the structure works when you file an item, a standalone item here, is that it's not at first visible to all your colleagues, and then as it goes through the various stages of approval, it becomes visible later. After I submitted this amendment, I became aware of another proposal to put money into these two projects as well, and I want to be upfront about that. It once again, however, takes the money from social housing. And so I want to talk about that because it seems as though, from everything I can tell, sometime in the next month that these two projects will be funded. And the only two things that we have yet to figure out is, where does that money come from? There's a question about when as well, but the timing is pretty similar, so it's a couple days either way when these would take effect. So the two questions are, where does that money come from? And is this going to be something that we politicize to death? Is this going to be something that makes a political football out of two really important projects? And more important than the two projects are the people that are involved in them, who are great. The people that could live in these developments when they are done, either as renters or as homeowners. Either way, that is something that is going to happen. But are we going to use these people as a political football? Are we going to do once again what has been done for generations with people in North and Northeast Portland, in particular Black Portlanders? And I would love to get to a place where there's a 12-0 vote. But once again, we have the idea of, here is something that you care about being said by one side of this council. And so here's another thing you care about. The only way you're going to get this thing you care about is if you defund this other thing you care about. And that is the unnecessary politicization. We saw it earlier with the amendments we saw yesterday, right? And there's a very clear pattern of this happening. So I'm going to push back on that, and I'm going to say, I don't need to explain why these programs are so excellent, why these two particular places we want to put money are. I'm actually going to read from what my colleagues wrote about it. And I want to note 5 of my colleagues who wrote collectively are co-sponsoring something that says, and I quote, "Homeownership is a primary driver of household wealth creation, yet access to homeownership in Portland remains inequitable, particularly for Black households and other historically marginalized communities. The Williams and Russell site represents a historically significant location in North and Northeast Portland where past displacement of Black residents has had lasting economic and cultural impacts. Self-Enhancement, Inc. is a trusted community-based organization with a demonstrated track record of serving Portlanders, including Black youth and families, and advancing economic opportunity. Targeted investment in home ownership development in high displacement risk areas is a necessary strategy to prevent further displacement, promote community stability, and support intergenerational wealth building." I'm skipping ahead. "Affordable housing home ownership projects located within the interstate corridor urban renewal area that receive funding administered by the Portland Housing Bureau are subject to the North-Northeast preference policy," which is important as well. That's end quote. And I couldn't say it better than that. And so the question is, are we going to today make a decision that will get the money out the door from this fund, and do it with an overwhelming majority support? Or are we going to again deadlock in a 6-6, inevitably creating a second 6-6 in a couple weeks when there's a standalone document on it, and end up using folks who could be living in a restorative development project as a political football once again. And I'll note that I offered several people on this council the opportunity to co-sponsor this, and I would love, if anyone still wants to, that offer remains. And I'll even take my name off it if that helps. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Councilor Pertogini.
Thank you, Council President. I don't usually jump in to correct the record. I let things that are incorrect stand, but there was a lot there. So I want to be clear. In my first amendments, I introduced one thing that pulled from reserves as a placeholder to make sure we have a conversation about an important asset in my community that did not have a funding source. And I was hopeful that there might be additional funds that we could look to. The only other things I have introduced that pulled from reserves were an attempt to find a compromise. The only attempt to find a compromise that has been introduced since we got up here. Compromise is not, colleagues, I hope somebody just changes their mind and decides to vote with us, which multiple people have described as a compromise up here today alone. The fund that was created in housing was described as for social housing and RFPs for important projects, not just social housing. If that is a change and the intent is now based on some unsaid thing and colleagues doing work outside of this dais, that it is just for social housing, that is news to me. There certainly, as somebody said, could be an actual compromise where we look to something like the NOFA money to fund these projects, but that hasn't been brought forward. Compromise is not do it my way or else. And we need to actually start figuring out where we can come together to do the things that are important, instead of just demanding that people come to your side. Things are politicized because there are not enough people up here willing to bring new ideas forward, hear their colleagues, and try to iterate. And it would be great to see that iteration happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pertogini. Councilor Murillo.
Thank you. I think there's been a lot of discussion about why we're not using housing funds created as a council, and the reality is those are social housing funds and revolving loan funds. That is what they're supposed to be used for. I don't know, it's in the title, it's not that confusing. It's very simple. Social housing revolving loan fund. Social housing revolving loan fund. The debt buy downs will create units that are going to be permanently affordable for generations to come. That's not a question. When we're talking about a city where Black Portlanders can't afford a single one-bedroom apartment on the median income for Black Portlanders, we are talking about a social housing fund that is going to directly benefit the communities that we purport to care about. So aside from not rating a fund for a purpose that is unrelated to the fund, well, the reason we're not just using those housing funds is that every dollar of the social housing and revolving loan fund that doesn't get spent is a unit that isn't purchased to create permanent affordability at the lowest AMI levels. That's what we're looking at. Or is money that we are not going to get back via the revolving loan fund mechanism, meaning that we don't just lose $1, we lose that dollar getting reused again and again and again for generations. We can do the right thing and fund the projects that need to be funded while also protecting the fund that is going to provide payoffs for generations to come. The BLT is also an appropriate pot for this purpose. It is a one-time expense coming out of a one-time fund meant to serve a one-time expense. And it is a fund that will be replenished and substantially increased in the future, doubling in FY27-28 and growing owing to the Blazers sale in 26-27. These funds are going to be replenished. So if we are simply taking away, if we're saying we're not going to use that today to fund these projects that are so urgent that I am not allowed to get details on it or ask questions, then I think that this is just an attack on the social housing fund. If we really want to talk about justice and delivering immediately for these communities, we have a pot of money that we can use. We could relitigate all of the amendments and whether they take money from the BLT, the super fund, the pool amendment of $5 million, but I don't really think that's relevant to the conversation right now. What is relevant is that, again, we've been told this is urgent. We have an opportunity to correct this, considering that people were inconsistent in their votes for what things are funded. And we can do that today, and we can put this conversation to rest. And then the community can also benefit from social housing and the revolving loan fund. That's actually compromise. It's actually compromise to say, we understand that social housing is a top priority for you. And by the way, a top priority for the entire council that voted for it, discussed it in the housing committee, researched it, approved the reports, approved moving ahead with this. And now we have an option for a different fund so that everybody has a chance to win today. And I have been probably the most critical of this process of earmarking different organizations without getting proper information, without getting the pro formas, but I'm willing to put that aside today. That's compromise. I'm willing to put that aside to get this done for these people because I've been told that this is urgent and because I want to protect the social housing fund. So I really would urge my colleagues that this is the quickest way to ensure that justice isn't delayed if that is the priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murillo. Colleagues, the sponsor of this, Councilor Canal, has requested a brief recess to work out a technical detail with this amendment. I'm going to give us a brief 10-minute bathroom break. Please, everybody be back here at 2:10. And we are coming back to order. Councilor Canal.
Yes, so if you'll indulge me, Council President, if I hypothetically were to withdraw this momentarily, would it be okay to allow another amendment to go forward? Would I be able to come in after that?
Absolutely. We can move on to Murillo Green Novik 1 and then come back to Canal 1.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I will do that at this moment. For those who are following along, I am not abandoning this. I'm just withdrawing it to let this go forward while we need a couple more minutes to figure out some things, and I don't want to hold up the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Colleagues, we're going to now move over to our item related to the realignment process. Previously, Pearl Guinea 5 and Dunphy 4 were also in this block, but those are both on hold for right now. So Councilors Murillo, Green, and Novik, I'm turning to you. Whoever wants to kick it off.
I can kick it off for us. Thank you, everybody, for engaging in this process. Looks like we have a few folks still missing. But the core services realignment is really to put a pause on the entire implementation of the core services realignment package. The only changes that should be advanced are the cuts to already vacant positions and the 14 manager or supervisor positions identified in the mayor's proposed budget for cuts. This decision package is a response to a couple of things. Workers and unions who have been left out of the process, who should have been brought in as they can provide greater insight into what breaks when certain positions are eliminated or what critical areas of work are neglected because they can't be reallocated. The importance of keeping frontline workers that keep city services running every single day, the risks of failure to internal systems across city bureaus, concerns that shared even by the executive level, and the unintended consequences of implementing a rush process. And I want to highlight a timeline of events that helps paint a picture of what it looks like to implement a rushed process. On May 12th, staff began receiving official layoff notices via a meeting with HR, managers, and CPPW union representatives. On May 15th, HR verbally told CPPW that layoff dates were being pushed back to July 15th, 2026. On May 18th, HR provided to CPPW a list of people being laid off due to seniority protections and bumping, and the layoff bumping list contained several known errors, including people who were classified incorrectly and people who were being bumped despite upcoming vacant positions within the bureau that could have been filled. CPPW alerted HR to get that corrected. On May 19th, CPPW received written updates that the new layoff date was June 30th, 2026. HR confirmed the qualifications of a staff bump into another position and that they're being determined with information available to them, including years of old resumes and position descriptions, not an accurate assessment of qualifications. This, again, is likely to generate a grievance as a contract violation. CPPW alerted HR that one bureau's management may have been updating vacant position requirements in order to avoid laying off members moving into those positions by creating new, more intensive qualifications for the position. And HR has agreed to communicate with the bureau about how trying to subvert seniority protections is a violation of the contract. The outcome at this point is unclear, but is likely to generate a grievance as well. Without an accurate bumping list, HR began having layoff meetings with members affected by seniority and bumping. And after concerns from managers and CPPW were raised, HR postponed, canceled those bumping and layoff meetings with additional staff until an unknown future time. So it's very clear from what we have heard from these employees that they were not consulted to the extent that they needed to be. Many people were left out of this process, and it's very unclear what the actual impacts of this realignment is going to be. And that is why this amendment is going to buy us time to actually look at those impacts so that we can save core services, not just for our employees, but also for the people who are receiving the services who live in the city of Portland. So this is going to be funded by $3.2 million in the business license tax operating reserve for 18 FTE in the general fund and 1 FTE in technology services. The remaining 27 FTE totaling 4.8 million will be packed by the contingencies of the funds that the respective FTE work from. And that is our summary.
Okay, and Councilor Murillo, are you moving this amendment?
Yes, I'm moving the amendment to be discussed.
And is there a second? Second. Councilor Murillo moves Murillo Green Novik 1 and Councilor Green seconds. Colleagues, we are now in debate of the amendment. Councilor Novik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg your indulgence. I'm going to talk for a bit about the painful process I have gone through dealing with this issue over the last week, and I will warn you that it doesn't make me look good. So I have been concerned about what I've been hearing about core realignment, including from the administration, for a number of months, but I kind of felt like, well, it's not council's job to micromanage the executive, so I don't know what we can do about it. At some point in the last couple of weeks, I've been hearing about specific positions that people had grave concerns about. And a couple of them were positions that actually, I was told, raise money. And one of them, I realized that I personally know the direct manager of that person. And I called her and she said, yeah, I don't know how the hell I get along without this person. And I don't know who would have thought that I could. So that worried me. And I looked at what was then the Murillo Green proposal, and I was like, you know what, in terms of, this worries me too, but in terms of the balance of worries, I'll sign on to it. I should not have done that without talking to the folks in the administration who would have to implement it, without sort of going through, I should not have done that. However, and since then, a few things have happened. One is, we've dug yesterday, as we were just discussing, we've dug further into the BLT reserve with an extra 2.5 million, which raises the concerns we've just been talking about impact in city operations and on our credit rating if there's a slight negative change in our BLT revenues. Also, I did what I should have done initially and had a lengthy conversation with Tracy Warren and another one with Jonas about what the impact of this would be, and they raised concerns which I hope that they and the mayor actually will bring up now. So I was, as before, I was worried about the implementation, then I was worried about the implementation of the core realignment, now I'm worried about the implementation of this. Because most of the specific positions I'd heard specific concerns about were in PBOT, I actually asked Tracy if she could help me find out if we did a pause just for PBOT, would that be workable? And she and Jonas came back and said, actually, if you're going to pick a bureau that could handle that most readily, it would be PBOT. So frankly, if I were going to make a final decision today, that is probably what I propose, pause just for PBOT. We do not have to make a final decision today, though. We have until the adopted to make any decision about whether any legislation is necessary. And I've checked, nothing we're likely to do would affect the 10% rule, so we can wait until the adopted. What I would like to do between now and the adopted is, for one thing, I'd like to have a conversation, and I told the mayor this an hour ago, set aside a day where the mayor, the city administrator, maybe a couple of us, Tracy, Ron Zito, sit down with the unions and talk through the issues, not just with core realignment, but the issues that Councilor Murillo just raised about how it's being implemented and how the concerns about how the layoff process is working that would exist whether it was a part of a core realignment process or not. I really appreciate the idea that, one thing I want to say about the specifics of Murillo Green Novik is that it is really perspective and detailed, and arguably ultimately puts councilors in a position of making one-by-one decisions as to who gets laid off, which I don't know that we need to do. I don't know that we want to do. So that is what I'm hoping. I've actually suggested as a date for sort of a summit of labor folks, the mayor, the city administrator, Tracy, Ron, a couple of us, if we can fit, is next Friday, which I believe is May 29th. I know that Councilor Pertle-Guinea has a suggested budget note in the works. I'm interested in looking at that. I don't think that we should rush to approve that or anything today. Again, I realize that I'm horribly disappointing some of our union colleagues by talking about putting a pause on the pause, but that is where I've wound up at the moment.
Thank you, Councilor Novik. Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to find out if this amendment includes any PS3s in the realignment. Does it approve any restoration of any of the PS3s at all? Okay.
No. The answer is no.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Green.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilor Murillo, for leading on this. I'm glad that my office could support. Yesterday we talked about how it could potentially be so catastrophic to the city of Portland to engage in a cut exercise for the top management in the city of Portland, and how, in fact, that might be dehumanizing. I think you used that language, Mr. Mayor. It's dehumanizing. But I'll tell you what feels dehumanizing. Rushing a core realignment process where the rank and file are just simply told by some outside contractor that your job doesn't matter, that we can do without yours, that we don't have enough time to engage the workers because you're not as necessary to this process as these professionals that we've hired out, that we've contracted out. That's pretty dehumanizing. And so, again, I think in an organization where we have billions of dollars of contingency reserves spread across the organization, and we know we're going to get, we have forecasted expectation that we're going to be able to replenish this fund in a meaningful amount of time. It's prudent to be able to pause here and say, can we do it right? That's the other side of this conversation. You can't on one side of it say it's reckless and irresponsible to identify a 20% budget cut for top management and then use your very highly paid DCAs to help you figure that out as a priority. And then on the other side say it's okay to continue to just go forward with this while we know we've got layoff slips out. It's disruptive to their families. They're gonna lose health care on July 30th. Those are the stakes. And so I challenge my labor counselors up here to think about that and remember what your values are when we think about what is our priority in this situation. I'm gonna share with you a chart right here. So this is from SAP. This is our internal financial database. And I showed a version of this yesterday, and it shows the difference between the supervisory personnel versus the non-supervisory personnel over the last several years, and the impact of the core realignment. If we were to implement Murillo Green Novik 1 today, that little red line there up at the end would be the impact on that ratio of non-supervisory supervisory. So you might hear today that if we were to adopt this amendment, it'd be catastrophic because workers wouldn't know who their bosses were. I still see a lot at the top for opportunities for supervisory. So I'll just leave it there, colleagues. And I'm sorry if I'm being hyperbolic and passionate about this, but I see people in the back of the room weeping because they don't know what's going to happen to the healthcare coverage for their families on July 30th. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Canal.
Thank you. First thing first, if I don't know if this is affecting anyone's thoughts on this one, whether or not you want to save money in the fund for the one we just tabled, but don't worry about it. I'll get to that in a minute. But I did want to talk about, specific to this amendment, we have done a lot of things in this budget already, but what we haven't yet done is stood up for our workers in a really meaningful, broad way. We have had two opportunities so far to correct the relative slope of our organizational chart, which has become less of a pyramid and more of a pillar. We haven't taken that. But we've also not addressed the idea that we have set a target without necessarily doing all of the preparatory work to get there. I have talked to colleagues in a slightly different amendment context about how important it is, I think, that the city administrator gets a change management person because of the way that we've had to go about this. I think that's a really important thing, and I will be supporting that particular position when we get to those conversations because of how difficult it is to be realigned. And I mentioned that I've experienced it not as someone who's been realigned, but as someone who got hired newly into a service area core that people were getting realigned into. I want to just make a rhetorical point here, which is that it is, and I appreciate the people I'm going to name here very much for the work they do, but it is very easy for us to get input and advice from people like DCA Warren and CFO Beery. And they give good advice and they're credible. But it's very easy to get it from them because they're here in this building. And one of the challenges with managing a large organization is you get to see some people more than others. I don't know the name of a single person in PBOT, except from the people that I toured with who actually fills in potholes. I did a couple tours, I met some people there, but I don't see them all the time. They're not here in the Portland building or in City Hall. And one of the challenges that we face is that by necessity gives us more information from the folks who are here and also from management. And as a manager, I was a manager one at the city, I understand what limiting factors that has on your informational base. So I just want to start by laying that out there. I think it's really important that we get these things right. I've very strongly appreciated what Councilor Ryan has talked about on some of these issues in the past, where there are times where it is better to work together as a service area and not have everybody in the bureaus. There are times where sometimes it's better to have your direct report be in another place and be embedded in a bureau. I think about equity all the time, that it is definitely helpful to have a line dotted or straight to the Office of Equity and Human Rights and not have all the equity people just be out kind of on 27 unique islands. That's different, and that can be done by itself. It does not require a 20% target. Over 2 years, it does not require layoffs. And so that's the distinction that we're talking about here. I really appreciate the colleagues who have been working on this. I think it's a necessity. We had other opportunities to take the right stance for our workers, our rank and file workers, our union workers, our workers that do not work in City Hall or the Portland building, although some of them do work in the Portland building, and you're great too. I appreciate you all as well. But I think that's just a really important point to think about here. We don't have a lot of other opportunities coming up to do that. And so I just want to thank all three of the counselors who worked on this and say it's time that we make our commitments that we've made in countless votes on approving union contracts, where we say Portland is a pro-union city and this is a pro-union council, and to actually live up to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Councilor Pertolini.
Thank you, Council President. Councilor Canal, I appreciate what you just said, because I have often said that the reason that we see that dividing line where management grows and frontline workers doesn't is because it's easier for people to say yes to a layoff for somebody whose name they don't know. And so I appreciate you recognizing and acknowledging here that dynamic in the conversations that we're having. You know, I could say ditto, ditto, ditto to almost everything Councilor Novik said, as many people up here often do. We have had some real, what I think are grave concerns raised to us about some of the positions captured within realignment, positions that are labeled, for example, as IT because they use GIS tools, but they don't manage that tool like somebody who should be in a core service area. They apply it to work being done. And we need to catch those. One of the inefficiencies of the way our processes work here is that many people start to do similar work when we hear those things and we don't all know that others are working on it. And to that end, because I knew it might be referenced here, Councilor Novik referenced a budget note that my team has been working on that I am not planning on moving today because we are holding budget notes until later, and because I think that it or this amendment or any other work best comes after the summit that Councilor Novik described. But I wanted to make sure folks had it so that it wasn't a thing hanging out there that no one had seen if it was referenced, and we sent it to the clerk too so that it can be posted and available to the public. I will say it is a little bit drafty because we were working on it for the budget note deadline, not for today. We need to get realignment right, because if we do realignment right, although it may be painful because there may be places where there are layoffs, it will be because it is the right model moving forward to provide services to Portlanders. And if we do it wrong, it will be disastrous for our employees and for the people who we serve. So Councilor Novik, I want to thank you for having some conversations and getting agreement to have that. I think summit was the word that you used. Counselors.
So far, I don't know if I've gotten agreement for anybody. I've just floated the idea.
Okay. Oh, well, I thought it sounded like you had gotten agreement that we were going to pull this together. Counselors Green and Murillo, I want to thank you and Counselor Novik for working on something here. I think we need to continue this work over the next couple of weeks, bring our labor partners in. I think there should be a few counselors in that room, and actually have the conversation with our top managers and our labor partners about how we move this forward so that we can get the most efficient services for Portlanders as possible in a way that actually provides good services, and figure out what needs to be in this budget before we pass it in June. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Pertolgini. I'm checking my queue very quickly. I'm going to go ahead and extend a courtesy to Mayor Wilson.
Council President, thank you. Council colleagues, thank you. And I want to thank the sentiment from Murillo, Green, and Novik. I share your same focus. Anytime we have departures of staff, it's a failure. It's a failure in our community. It's a failure in our city to manage it appropriately. We're at this point right now. We have hard work to do. We were greeted with a $130 million deficit last year, and it grew to $160 million this year. CFO Beery put together a 5-year stabilization program. We're in year 1, it's crisis response, and these are very difficult decisions that are not going to get any easier on any of us. But we need to develop the muscle memory in which to run the city well, effectively, and with fiscal responsibility, which is the mandate from our residents. This process didn't happen overnight. It happened before my tenure started. And we've spent 16 months now going through this core realignment in a very effective, meaningful, inclusive manner. My concern with this amendment is that it's pitting coworker against coworker. Managers are as important as any staff member, whether represented or not. It's the alarm that I have. We need to continue to focus on one city, because the only way we change the culture to address these crises is together. When we unfairly pit each other against, all of us are losers. No one wins in that regard. And then the point is we've talked about contingency funds for the last 2 days. We set up these reserve accounts for a reason, so we cannot have to pick from them, so we can get back to a growing revenue-focused city instead of one that is, from a self-inflicted standpoint, continuing to devolve downward. This is the year in which we make that pivot and we start talking about our resurgence and our recovery. And we're doing it together. While I know today is extremely painful, we have to continue the hard and important work. This amendment only allows us 45 days to make the changes in something that has been going on for over 16 months. This started well before any of us arrived here. We need to have the diligence and the trust in our teams to move forward. And Councilor Novik, I understand we want our union partners at the table. I can't agree more. And the point I noted an hour ago, fine, I'm happy to be a part of any summit, but it also has to include the management staff of our city. Again, it's one city. We have to do this together, or else it'll just tear us apart at the seams. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Novik.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Mayor, I just want you to realize that a lot of our employees do not think that this has been an inclusive process. It's taken 16 months, but I think that we know that there have been some significant mistakes made in the process. The supervisor I talked to said, nobody asked me how I can get along without this position. She's somebody I have a lot of respect for, and she's a straight shooter. And I don't know how many other instances like that there are. So I hear what you say about, what I actually would like to hear DCA Warren talk about concerns about the elements of the Rio Green Novik proposal, specifically the 45-day turnaround. I do think that it's really prescriptive, and I'm willing to hear concerns that it's unworkable as written. But see, things have gone on for 16 months, but we are not in a good place right now. And I think we do need to do some work over the next couple of weeks to see if somehow we can get into a somewhat better place in terms of both whether we're undermining city services by cutting the wrong people, or dehumanizing city employees by just sort of treating them poorly in the context of the layoff process. And as far as bringing city managers in, of course. I mean, over the past couple of days, have been having some conversations with DCA Warren and some conversations with Carrie Coe with CPBW. And Tracy said, hey, put Carrie in touch with me directly. I want to do that. So I'm not saying we exclude the managers. They're an important part of the conversation. DCA Warren, would you share some of the concerns that you brought to me about Rio Green Novik has written?
Absolutely. For the record, Tracy Warren, Deputy City Administrator for City Operations. I want to start by clearing up information related to the number of positions and specifically people that will be impacted through reductions of both citywide decisions as well as core service realignment. So in total, we have 116 employees that are impacted by the proposed budget. 94 are represented, 22 are non-rep, 17 are managers. Of that, 46 are part of core service realignment. Within those numbers, 32 are represented, 11 are managers, and 3 are non-rep. Today, as early as this morning, Council had restored some of the cuts citywide, and last count, we had restored about 11 out of those total 116 positions, or people. So I wanted to start there to just really put some context around the magnitude and scope of decisions that we're making related to the people. I care deeply about the people of this organization. The hardest time I've ever had in my career as an HR professional is laying people off. I never want to do that to people. I know how much they care about the work of the city and how much they rely on the money that we pay them. So I do not take these decisions lightly at all. And, the colleagues who are sitting next to me, as well as in the room, spent a great deal of time deliberating over where could we take potential cuts without breaking things, causing additional risk to the organization, risk including legal risk, additional costs associated with cuts. So we spent a lot of time doing that, and we gave you all different levels of proposal to reflect worst case scenario and how we might be able to mitigate. I will say that had council came back to us and said, we actually don't want to cut at that level, we could have came back to you with more ideas. Because we do appreciate all the work that people are providing for the city of Portland, and specifically to the core services. I want to turn it over to a couple of our directors, Elise, our Chief Information Officer, and Ron, our HR Director, because I think they have some really specific examples of the type of things that may go wrong based on the way the amendment is written out today. Elise?
Thank you. Elise Rosenberg, Director of the Bureau of Technology Services. Appreciate the opportunity. I think that the couple of examples of concerns I might cite are in what I understand is the intention to pause and retain the represented folks in the bureaus where they currently reside, but not pause the alignment or cut of the management staff. And we have a couple of examples where that could lead bureaus to have an untenable span of control with those folks that remain without the management staff. So for example, in the Bureau of Technology Services, part of our realignment intention was to combine some teams that both do desk side support. So the folks that come and do an awesome job when you need help that requires hands-on machines. We have folks on one team that do that for police, and we have folks on another team that do that for the rest of the city. So part of our plan was to combine those and combine the management. If we remove a manager but don't do the combining, then we have 11 folks without a manager who would have to be absorbed in a group that already has 37 folks reporting to the other 3 supervisors there. And in another example where we have bureaus who either through the hiring freeze or in anticipation of realignment have been pausing on making decisions about filling supervisory or management staff by leaving staff in bureaus as opposed to in a service area, we might have folks that end up with 20 or 30 direct reports because they've deliberately chosen to await realignment, or they've chosen not to request exceptions to the hiring freeze.
Thanks, Elise. Good afternoon, councilors. For the record, Ron Zito, HR Director for the city. I do want to emphasize a point that DCA Warren made a moment ago, which is the fact that every single one of these impacts, the 46 under the core services realignment, is an individual that we care deeply about and do not want to see impacted. That includes whether they're represented or non-represented. Particularly as it relates to this proposal and this amendment, there are impacts of leaving staff without a direct manager. I don't want to be redundant to what Elise just shared, but I'll share just a couple quick examples. One in BES, which is, and both of these examples include managers who are excellent at their jobs and critical to the delivery of these services. So one in BES has a team of 13 staff who perform and oversee HR duties as well as fleet, financial, and planning duties. They report, and this individual reports directly to the director of BES with a span of 21 reports. Their departure and the reassignment of staff outside of BHR would increase that director's span to 34 direct reports and 1,200 total indirects, an untenable span of control. Another example would be in Portland Parks. Again, another really critical individual who, coordinator 3, that currently supervises 5 direct reports. If there was a cut there and staff would be reassigned to that next level manager, that next level manager is also being cut. And that would leave 18 employees without a direct manager, all of those moving up to the deputy director of parks, and they would balloon to over 20 direct reports. And again, that's just the direct reports. That's not even to speak to the operational impacts that would leave folks without oversight. I won't go into those, but that's maybe just where I'll leave it.
Thank you both, Ron and Elise. I asked Ron and Elise to share these examples because I think it's important for you all to understand the magnitude of the work and decisions that went into combining teams and working towards a service area model for embedded teams. We did that, and we had the emphasis on creating a span of control across those areas that was more reflective of the feedback that I've heard through this council. What that means is that it's going to take us time to undo the work, just like it took us time to get to this point. If you undo part of that work and leave the rest of it, we will spend a good amount of time figuring out how to make sure employees are supported and can do their jobs before we will ever be able to get to the level of detail that you are asking us to do in the amendment. We can't just drop everything and walk away. It wouldn't be helpful to employees or to the org.
Mr. President, I want to ask the mayor and CA Lee if they have the capacity in the next couple of weeks to attend a kind of summit of the type I was talking about.
I believe we can in the next couple of weeks. I know there'll be some people out of office towards the 29th, but if we can make it happen before then, we could probably build in the capacity for that.
Okay. And also, I think I see Carrie Coe with CPPW in the audience. I'd like to ask, with your permission, Mr. President, if she could give sort of her perspective on core realignment and how the process of preparing for layoffs has gone.
Happy to, but just noting we are at 11 minutes for this section, so.
Council President, I was in the queue to ask that same question, so I would cede that time.
Great, thanks.
Hello, Carrie Coe, President of City of Portland Professional Workers Union. If I had known I would be speaking, I would have taken out my Invisalign, but here we are. So thank you for inviting me up. So your question to me, Councilor Novik, is our perspective on how this is going? Yes. So for the past year, CPPW and our other labor allies, and even some of the supervisors that you all are speaking to, have been speaking out about how core realignment is affecting your staff and how we have not been included in the process, how people have not been asked to explain what their jobs are, what they do, how people are caught up in this who are not associated with those areas of work, how you are taking HR people who work in the bureaus right now, moving them into the HR bureau and taking them out of the union, right? You are union busting those positions. And how we think that this needs a clear plan, clear priorities, and a clear way forward that it does not have right now, to our understanding. And so we put a year. I mean, I think that folks are right. This is not something that's happening overnight. This has been a year or more, a year and a half even maybe, of planning, and this is still where we're at. And I think that's important to note, that this is had a lot of time to figure out the plan, and we are still not there yet. And so rushing it in the last moment of the budget process, which is what it feels like to the staff who are being impacted by this, by laying them off on June 30th without extending healthcare to July 1st, which from our experiences would be at least the minimum to do. That feels like you are not taking seriously the work that they do, and you are taking a risk in losing that work that will negatively impact the city. This is not just your training analysts who are providing safety training across the city. This is not just your GIS folks at PBOT who are providing critical work. This is not just your HR professionals who are doing a huge variety of work around the city. This includes folks who are doing tree training with community groups who have been scooped up into the HR realignment. Why is that? Is HR going to start training community groups to plant trees? I don't think so. These are the kind of questions that we have, and these are the kind of problems that you're going to deal with as this moves forward. So we can take the time to do this right or deal with the risks of doing it wrong, negatively impacting both your staff and the communities that rely on the services that we provide. That is our take on the matter.
Thank you, Carrie.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Novik. Thank you, Carrie. Councilor Murillo.
Thank you.
Oh. Actually, Maria, you go ahead.
Okay, thanks,
Sorry,
Councilor
Councilor
Coyama Lane. This is an incredibly frustrating discussion for a lot of reasons. I think we all sat here in the same room yesterday when we saw council colleagues go to the mat for management positions and leave frontline workers today to be left up on the altar of sacrifice. The mayor says it's important because we're all colleagues and we are all the same and we all have important roles. And I think that that's true in spirit, but not in practice, because that's not actually what we're seeing playing out here. And that's not what we're seeing playing out in the cuts. Because yesterday we saw in the mayor's proposed budget and what my council colleagues are doing, that people are only fighting for managers and not for frontline workers. And when we have a high amount of managers, but not enough workers to actually implement the work of the city, then what we are doing is also hurting those frontline employees because their workload isn't necessarily changing or being offset. They are still having to deliver all the same core services, but now they're working 3 jobs, but they have 1 manager to occasionally give them feedback. It's absolutely mind-boggling to me, honestly, to hear for the first time this idea of a summit. It's a half-baked idea that the mayor hasn't even committed to. And you know what it sounds a lot like? It sounds like a pause. It sounds like a realignment pause. I have no idea what we're hoping to accomplish in this summit in a process that has taken months to work on, when we are proposing an amendment today that our cut on the span of control is an average of 1 to 3. So for every supervisor or manager that is cut, that would be an increase of 3 full-time employees for a year for us to figure out this process. And Mayor, I'm not sure where you got your 45-day number. I would love to hear what your justification is for that, because this is a pause to give us more time to figure this out for a year. This is just astounding, honestly. Also, I think we filed our amendments ahead of schedule on Thursday. They were due Friday. We're talking to people. People are bringing in last-minute ideas of a summit. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. What are we doing here, people? We have an opportunity to support frontline workers today, not later on down the line. And I like that this council, every single time we have an opportunity today during the budget cycle to actually do an amendment to fix things, we keep saying, well, don't worry, we can do it months later. No, we can't. The employees that are gonna be laid off right now are gonna be gone. And it is also extremely disturbing to me that in the meetings we've been having with the executive behind the scenes, they're openly telling us that they might have to rehire some of these experts later on. Do we actually think that these city employees are going to just be waiting for us to call them back? No, they're gonna go get other jobs. They're gonna take their expertise elsewhere. And I think the CPPW employees, that average span that they've been at the city is about 10 years. You think you're just gonna acquire 10 years of institutional knowledge again with new people that you bring in when you have to rehire their expertise? We are losing the fabric of our city in these people that are holding it all together. And I know we have tough decisions to make. I just wish that they were being made more thoughtfully. I wish that we didn't have city employees coming to our offices telling us secret feedback because they felt like they couldn't talk to us. I wish that they had been engaged before all of this. And so I am asking you colleagues who claim to be labor champions to pass the realignment package today so that we can pause this process and do it the way that it should have been done. And I want to point out as well that back in the fall, I asked about all of this. I asked if continuing the realignments was a good idea, and we were told yes, it was. I asked if management or anybody else had concerns about the level of cuts that were needed to be done because they might not be able to achieve it. And they said yes, that they could do it. And now we are here today. So this isn't a budget note. This isn't a suggestion. This isn't a summit for which we don't even have an agenda for yet. This is an actual material change that we can do today. So can we please be serious today and just actually get this done? I am just genuinely appalled. I don't want to hear about a summit that no one has discussed as we are amending the budget. That is insulting to city employees, frankly.
Thank you, Councilor Murillo. Councilor Coyama Lane, and apologies for skipping you.
No worries. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, President Coe, for coming up, not knowing that was going to happen. Also, thank you to the directors that came up and the DCA for sharing. To me, this pause just makes so much sense. I am a little surprised right now. This is a pro-labor amendment that really says we need to slow down. I'm actually not sure if my colleagues all realize that this council is known around the world as a pro-labor city council. I have an article pulled up right now that Lori Wimmer and I were so excited that came out on November 20th that says how the labor movement built a coalition to transform politics in Portland. People are watching us. Now is a time to think about what it means to you to think of yourself as pro-labor, to think of our council as pro-labor. Because I have heard from some of my colleagues up here who have said they don't want to pause merit pay for managers or COLA for managers making over 150 or 200K because they think it would be bad for morale. Guess what? The morale is really bad for our rank and file union members right now. This needs to be an amendment, not a budget note. Councilor Maria, I was trying to remember Mario 7, the budget note from last year, or was it 7, the one around communications? 9? 11. Oh my gosh, we've been summiting for a year on how we communicate between the, yeah. Let's not, please, let's have it be an amendment. Maybe we tweak this amendment a bit. Maybe we say that we check back in the next quarter. If we risk cutting too many managers, how can we work within this to adjust that so we have some flexibility to prevent untenable spans of control? And I want to share, right after I won, I had someone come up to me who's a union member, and they said they are so glad that I am on this council because I am not just a friend of labor, I am labor. And because it's really nice to have friends, but the thing is some friends are fake friends. I'm the only rank and file union member on this body. I take it really seriously that I have the responsibility to speak up. And I'm leaned on very much by this body. Anytime there's a union contract where there's a struggle to get it across the line, we pull some counselors together, I'm always pulled into that room to help wrap up that contract. So if you trust me then, please listen to me that I'm saying we should listen to our city workers and we should slow down because our city workers are watching and workers all across Portland are watching because our struggle is intertwined and union members know that and they're really watching to see who are friends of labor right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coyama Lane. Councilor Canal.
Thank you. First off, ditto to everything that Councilor Coyama Lane just said, with one little caveat that our council president is a rank and file member of Musicians Local 99, I believe.
I am indeed.
But other than that, I agree completely. I want to speak to one specific thing, which is there's managers and there's managers. And I don't mean that as a good or bad thing. I'm saying management often has multiple layers. You ask a manager one what their team needs, they might give you a different answer than the director of a bureau. And they might speak to that a little bit differently because a manager one generally knows what the analysts and the coordinators and everything else are doing. Upper level management prevented me from filling a position that was a coordinator position for 3 years. That not only was there funding available for an EMS, but also we had legal advice saying we should fill. And that legal advice was provided in public. I'm not waiving anything here by saying that. And we had to contract out some of that work as a result. And that is not because of any big picture policy or anything like that. It's because there is actually a difference when you talk to the people who, again, see what is being done directly versus see the person who sees the person who sees the person who sees what's being done directly. And this is why I'll go back to what we talked about during the auditor work session, which is we really, really need a way for employees to anonymously give feedback that goes directly to the elected officials of the city. Because I can put out a map of the coffee shops that I've met city employees at who did not want to meet with me at a city building. And it is a little more in D4 than I'd like. I'd prefer to meet in D2 coffee shops. Shout out to all the, whatever. Two Stroke Coffee shouted me out yesterday, so I want to give them a shout out back. Go there if you're in St. John's. But there is a lot of this happening. And these are not just the folks who are caught up in the core realignment conversation, although some of them are. It's, I think, a question of just how are we making the decisions we're making here today. So I wanted to make sure I mention that In terms of the idea, I really appreciate the reference to one of the budget notes. I'll also note that there was another budget note last year, which I believe was 08. Canal 08 last year, where we started looking at the management positions and said, what can we do there? That's a little outside the scope here, but it, I think, highlights the fact that it just isn't happening. Whenever we do it through a note, it just doesn't happen. The only way is to make the statement through and this is the same thing with resolutions and ordinances. It's here now, notes and amendments. It's do the thing that creates a process that starts to think. We've been talking about it for a long time. I'm talking about it long enough. I'm personally ready for a vote here, so I won't go back in the queue, but I think it's time we put up or shut up.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Colleagues, I will note it is 3 o'clock. We've been on this item for just about an hour, and we have 5 more colleagues in the queue before we can get to a vote. Councilor Zimmerman.
Thanks. I think that the team that was here probably needs to come back to the table. So I just want to make sure that we've got some clear numbers understood here. There's 2 lines of effort that as I can view them, that are hitting us with respect to employees and their layoffs. One line of effort is a budget reduction, and one line of effort is a realignment. The numbers that Tracy, you said was 116 total, but 46 of those are part of the realignment. Am I hearing that correctly? There are some 70 or so that were purely in the budget world of reduction. They're not realignment reductions.
That's correct. And what I was speaking to are people impacts versus position impacts. If we were to talk about position impacts, that's different.
Okay.
That's a greater number.
People meaning like a real person in a real job right
That's
now.
correct.
It's not a
People
vacancy.
who are leaving the door.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful. With about 7,400 employees overall,
That's correct.
which quick math puts it at 0.6% are in the realignment category. I bring this up because, Mayor, I wish that in your answer you had answered maybe a little bit more specifically, right? I very much consider these 2 different lines of effort. There's realignment, which was charter-driven, new form of government-driven, an expiring of the relic of the Bureau as the kingdom and moving into a whole city. But then there's our budget constraint. In your explanation, you kind of combine those into one, and I think that has muddied the water in so many of the coffee shops that folks are meeting in and so many of the conversations. So I'm pulling those apart because I think those are distinctly different. And in that, you know, my focus this year has been moving into a very bad budget season was with respect to the budget numbers, very much doing wherever I can to protect what I consider the front line. So for me, the front line is not the first person sitting in an office somewhere coordinating. For me, that's the people who mow the grass, that's the people who clean the bathrooms, that's the people who respond to a 911 call. When I talked about frontline, right, that is really what I'm talking about. There's other stuff that falls more in the category of, I'll put it in support services, that is more difficult from this chair to articulate what it means, and that's really the realignment side of it. And that part, I want to just get a sense of some process here, right? I'm a commander of a 634-person organization. Change is not something I'm not used to. I've gone through a lot of changes where a big part of our organization said that the little part had to change, and we felt like there was something misaligned there. That part's normal. What I've found somewhat strange is that throughout the budget work sessions, we've had bureau directors or deputy directors come up and not have command of the information, meaning that they didn't know why a certain employee was or wasn't on or off the block, so to speak. I think that has also muddied the water. So, but that does happen in large groups. So my question is that at a level maybe to the point that Councilor Novik is referencing, if I was a mid-level manager and I found out that a significant portion of my business was being changed in this, was there the ability for me to say, hold on, I have one employee who does that job that keeps this entire system alive. I'd like to make the case for that not to be part of the reduction package or the realignment. Was that a possibility for mid to upper bureau folks to do, or was it entirely at the city ops level? I'm just trying to get a sense of the process there.
Absolutely.
I'm used to being the person to say, that's actually not their job, this is their job, let me just clarify it, and you change the narrative. I just want to get a sense of the process.
Absolutely. For the record, Tracy Warren, Deputy City Administrator for City Operations. So yes, the process that we went through, because frankly, we were not provided any resources to do this work, so we didn't add to our teams to make this happen, which meant myself and the directors were doing this in addition to everything else. So what we did is we assigned people to be what we were calling shared service managers to represent the core bureau. And then we asked each of the DCAs to identify someone for their service area as a business operations lead who would work on behalf of their service area. The goal of those business operations leads was to work within their service area to help us identify what folks were doing, where there might be risk, and in many cases, not all, but in many cases, business operations leads worked with the shared service manager to go, I think we have this one wrong, but I think it might be this over here instead. And so they did a lot of that work. We specifically did not meet with every manager or every employee. And I think that I have said that in prior conversations because frankly, we didn't have the capacity to do that. So we did do things like subgroups where a smaller group of employees were representative of a specific function that was being discussed and how we were going to work towards a design.
Okay. Thanks. Wherever this goes, I have read your amendment, your budget note, Councilor Pearl-Guinea. I think it largely looks like what I would call a status quo, meaning that, and that's not a dig, that's if the administration goes down the line, they're like, we made a mistake, they bring a budget modification forward and say, I understand that, I get it. I think that organizationally, we have a lack of leadership in the mid-levels of the bureaus and a lack of leadership at the bureau level in terms of the cultural and lines of business, right? My test for a good, bad manager is if a manager brings HR in to give you bad news, probably have a bad manager at your fingertips. And so, right, having the ability, that goes along with knowing what the people on your team do, what their job is, how you rely on them as a manager. And I think there's some of that is here and it's really showing itself. When I was an AFSCME member at Multnomah County, I learned some dangerous lessons, which is I was a property appraiser and they had a terrible tendency of making the best property appraiser the next supervisor or manager. And just because you can count value doesn't make you good at managing a system or people. Something tells me that there's a lot of that at play here in listening to kind of how this went and based on how I've heard things go. So that's troubling for me. I do think that the realignment being 0.6% of our overall employee group is very tough on an individual level, but tiny in an organizational perspective. And with the wholesale change in the government from 2022 to now, I actually expected, and I've told many people this, I expected that it probably was going to be much, much higher. So I'm struggling with this. I know there are a few people in the queue here. I do appreciate you answering the questions, DCA Warren, to help me understand what that process was for raising a flag if there was a concern on a certain line of business or a group of employees. But I am very much separating that out from the other reductions in our workforce and the layoffs that are coming from the budget constraint and not the realignment effort. So thanks, Mr. President. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Folks, hang out for a bit. We got some more questions in the queue.
Just 1 second, Council President. I would like to say, you know, as we have our managers within this organization, I think one thing I've seen as I've been here, not quite 5 months yet, but getting there is, Councilman Zimmerman, you're right from the standpoint of saying someone was great at making a widget, so we made them the supervisor of that widget. I've seen that. And I've seen that throughout my career in organizations. I think one of the things that we are lacking as an organization is once we recognize that as leaders within the organization, what are the services and the professional development we are wrapping around people to help them become better managers? There is no training and development program in our city of 7,000 employees to prepare them to be future leaders in this organization. That creates a tremendous amount of issues in our organization, not having that basic professional development to get people prepared to be able to manage and get them prepared to be able to help grow their own employees that are working for them in the organization. I know we have people that are working managers. I know we have people who are just supervising. And I know there's a ton of work that is happening throughout the organization to try to help support the services that we're providing to the community. Is there room for growth as an organization from a personnel to a structure to a culture of the organization? Absolutely, yes. And we have to build upon that, but that takes time. Even time from the standpoint, if we're looking at reevaluating how the realignment work happens. If we do this, we're just going back and doing the same issue again. With not having the adequate oversight of a process like this, you create issues. You know, for the team members that are sitting up here, just their day jobs alone is a tremendous amount of work. And you throw on a realignment project on top of the day-to-day operations of just running an $8.5, $8.6 billion operation. This is what you have. And I just don't want us to see us create the same issues again and again and just be insane about how we go about trying to correct the issues that we're seeing in the organization. If we're not going to be strategic about it, if we're not going to be outcome driven about it, I really don't know what we're doing. So I would just say at the very end of this, and I turn it back over to the council president, I want us to be very thoughtful about how we go about this work moving forward, the impacts of it, the outcomes that we're looking for, and let's be strategic about our approach in all of this.
Thank you, City Administrator. Colleagues, I'm limiting debate to those who are in the queue. There are still 6 more colleagues in the queue, so I'm asking no one else to please get in. Councilor Purtle-Guinea.
Council President, I believe others haven't spoken yet. Would you like to give them the opportunity first? I'm happy to go if you prefer to go in this order.
I've sort of lost track of who has spoken on this, so why don't you just go ahead?
Okay.
Sorry.
That either works for me. City Administrator Lee, Councilor Novik asked a question, and I don't feel like I got a totally clear response. Are you willing to work with the council president and union leaders from unions that represent our city staff to have everybody sit down before our budget is finalized to discuss any changes that need to be made to core realignment?
Yeah, I'll be committed to that.
Okay, and we just need to find a date that works for everybody.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I needed a little bit more of a clear answer there. Colleagues, we have bargained or have approved the bargaining of a lot of contracts since we joined this council, and we've had a lot of conversations about knowing that with tight budgets, we were going to have to make some hard decisions about whether to limit increases in compensation for city employees who certainly deserve to be the best paid folks in their industries because of the good work that they do, knowing that that would draw down funds and probably lead to additional layoffs, or whether to hold back some in order to avoid layoffs. And we had conversations about asking people to do a little more with a little less and compensating them for it. We have had countless conversations about realignment, and about realignment being both an exercise in getting how our city operates right and an exercise in addressing the need for cuts. I don't like using the word reductions, it sugarcoats things. Cuts in difficult budgets. And we allowed those two things to move in conjunction. That wasn't just one or two counselors, those were conversations that we all had. We seem as a city to be somewhat terrible at our employee relations, and that has to change. The fact that I have heard repeatedly since stepping into this role, since being elected, from our city employees that they don't feel like they get heads up about things is a problem. And I want us to find a solution to it. But I'm unclear today on whether or not we're still committed to realignment as a goal. And I'm unclear on whether our concern, or the concern that led to this being brought before us, is that we are terrible at our relationship with our employees. And I want to look at every single union leader in this room and say, I will continue to say that. And I will continue to push management to do better. And if we can't change it without action from this body, I will figure out what I can do to force us to work with you better and give you heads ups about things and treat you as a partner. But I'm unclear as to whether that's the problem, or whether the concern being raised is that we really missed the mark on a few positions in realignment, which I think we have, or whether the concern being raised is in fact that there are layoffs, and it is quite literally our city employees and the unions that they are a part of's job to fight to prevent those layoffs, but it is also what we asked for in realignment. Or whether the concern is that there are layoffs at all and folks don't like that and want to prevent it. I can't tell what the problem is, because these things are all getting conflated in what I'm hearing up here from my colleagues. So I want to be clear that I think we made our bed on layoffs. We asked for that in core realignment. We asked for that in asking to put more money on the table for contract negotiations, and saying we knew that that was because there would be layoffs and we wanted the people who were still here to provide key services at our city to be paid well. I want to be clear that I am here to fight for the places where we have messed up on core realignment to make sure we get it right. I want to be clear that I am here to fight for making sure that our employees are at the table always. I will take the city administrator at his word that he's willing to prioritize time for that in the next few weeks, because he's not broken his word to me yet. I hope this isn't the first. But I also can't say we didn't know this was coming, because we asked for this. So I'm a little unclear on what it is that we need to solve for, other than making sure we have those conversations, we get it right, there isn't contracting out, there isn't union busting. I have already had conversations about making sure that where workers who currently have the privilege of belonging to a union are not, that management does not fight against you if you ask to form a union in the places that you are moving to. Let's make sure we get this right, but we have to move to do that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Purtle-Guinea. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Council President. My priority is to be a good fiscal steward and to pass a budget that respectfully serves Portlanders. That begins and ends with a high-performing public servant, which are all of you. And we want to set each and every one of you up for success. I deeply care about the union members who are with us today. Thank you for taking your personal time to be here this afternoon. And as a collective, this council has proven to be pro-labor since we convened in 2025. We're all proud of that. I agree with all your comments, Councilor Pernagini. Colleagues, we knew this day was coming. We also knew that this would be painful no matter what. Raiding fund reserves puts us in a financial vulnerability, as Jonas talked about, and kicks this can down the road. Make no mistake, we'll be here again, whether now or again in a year. As I experienced my 6th budget with our revenues being flat at best and our expenses have risen, again, here we are. I want to get this functional realignment right. We all do. I want us to include the voices of all levels of our city staff. I want the feedback loop to include employees as partners. This is continuous improvement work. This is the streamlining of our operations that voters approved when they passed the charter in 2022. I want to end with 2 questions that I think would be helpful. One is to the sponsors. Can you tell me what success looks like for core realignment? What outcomes are you looking for that you're not currently experiencing?
I think that success looks like the administration. I understand that there's limited bandwidth, but the amount of managers who have told me they were not contacted to have any discussion about what the core impacts are, the amount of employees who have pointed out that if they get rid of a certain redundancy or expertise, a certain program will collapse. The amount of times that people have just said, there's 3 analysts here, I guess we'll get rid of one and call it a day without knowing what that analyst does. And sometimes finding out that that analyst has a special expertise that only they have. That is the kind of stuff that I think is going to be system breaking and collapsing long term. And unfortunately, this was just not done with the right, this wasn't done with a fine tooth comb. The 20% cuts across the board, we never got a justification for that. I don't know if you guys remember, there was no justification for why 20% was chosen. It was just given to us like, we have to do this. And mind you, the reason we are here in this position today is because the mayor's shelter plan was so expansive with one-time funding that we suddenly had to do realignments that were not prescribed before. This was not because of any study that was done that showed that this was necessary or that we should move forward this way or that this would actually result in efficiencies. That was the packaging and the way that it was marketed, not the actual impact. So I want to be very clear about that. And I don't know, I think also we've done a lot of irreparable harm to city staff morale. I would like to see that back up. I would like to see the mayor and the administration actually work on the Murillo 11 budget note in a way that is reasonable so that we can have accurate communications across council, city employees, and workers. I would like city employees to be able to talk to us again without fear because there's been so much back and forth. One email one day says, don't talk to them. Another email says, actually, you can talk to them. Just kidding. We're not actually trying to make you afraid. Well, nobody knows what I can't cuss because we're on our live stream, but no one knows what is going on and if they're allowed to or not. So, sorry, I went to have a snack to calm down, but I'm not that calm anymore, you know? I don't know. So that's what I have to say. I don't know if my co-sponsors or have anything else to say.
Yeah, Councilor Ryan, the only thing I'd add to that is success to me would look like a really full understanding of what not only the impact of these workers are and our capabilities as an organization are, and a little bit more evidence that there's some ground truthing happening, but also for us to have a real clear picture of what the impact of this is going to do to our overhead cost model and what we're billing back to other parts of the organization that charge rates for service, for instance. There's a lot of that happening. There's about $13 million that's being added in this budget to the overhead cost pool that was not in there before. And that's a result of pulling people out of bureaus, pulling them up into the sort of broad umbrella and saying, you're now providing services citywide. That adds pressure to ratepayers. That adds pressure to this sort of broad set of other cost pools that I don't think is very transparent. So for me, success would look like a pause to allow us to look at that and make sure we're doing right by our taxpayers and the people paying the water bills. Thanks.
Mr. President, so as to what success would look like, one is I would like some more reassurance, as Councilor Rio is just saying, that we are not laying off people who are mission critical and things will fall apart without them. That was my motivation in starting down this road, was hearing about a couple of positions that seemed to me to fall into that definition. I think that even in the space of a couple of weeks, we should be able to get some, since there's 46 employees involved, we should be able to get sort of a list of, okay, here's what they do, here is going to replace them. In some cases, it'll be, yes, it makes sense. Other cases, it won't. So that's just like I was saying yesterday, that what I'd like to do first with the management span of control thing is have a session talking about the 57 people who manage fewer than 4 people and sort of go through them and say, okay, what's the justification? I think that we could do something similar with this limited number of people. The other thing I think success would look like is to see if we can do something to make the process feel less inhumane to the people it's affecting. President Coe talked about people being told first they're going to, and Councilor Murillo side, people being told they're not going to be laid off to July 15th, then they said it's June 30th, which means they lose a month of health care. I think that we don't have, I don't know that we have the financial capacity to pause all of this for a year other than in PBOT. I mean, in terms of the general fund, we're dipping into these reserves that barely exist. I was also told that other than PBOT, the rate bureaus also have some financial constraints that would make a year, really problematic. So that's what I would hope to do, to get more reassurance that we aren't laying off specific people who are mission critical, and to see if there's some things we do to make the process more humane.
I also just wanted to add that Murillo Green Novik 1, there's a budget note that accompanies this. It's under the same title, and it explicitly outlines that we want clear reporting on a methodical process that we never saw. So we haven't had a chance to talk about budget notes today, but we have that outline for what a successful process looks like.
I think I got us into work session mode, which I think is an important place to be in this conversation, and perhaps we've missed out on having this type of dialogue. And so the council hasn't given such vision to all of you until, as a collective body. I do think we were not focusing on the outcome word. It's a hard word. And thank you, City Administrator Lee, for saying that. What is mission critical? I think we could have each person say what that is, and it might be different with each one. But that's the kind of dialogue we need to have on this council, because again, we're going to be here again. This is hard. I did want to give DCA Warren a chance to make another statement about course corrections. Councilor Zimmerman got to this. There's going to be mistakes in this. That's inevitable. I think everyone in this room could actually understand that, because we're all humans and we all make mistakes. But the example that was given about the tree specialist in HR, that was pretty concrete and had scratchy. So can you explain, like in that scenario, what pivot you did as management, as administrators in this process? Because that was a pretty, I have to believe it was all true, of course, that was a pretty explicit, concrete example.
I'm going to ask you to go relatively briefly, because while Councilor Ryan got some feedback from colleagues, and that's certainly okay. We're at 9 minutes. We are at 3:30 overall. We're an hour and a half into this one item, and we have a lot to get through still today, folks. So, DCA, please.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Ryan. I'll speak in generals because I don't feel comfortable speaking about a specific employee without them having asked me to do that. But in general, when things have been brought to our attention where they've said, this role actually doesn't do HR work, it does this other thing. What we've done is the director for that area or that group, the DCA, the shared service manager, the business operations leads, were responsible for working together to identify what the duties were of that position and then make a decision, right? Does this mostly fit into HR? Does this mostly fit into technology? One of the things that is complicated with, core, well, I'll just say internal service type positions, is that they frequently do a mix of things. They don't only do HR, they don't only do IT, they may do a combination of those things. And so, we had some thresholds for that, like that would create the majority of the position did this work, and so it fell into this bucket. But it was not perfect. And then I would just add that we had to make decisions around where could we mitigate risks. So for example, when we're trying to make a cut target in any scenario, right? Let's set core service realignment aside. We are looking at, is there a legal compliance risk here? Is this going to create more money for the city? Like, are we being short-sighted here, right? Is there some other factor that's going to be detrimental? Things like you all have mentioned, like a single point of failure, right? Like, this is the only person who knows this thing, and we don't have a way to backfill or train someone else, right? Those are the things we're considering when we're thinking about cuts to positions, because the goal is not to have any of those things happen.
I just want to end with thanking the sponsors for bringing this. This is the best conversation we've had on something that's really big for this council. And I want to make the comment that when I heard 20% across the board, that goes against what we're talking about with targeted. But that's hard to do if we haven't identified the crosswalk of the mission critical lens. So I just think that overarching comments I heard is something that I hope as this evolves, because again, this isn't going away, that we fine tune that so there's more clarity on the vision on where we're going. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Vice President Clark and then Councilor Green.
Thank you, Council President. And thanks to my colleagues. I agree, Councilor Ryan, that this is one of the most important conversations that we've had here on the dais. And it's exemplary of the growing pains that we're having as a city. From the day that I arrived here as a counselor, I've heard about the anxiety that exists among workers at the city, the 7,400, anxiety around what the charter change would mean. And core alignment is a part of that. So it's really come to a head at this point. How we implement charter change and the core alignment is a part of that. Now, I've been following this process from the beginning. I compliment the people at this table, particularly DCA Warren, for involving us in that process. When I saw the first iteration, you will recall my reaction to that was that, oh, this is way too many. How can we possibly do this? And you went back to the drawing board and you came back with different numbers after doing more work. And I really appreciated that, a lot of work. And I know that CA Lee understands change management and that this is exactly what we're going through. And it is an iterative process. This is not going to be perfect. There's risk on either side here. Risk for the city with this amendment and risk for the loss of the people that we're talking about and the functions that they fulfill. I do have a question, but let me just say that I worked for a state agency at one point in my career that went through a tremendous reorganization. And one of the things I learned that if you know that you're going to upset folks with your end result, you don't, excuse my French, but you don't piss them off with the process. And unfortunately, I think we have done that, and because we did not have enough resources. And I understand that now, just listening to you today, that we did not have enough resources to talk to every single employee. This is much more complex, a complex balancing act than I had ever really imagined. But I do have a question. I don't understand, DCA Warren, you said there were 46 folks in the core services realignment leaving, 32 represented, 11 managers, and 3 non-represented. I don't understand how that corresponds with the 46 that are in this proposed budget amendment. Is there a correlation here, or they're not the same 46, I take it?
My understanding, and I would ask the sponsoring counselors to speak to it, but my read of it is that it is the 46 positions, and I think they specify where the areas are. And it's specific to backfilling for the period of time using the contingency dollars. And my understanding, it's for non-management, non-supervisory roles, so it restores everything else.
That's a difference. It says non-management supervisor. And you're saying that the 46 are 32 represented, 11 managers.
And 3 non-reps, that's correct.
It's different. I don't need a response to that. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Clark. Councilor Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been a long conversation. I think as we move into a vote, I just want to remind my colleagues that, and the public, that labor remembers, and that they're going to remember the vote that we take, not the intention, the good feelings that we put out, not the expression of solidarity verbally, but they're going to remember the vote we take and whether we stood with them in this moment or not. And so I know the vote that I'm going to take today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Smith, I'll go ahead and let you have the last word.
Thank you, Council President. DCA Tracy Warren, I have a question. I heard something from one of my colleagues that said that the one-time only money had caused us to be in this, for programs that we put into one-time only money, whether that be for the public service areas or other areas in the city. Is that going to be the same this coming year for the 27-28? Are we going to have the same problem and we'll have to realign more if we're going to stay at this current operating?
Well, so this may be more of a budget response to give, but I'll give you my take on it, which is that what is currently proposed in the amendment is to provide a one-time backfill for the 46 positions that are mentioned. That would mean that you'd have to come up with the money for somewhere else. That could either be another one-time backfill that you all choose, or that could be a trade-off for other services.
And if someone from the budget department can tell me, where would that money come from?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. For the record, Jonas Beery, Chief Financial Officer. I believe in the amendment, it comes from general fund contingency, so it's that same, well, or contingencies and other, whatever the affected fund is. In the case of the general fund, it's the same bucket that we've.
And we're talking about this amendment, so my question was a broader, more 30,000-foot level. What I heard, I think it was Councilor Murillo said that the reason we're in this situation is because we are paying for one-time only programs that were not paid for before. If we keep this current way that we're paying for the budget, the operating budget next year, are we going to still have to cut another 20% to meet the one-time only needs?
I don't. There will continue to be one-time needs, as was shown in the work session. I don't think that I'll put it this way. In the mayor's proposed and the amendments that have been passed so far, we know what the items that are one-time versus not. To the extent that this amendment should pass, or that we get to the end in the suite of amendments, if it increases the things that we're looking to fill with contingency or not resolving with ongoing funding, we will continue to have a one-time gap. That does not, that does not necessarily translate to having to come back and do another 20%. That if there is a one-time gap again, that means coming back and having a dialogue about where those trade-offs are made during fiscal 26-27.
Right, but we have a $169 million gap right now. And if we put this in, is that going to increase the gap for 27-28? That's what I'm trying to find.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Councilor, for that clarification. There is a risk that that would be true.
Okay. And I'm just trying to figure out where we get the money from. Do we have to go back in again and cut again, cut actual jobs again, potentially.
Yeah, correct, Counselor. That's a potential outcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Novik, I've limited debate, so we are now moving to a vote, colleagues. Keelan, can we please call vote on Murillo, Green, Novik 1?
Moved by Murillo, seconded by Green. Canal.
Yes.
Portal-Guinea.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Coyama Lane.
Yes.
Murillo.
We're going to continue to find realignments and cutting other people's jobs. Every single time, the mayor uses one-time funding that falls through for this shelter plan. And so we have an opportunity to pause this. I am literally begging my colleagues to pause this. Yes.
Novik.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Yes.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Very disappointed in my colleagues. This is an enthusiastic yes.
Smith.
No.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment fails with a vote of 6 ayes and 6 nays.
Okay. Colleagues, we are going to return to Canal 1, and then we are going to get a small break. Councilor Canal.
Yeah. I'm going to formally move Canal 1, noting that as soon as we get into this, I will have an amendment to propose to it. But I'm going to move Canal 1 as written, and then make that and ask for a second.
Councilor Canal moves Canal 1. Councilor Coyama Lane seconds. Councilor Canal.
Yeah, so colleagues, I've circulated, and I believe it's posted online, an amendment to Canal 1. And this is why there was a recess earlier. And what it would do, and it's in track changes here, is to change the funding source. And I'm going to ask Deputy City Administrator Donnie Oliveira and or Ruth to come up, but I think DC Oliveira, I'll let you decide who else we might need. And the way that this works is it would change the funding source from, before you get going, I'm going to ask for a second on the amendment as well. If that's okay. So I don't want to get into it unless there's a second.
Didn't you get a second?
I got a second for the move of Canal 1 off of the amendment.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha. Is there a second?
Second, the amendment in order for us to understand where the new funding source is.
Thanks. So the amendment changes the funding source away from the business license tax reserve to the construction excise tax commercial funds that are at the Portland Housing Bureau. And it adds that the funding, explicitly the funding does not come from the social housing / revolving loan fund, and that there's, contingent on PHP pro forma and underwriting review, which is a necessary step. And I'm going to ask DC Oliveira first, thank you for helping with this. And second, can you please explain it better than I probably would?
Sure. Thank you, Councilor. Good afternoon, Councilors. Donnie Oliveira for the record. I'm the Deputy City Administrator for Community and Economic Development. So I'm going to do a couple of things just to set the table here. First and foremost, these resources are not in any way a part of the $56 million that Council adopted in April and then further confirmed in the spring TAO. So this is not related to any of those dollars. Second, the resources that that the Council just proposed are budgeted in FY2026-27 in contingency, not budgeted in operating, but in contingency for what would have been a future new development, new construction NOFA, and likely 2028. All right, so essentially these dollars are being pulled from the future from resources that we had agreed in conversation, and that when we talked about that $106 million early in February, that was something we'd like to build for the future. So why did the staff get together to come up with this solution? One, clearly it's become a priority for this council to resource these two projects. I can speak on behalf of the Housing Bureau to say that we're big fans of the organizations, Williams & Russell and SEI, and we're familiar with the two projects, and getting resources to them makes a lot of sense. But you also notice in the language that are added, we worked with Councilor Canal on, echoing something Councilor Murillo had mentioned earlier, is we still need to ensure that these projects are eligible for any resources from the city, but we think in particular that the resources coming from the commercial CET are appropriate given the information we have today on the two projects. And I really want to qualify it. We believe these resources are eligible, but we haven't done any of the work with pro formas. We haven't done any of the underwriting. So until we do that, but that would have been true for any resources, councilors.
So just
But those would be important steps to ensure those resources are available.
Can I just clarify? So if there, regardless of the funding source, you'd be doing that anyway. All we're doing is putting it explicitly into the text.
Correct.
Okay. Yes. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
And so in short, what the decision you're making would be to pull resources from a future NOFA for a new development and we're applying it essentially for the Bureau to work in 26-27, going through the typical process.
Thank you. So colleagues, I offer this amendment with the hopes that this alleviates some of the concern and retains the structural integrity of the head of our CFO, Beery, about the fund that we would otherwise be taking it from, which is the BLT stabilization reserve. And ask that if this is a acceptable thing to, because the remainder of the money would still accrue there, we'd be just talking about pushing back a NOFA by probably a year or two in the event that this were to pass, one of the several that is in progress at the Housing Bureau, in order to do this. And ask that if colleagues who may be unwilling to, or at least reticent about using the business license tax reserve, but still want to help support these two projects, to consider this secondary way of approaching that as a way of still funding those projects without either taking money from the BLT license reserve, stabilization reserve, or the social housing / revolving loan fund. And I've made the motion. I appreciate the second, and I'll open it up.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Councilor Pertle-Guinea.
Thank you, Council President. DCA Oliveira. You said that the process this will go through is the process they would go through with any funding. Is that the case with the funding that was originally proposed for these projects as well?
The original amendment, just to be clear, the BLT source?
No, I'm sorry. The proposal when we originally allocated housing funds and these were named at one point.
In the 56 million.
Correct.
Yes, we would have.
Same process.
Same process. When the city releases funds, we typically need to understand the pro forma of the project, to ensure they're meeting pretty standard government requirements for funding, everything from wages and in some cases green features, sustainability features, and when there's specific federal dollars or other dollars, there are higher level bars to clear. But yes, we typically ensure that the project meets the standards of the funding source.
Okay. And these projects are for homeownership for a range of folks who have a range of income levels. Are there any complications with using these dollars for projects that are for homeownership? At least one of them is a mixed project for a range of income levels.
Councilor, without having the specifics of the projects, and we haven't had them to date, it is very difficult to make any assumptions or guarantees. What we know about the project to date, that they are homeownership centered, great, and the dollars that we're going to be pulling from, which is a CET commercial, do allow for that kind of usage. There is AMI targets in those funds, so we just have to work with the projects to ensure they're able to meet that.
And if they're, I don't know what the targets are in these funds. I know the targets are different for different units in the project. I think one of the projects has some 60% AMI units and some 80 or 100% AMI units. Is there enough flexibility with the funding types to make sure that whatever these are targeted for could be used for those units and move things around, that it would work? Or are you concerned that there might be a possibility that you have to come back to us and say, actually, councilors, we couldn't use those funds for these projects?
I would like to make no assumptions about where the project's targets are. I'd like to have staff meet with the project team as soon as possible to get to that understanding. But we do that regardless of the process we're in today. It would just be for any funding we would dole out. To answer your question, let's get the project team with this, with our staff. But what we understand today about the projects, at least some of the units would definitely be eligible. How many, TBD.
Okay.
And we do that, and we do this frequently, right? Not all projects meet AMI targets for some funding sources, so we'll braid resources that are eligible given the funding makeup versus the AMI makeup of a building.
And if we pass this, you have the flexibility to braid funding sources or not? Because this looks like we're pulling from one funding source.
We'd like to get more details on the project, to get the pro formas to do that.
I think I'm trying to understand if what we're voting for today is funding for projects or if what we're voting for today is asking you to see if we can fund these projects.
With the information we have today, we think the funding that we've identified is going to, the projects are eligible for the funding we've identified.
Point of order. Point of order. I can't do this. You pulled me to the side and told me I could not use these because these projects had more than 60 percentile. So don't come here and try to say something different.
This is not
What's your point of order?
My point of order is I need the city attorney to tell the truth about these funds.
Councilor, this is not a point of order, but you are in queue. I will make sure you have the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, I think I'll pause for now. It sounds like there are a lot of other people with things to say and ask. I may have additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Pertolini. Councilor Green.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Canal, for being flexible on this and thinking about the outcome, elevating the outcome of the thing rather than the method of delivery or the funding source. I appreciate that. It's leadership. Earlier, it was said that there's been a lack of compromise at this dais over the last 2 days. And I just want to lay on the table that I actually had a fundamental aversion to awarding grants to specific named projects. So on a fundamental basis, I don't like doing it irrespective of the funding source. So the compromise for me is to say, I'm going to get over that in this moment and just end this conversation that we've been stuck in for months and just award these monies, which we've heard from the DCA of Community Economic Development Service Area, as high of a confidence in eligibility as any other funding source. So I'm prepared to support this, and I hope that we can just get this done and move forward with our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Murillo.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, first of all, thank you to you, Councilor Canal, because you were willing to offer up the funding and the amendment and not even take credit for trying to figure out something to make it work for everybody here. And I think that's really gracious, and you don't often see that in our elected positions where taking credit for things is sometimes part of our job. So I want to say thank you for that. I also want to say that to me, this is an extremely elegant solution to a problem that we've been discussing for months. Because what I asked for weeks when I reached out, or I had my team reach out to these organizations, was for the pro forma, to get information about what the funding was going to be used for. We got a lot of details that are already publicly posted on the websites of these organizations, but they never gave us the pro forma or any of the actual details, because you can say anything on a website. And it's important for us not to award dollars before we look at the pro forma for what is actually needed, because we have limited dollars, so we have to decide what we do with those limited dollars at this time. The fact that this is going to get us the pro forma is great. I would like to see them before we allocate those dollars. And I would like to see it because we need to ensure that we're not recreating situations where we are potentially funding things that don't make monetary sense for the outcomes for the communities that we are trying to serve. But the fact that this is going to go through the fact that these dollars were identified, I think, is really critical, and I'm very grateful for that. I will make an exception in this case to end the discussion, fund these organizations, and move forward. But I want to point out that this is exactly why we need to be able, as a council body, to look at the pro formas and the other. If we want to become a grant-making body, we just need to have all of the information at our fingertips in order to allocate millions of dollars. That is just part of responsible governance, because there are countless organizations in the community doing countless great work, and we need to be able to justify why we're choosing some and not others, and it can't just be based on relationships. It has to be based on outcomes for the community. So I will be supporting this today. Thank you very much. No earmarks going forward, but I will happily support this today.
Thank you, Councilor Murillo. Councilor Smith.
So I would like, thank you, Mr. President. Me and my staff have been challenged with this ever since February 18th. We were told by DCA Oliveira that we couldn't use these funds because they were for already projected projects. Push me away from them. Talk to the city attorney, talk to the city administrator. We couldn't use them because they were scheduled to go to other projects. And went as far as to say that they had to actually pay for a project that they had to pay the last payment on a couple of projects. And I thought, how are you using these dollars when we didn't even know they were there? So how can you pay for them or pay the last piece of them? And what have you been paying up to this point? What pot of money have you been using to pay for those projects that you've already paid almost 2/3 of it? So it was very confusing. But the original question that Councilor Pertolgini asked was, where did the money come from originally? Originally, this money was only going to take from the general fund money. And that money was gobbled up with the $8.8 million that we're setting aside to buy down the units that was put in the TAO. So it originally came with none of these restrictions. And so my fear is, colleagues, that if we put this money, the way we did it is to take the 2.5 from the revolving fund. We can give a grant. We don't have to go through all of that. The money is going to be used on 2 projects who have a varied AMI, which starts at 60% all the way up to 120%. And all of these numbers were put on the data that they had if you look them up. So if we're going to put them in this situation, Councilor Canal, and they would have to go through a scoring thing, Broadway did not have to go through that. Hacienda is not having to go through that. And so for me, I just want to know, what is the real answer? I went and talked to our city attorney, and so City Attorney Taylor, tell me, am I on the right track, or did I misunderstand something here? No, you don't have the floor.
Yeah, you asked me a question too, though. So.
Thank you, Councilor. We have evaluated many different sources of funding for your office. Some of those were the Renter Services Office funding. Some were housing bond related funding. Depending on the funds, they all have different sources of or different limitations on the uses. This is a new source of funding that's been identified, to my knowledge. It's the construction excise tax. It does have a limitation in the code.
This money here.
The Councilor Canal is proposing to use here. And that's in City Code 6.08.130C.
Correct.
And so these were for the limitation is for the production and preservation of affordable housing units at or below 60% median family income.
Exactly.
And I understand Mr. Oliveira in his testimony, to say that if you could use the $1 million to go towards units that are 60%, even if other units are above that. And that's why he is suggesting that we need to get more information from the project developer.
For this particular amendment. So let me get you up to date. If you were here on Monday, I asked the president to give me a date and time certain for my ordinance. And in my ordinance that's supposed to be heard on May 27th, it does not pull from this fund. It pulls from the revolving fund, which does not have these restrictions on it. And that's why I'm going to that fund. So for me, to have all, we did run the traps on these. That's the reason why we did not use this particular fund. If all of their units are not 60 percentile, they range from 60 to 120%. And so we knew that, and that's why we moved the money around. But the original ordinance that had these folks in there, we were pulling from the general fund money that was unbudgeted. But since there was a TAL that was approved, and again, the $8.8 million, which was $3.5 million, and it jumped to $8.8 million, they gobbled up all the general fund money, so there was none left in the TAL. So that is why I put an ordinance in that we're expecting to hear next week. Now, folks want to give them this money. What you're going to do is you're going to move the goalposts again. And they're going to go through a lot of changes to use this particular money out of this fund, Councilor Canal. And that's why I'm asking you all not to take it out of this fund. If you're going to do it out of the BLT, do it out of the BLT. It's general fund. But this fund is going to cause them some additional heartbreak.
Point of clarification, Robert Taylor, didn't you just say that they don't all need to be 60% AMI?
They will not get to use the entire $1 million if they only pay for the 60%. They have a mixed use project that has some 60, some 80,
Yes, I'm
and some
asking the city
120%.
attorney a point of clarification. I believe you just said that all the units do not need to be 60% AMI in order to get these dollars. Is that accurate? I see Donnie nodding. Thank you, Donnie. And we know it's mixed use. We are aware.
And colleagues, we're at 7 minutes on this. Thank you. Councilor Smith, it's still your floor.
You allowed Councilor Murillo to ask a question.
That was a point of clarification.
Okay.
All yours.
So I would like to keep the ordinance that's in, but if you all feel that it's important to do it today, put it forward, put it for a vote. But I have an ordinance scheduled to be on next week to take it out of the revolving fund, which would not give them the same issues that they're going to have with this money. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Canal.
Thank you, Council President. So first, let me correct a couple things. There is no scoring that would be required under this. There would need to be a pro forma and underwriting review, but not scoring where it's competitive with other processes and where there is a chance that these two projects would not get it. That would happen if this was a NOFA. That wouldn't happen through this process. It also wouldn't happen if we don't pass the amendment and do it out of the BLT reserve fund. It also wouldn't happen if it came out of your ordinance. It also wouldn't happen for any of the other proposals. That is 100% identical throughout that process. DC Oliveira, have you had I'm sorry. Going to put you on the spot a few times here, and I appreciate you answering questions and also taking the time to work on this. Mm-hmm. Have you had a chance, if we were to have done the money in the spring technical adjustment ordinance that was proposed, mm-hmm. or in the previous conversations around how to use the housing money, would it have involved a pro forma and underwriting review then?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilor Donnie Oliveira, for the record. Including the money that's in the revolving loan fund that Council adopted, those resources, which include CET funding, require us to do pro formas and underwriting to meet the goal. So even if you pull resources from the revolving loan fund, those dollars still come with strings, so to speak, of requirements, AMIs, and et cetera, et cetera. So yes, the answer is we would still want to do that work regardless of the funding process.
So there's no distinction there. Any of these 5 different ways we could have done it, and that's 5 literally. The original proposal as part of the housing, mm-hmm. the technical adjustment ordinance, the proposed forthcoming ordinance from Councilor Smith, the original version of Canal 1, and the proposed amendment to Canal 1. All of them would require underwriting and perform an underwriting review.
I'm going to stop short of saying yes to that one because those are a lot of different things, but the most recent things that you've been contemplating, the things today, Councilor Smith's potential ordinance,
okay.
The new amendment, those things, yes.
Okay. So all the main difference that I'm hearing then is that these dollars are required currently under city code to go towards the 60% AMI units. And there has been a concern raised about that potentially blocking its use. Now, I want to take a step back here and say two things. One is when we were talking about these projects, and I recognize that this is happening, on the fly here, and there's been some late information here. I didn't have the information about the CET funds. My understanding is you did talk about them in the past.
Yeah, Councilor, they were part of, and we did the work session back in February when Michael Bunacore walked through those details.
Yeah.
We walked through the CET, their eligibility, what they could go for. And ultimately, when council adopted the 56 million, CET was a critical component of those allocations. So CET has been in the zeitgeist.
Just to clarify, what I meant by that was when we had talked about building the amendment at first, we hadn't had the conversation. My understanding is that this was funding that had been made specifically aware to Councilor Smith on it. But the other thing I wanted to talk about is, and this is going to sound like it's unrelated, but it's not. There is an ordinance that we adopted as a council back, I want to say it was a few months ago. And it was about the renaming of a street in the Portland State area. And we are obligated by city code to wait until a person has been passed away for more than 5 years to rename a street after them. But we actually put into that ordinance that we are temporarily waiving that requirement in order to rename this street after Rose Hill. Now, at the time that this was started, she was still alive. She passed away subsequently through this process, but was not at over 5 years. We put up an ordinance that did that. I want to be very clear, in the exceedingly unlikely, from what I understand from this event, that is a concern, I will personally put up an ordinance to waive the requirement for the use of these funds. This simply allocates the funds, but the use of them would be, I will happily do that if that's what's necessary to be able to use these funds in that way. But I did want to clarify, and I'm glad you came back in. Thank you for coming back in right at the right time. I just want to clarify something that you said, Councilor Smith. And by the way, regardless of what happens with this ordinance or this amendment, I think we all have a good awareness of Williams and Russell and SEI and the good work that they do. However, this specific asks for these particular projects, regardless of what happens and who votes what way. It is Councilor Smith who brought this forward, who made sure everybody was aware of it. That's a fact. And so regardless of how this goes, I don't want that to be forgotten. But I did want to ask, Councilor Smith, since you brought it up, you said if you want to do it on the BLT, that'd be better. Does that mean that you would support taking the money out of the BLT? Reserve the way, not pass this amendment, but pass the...
No. I was saying that this has gotten so ridiculous right now. This has gotten so ridiculous about this, and it's become such a political football.
That is true.
I was just amazed that it was taken out, the original ordinance that the chairwoman of the Housing Committee did, and that was where it started. But I want to give you some level setting, and is my chief of staff in here?
Can I still...
Oh, yeah. To answer your question, I want to tell you, because he worked on it, Elijah Crawford is my chief of staff. And we worked on an ordinance, so we changed language. And when you do a new ordinance, you can change the language and the use and how it's being used. And it is my understanding that we changed the language in our ordinance, not this amendment, but the ordinance that's coming up. So Elijah, could you explain it, please?
Yeah, Elijah Crawford, for the record, Chief of Staff, Councilor Loretta Smith. We worked with Adrian and the City Attorney's Office on the ordinance for the language, specifically around the limits, and the funding source that we have outlined in our ordinance allows 60 to 100% AMI for the projects without any restrictions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elijah. I just, since I still have the floor, we also have been asking about this particular method with the same attorneys as well as City Attorney Taylor, and we've been told, again, what I just offered is in the unlikely event that would be necessary, that we would be able to do it the way I just mentioned with an ordinance to allow for the certain spending. But what I think is important to bring up here, and this is, I want to be clear, not a question, it's a comment, is that this has been made into a political football. It doesn't have to be. This is something that I think, all could get behind very easily because we all agree that these two projects should be funded. The way that it becomes a political football is when the funding is being taken away from something that some or all of us also want to fund, right? Right now, we're talking about a theoretical NOFA that would be in 2028, most likely, if we do nothing with this money, or would be pushed back probably a year or two. If so, we don't know what that would be. Nobody's applied for it yet. It's not been opened up yet, right? That is what we're talking about, not funding in order to fund these two projects with this funding source. The other two alternatives that have been offered have been found unpalatable by at least a couple counselors. And that the first is the BLT stabilization reserve, which is concerning because of credit ratings and risks and the level of contingency. We've already talked about it. I'm not going to reiterate that. And the other funding source is taking money out of the social housing acquisition and revolving loan fund, which has also been found to be objectionable to at least a couple counselors, I would say several, because of how it would be debilitating to the ability to do the work of acquiring social housing and issuing these loans. So this is a third option for funding that will most likely not have a concern attached to it based on the AMI, and if there is a concern attached to it as part of the review, would be very easily waived through a subsequent ordinance. I'm not seeing anybody sit here and defend this idea of a theoretical 2028 NOFA being moved to 2029 as the end of all things, right? So I want to just get that out here and say the only way this becomes a political football is if people are trying to defund one of these other two things. And I don't see anybody sitting here saying, I really don't want there to be a reserve. The only thing about the reserve is maybe we could use it, not it's bad to have. On the other hand, we are talking about social housing in a way that has maybe shown that we're not really talking exclusively about these projects, but about wanting to defund that fund. And I think that's sad, because I think I would like it if Williams and Russell and SEI saw a 12-0 vote on this in the end. I think that they deserve it. I think in particular, SEI is great too. I know that you've worked for them and with them in the past, Councilor Smith. But Williams and Russell. I'm sorry, am I wrong?
Don't do that. Don't do that, sir.
Okay. I was speaking highly about SEI there, but we talked specifically about Williams and Russell in the context of this additional factor, which is the work that we did with relation to the settlement last year, and which you led on, by the way, and I'm not trying to take any of that credit away. What I am saying, though, is given that we are in a position to decide not only are we finding a way to give funding to these projects, but we're deciding between effectively three options for where the funding is coming from, one of which is objectionable to some of us, one of which is objectionable to some others of us, and one of which is not necessarily objectionable, but might have a slight additional hurdle maybe in a possible future scenario. Seems pretty obvious that going down that path might actually get us to above a 7-5 vote, which, by the way, is hard enough to come by today. 7-5 at all, but it would be great to get more. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I am limiting debate to those in the queue. I would like to move us towards a vote and then a quick restroom break before we move to other items. Councilor Zimmerman, Councilor Smith will have the last word.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Canal, you called this potentially a political football. After that last explanation, I'm trying to think what the coach's playbook would look like, because I feel like I'm going in drunk circles trying to listen to that in terms of what you were explaining. So I'm going to go with the team captain that I've known for many, many years, and the only team captain who is, frankly, she may not represent District 2 now, but she did for 8 years on the county commission, who knows these organizations, knows these neighborhoods, is one of our senior Black elected officials in Oregon, in Portland. And, you know, when the game gets a little crazy and plays start getting weird, you go with that team captain who sticks to the play that you've done 100 times, that you understand, that everybody's on board. And in this case, I think we should reject this amendment because I do think that this has turned into some weird football. Because I think we should call in our seventh man in a separate ordinance at a different day and put this play to sleep. With the team captain and her very good co-captain, Councilor Purtle-Guinea and Councilor Loretta Smith brought these projects to me months and months ago. Their leadership on it has been steadfast months and months ago. They have not played games with this. I have appreciated Councilor Purtle-Guinea. She is so much more she looks for options to get as many people there, but she also recognized that this project had to stay above board. Councilor Smith recognizes that this project has to stay above board. And I think that when you start telling the community who brings good projects forward that we want you to change it to meet this type of thing, to do that type of thing, we have created a funding mess in this organization, which is why we have so many projects that aren't doing well. Let a good idea thrive. Let a good play be called by your team captain who's led in that neighborhood forever. And in that case, that's Loretta Smith in this one. And I think that we should let this amendment pass us by. And we should call in our seventh man at a later date for a different ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Council President. And I don't really care who gets the credit on this. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you speak, Councilor. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is that really, we really don't want to support this organization? We have money in front of us.
Councilor Avalos, please.
No, tell me. I'm genuinely asking.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you.
Colleagues, please.
To you, but you just go ahead and keep talking.
You told me to ask you, so I asked you.
No?
Colleagues, Councilor Smith, can you please continue? Thank you.
That's why I told you I didn't want to sit here. Because of that, right there. So the issue is we can't keep moving the goalpost. We have an ordinance in play. You heard from my chief of staff. The ordinance changes the language to a grant so that these folks can get a grant and it will be treated as general fund. It is not going to be a loan, and we can get this passed. I think that because both of these organizations are very good organizations, but there's an underlying issue that we're all forgetting. The home ownership rate of African Americans in this city is very low. It is the lowest of all the minorities in the city. Let's not forget that. And if we want to do something about the disparities in our BIPOC communities, we start with home ownership. I'm all for rent assistance and I'm all for, Section 8 and subsidized housing and those kinds of things. But guess what? I don't want any opportunity to go by where I get a chance to put generational wealth into the families of Black families in this city. And if we keep putting people towards rent without having opportunities for these same families who are at the 60th percentile, this money is going to buy down the rate so that they can afford to give these home
Point of order.
ownership
Can the city
opportunities.
attorney and the housing attorney, Adrian Delcato, confirm whether there are any restrictions on the CET funds that would make them more restrictive for this project than the social housing funds? We need an answer so that we can have a clear analysis. This is a point of order, point of information. We need this information right now.
That is a valid point of order. I will very quickly turn to Adrian and then back to you, Councilor Smith.
Thank you.
Great. Hi, for the record, Adrian Delcato, City Attorney's Office. Thank you for the question. The CET funds are restricted for affordable housing preservation and construction at 60% AMI. So if these units qualify, which is my understanding that there are 60% units, these funds could be used for this project. And I think as Councilor Canal pointed out or raised, if the units needed to be higher than 60% to fund the project, Council could choose to amend the code and increase the use of CET funds to go higher than 60%.
And that's why we're doing an ordinance next week. And that's what we're doing in the ordinance.
So to be clear, Canal's funding source, the CET funds, is adequate, just as the social housing funds would be, except that everybody here gets to win.
I'm gonna check with Robert just.
Councilor Murillo, I don't want to put our staff at odds just because we have a difference of opinion.
This is not a matter of opinion, Councilor Smith. I deeply respect you and what you're trying to do today, which means that we have to have accurate
I'm not trying
information
to do
about these.
anything today. This is not my amendment.
Let me,
Political football has happened because he put an amendment in and he knew I had an ordinance.
Colleagues,
may I be heard?
Please.
Just to try to bring some clarity to this, and Adrian can provide the details. The budget amendment that Councilor Canal has proposed would be lawful and can be structured in such a way to be lawful for the uses of the funds. Councilor Smith's separate ordinance that is scheduled to be heard next week also is lawful and can be structured to be lawful for the use of funds. So I think there are two paths available to this council, and it's a matter of choosing which path you would like to take.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Councilor Smith.
City Attorney Taylor, I would like to take the path that does not put these organizations through extra hoops once they are awarded the money, and I want them to be able to take advantage of the full amount, not just on the 60% of the 60 percentile.
Point of information, are there extra hoops for these housing funds in terms of eligibility? I thought we discussed earlier that there are not because it is not a competitive process.
These
so what we're engaging in, it appears, is grievance politics to take out money from social housing fund.
Up to 120%, Mrs. Murillo.
So as was mentioned before, so for the Canal amendment, right now, in the code, there's a 60% limit. And Councilor Canal has said if we pass this budget amendment, authorize the funding, if necessary, an ordinance could come before council to waive that limit so that the funds would be unrestricted by that limit.
Point of order.
Councilor Smith, in the ordinance that we have worked on for you that would be coming to council, as Elijah discussed, in that ordinance, the limitations are also changed on the uses of funds to make sure that they can be used in the way the projects would like to use them. And so, therefore, the path before you today with the Canal amendment is lawful. We can make it lawful to use those funds for this project if that's what council wants to do. Likewise, the ordinance that we've worked on for you is lawful, can be made lawful to use the funds. It's really just a choice for this council of which path you would like to take.
Please. And we will move to a vote after Councilor Smith's.
Okay. There is an ordinance that is scheduled to be put on the agenda next week. Am I correct, Council President?
You are correct.
And we have worked on this, and we've been working on this. And for the life of me, I don't know why my colleague put an amendment in to undercut me, because he knew that I was working on it. I have been working on it. I have had a number of ordinances put in, taken away, tabled, in the whole 9 yards, but you didn't think to come to me before you actually did it. It wasn't until after the fact that community members called you on it and said, why are you doing this? So for me, I want to wait for the ordinance. I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Keelan, can we please call the roll on Canal 1? Oh, actually, the amendment to Canal 1, right?
So just a point of order, point of information. So just to be clear, we have the amendment as it was written, which is the BLT piece. And then there's an amendment to the amendment, which would change from BLT to the construction excise, I'm trying not to use acronyms, the construction excise tax. So the vote that we have to take now is to change that, and then we vote on the underlying of whether to fund it in the budget or not.
Okay, so this is
Why not just propose your new one as a standard?
Because I think it's important that people see where we're at on funding this, and you're gonna get 2 cracks at it.
okay. Can you please call the roll on the amendment to Canal 1?
Moved by Canal, seconded by Pertl-Guiney. Canal?
Asking that if you are willing to vote for the underlying should this pass, please vote yes on the amendment 2. I vote yes.
Pertl-Guiney? Absent. Ryan?
No.
Coyama Lane?
Ms. Rayshawn, please tell all the Fabian Bulldogs that I am voting for the projects that I told you I would vote for. I vote aye.
Mario?
It's going to be clear that today we have a funding source that is valid and identical to the one that Councillor Smith is proposing. It functions in the exact same manner, and the only difference is that we are now engaging in grievance politics. I will not be voting later to take money out of the social housing fund or the revolving loan fund when something has been offered today, and because of that reason, I will be voting no.
Novik?
Or I'm sorry, I'll be voting yes, because I don't want to take money out of the social housing fund later. It's getting to my sleepy hours, you know?
And colleagues, we really do not take comments during vote taking. Thank you.
Novik?
No.
Clark?
No.
Green?
Yes.
Zimmerman?
Nope.
Avalos?
Yes.
Smith?
No.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The amendment fails with a vote of 6 ayes, 5 nays, and 1 absent.
Okay, colleagues, I'm giving us a 15-minute.
wait.
Oh, and the underlying. You're right, I apologize. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. We are now in the queue to the underlying unamended original Canal 1. Councillor Canal.
Yeah, so just to be very brief about it, this vote is about whether or not we want to fund the funds in the way that we just decided, which is the BLT. Offered another alternative that was not acceptable to a majority of my colleagues, and that's unfortunate. But I am going to just take the opportunity to second what Councillor Murillo said, which is when eventually we come back and we take a vote on whether to defund social housing to fund these, remember 2 things. One is who stood with these projects today, and the other is who actually made it a political football by pitting 2 things that we both like against each other in the first place. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Canal. Councillor Avalos.
I find it deeply ironic to hear that people feel they're being undercut when literally that's how we got here. And to hear, oh yeah, thanks, that's good to know, Councilor Zimmerman, that for months you were working on it, because Councilor Smith was my co-sponsor, and for months she was working behind my back to write a new ordinance. So I think that's hideous politics. This is the grievance politics we're talking about, and you have an opportunity right now to fund this, and you're choosing not to because 1, you want to use social housing money, and 2, you want to use the mayor. Again, we're a council that is relying on the mayor to make our decisions. That's despicable. So I think it's unacceptable, this conversation that we've just had. I think it's embarrassing that Councilor Smith is choosing to make this political when she has an easy win right in front of her. And I don't care that she doesn't want to sit next to me, because I also represent voices in my district. I am the housing chair. I have been working hard to fight for that social housing money. We all passed it with a 12-0 vote.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Look it up.
A resolution.
We voted for it.
A resolution, not the ordinance.
We voted for social housing. Look it up. And so I think it's ridiculous that we are now put in this position that half of council just simply doesn't want to do it because they want it their way. After we got lectured earlier, compromise is not just your way. Compromise is working together. This is what we did. Councilor Canal just spent all that time going back and forth, trying to get a compromise, and instead, this is the reaction. That's embarrassing. That is not the collegiality that I expect from my colleagues. And I think as we continue this conversation, I'm going to demand that we have some basic respect for each other, because what I just saw was disrespect, and I'm over it.
Thank you, Councilor Avalos. Councilor Novik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to point out that it's actually kind of my fault that we're here, because I was the one that suggested in the Housing Committee that we delete specific projects, including the ones that Councilor Smith had been fighting for. And otherwise, her projects would have passed along. That's why, although I confess I'm not sure I'm following what restrictions exist and what don't. I feel an obligation to follow Councilor Smith's lead today. So, Councilor Smith might have been plotting to. I don't know when Councilor Smith started on her ordinance, but there was a pre-existing ordinance that funded her thing that I was the one that torpedoed it.
Literally just explained it. You're not listening?
Okay.
Council President.
Councilor Green.
Thank you, Council President. Councilor Novik, it's admirable for you to admit that it's your fault that we're here. Don't you think you have an obligation to help settle the question now so don't keep doing this over and over week by week?
Fix it.
Colleagues, please. I know everybody's tired. It's 4:30. We've got a lot left to do. I'm trying to get us to a break and then get us to lunch or get us to dinner. Can we please move to a vote on Canal 1?
Council President, I just like to have, the reason why I wanted to do the ordinance is because you tabled it on February 18th. And my folks never got a chance to speak. They never had a chance to explain to you what their project was as a group, because you keep saying that you don't know what SEIs is. Now, I will let you all talk can I speak without having the comments? I wanted them to have an opportunity to say why it wasn't important to do this project. I wanted to have an opportunity for them to actually speak. They're not here right now. The folks who support this project are not here. And yes, they'll be happy as pie to get this approved today and get this money. It would be great. And I want to choose my words carefully. This is an important project, and I want to get it done. So if you all feel like you need to do something different to get this out of the way, I don't want to use the BLT because we've already been told by our CFO that we're on the line. We're on the line with our credit rating. So if we use the BLT, how do we get that money back? So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and put myself in the queue here. Councilor, we were originally partnered on the original Slow the Inflow ordinance. When I received additional information from our financial office, that option had to pivot. And you and I had a conversation on a Sunday, and by Monday, Sunday night, I'd asked you to please hold information private, as we did not fully understand the funds. On Monday, you released a press release indicating that I had told you a dollar amount that I did not. Later, you introduced a new amendment, a new ordinance that was not in coordination with Councilors Avalos or myself, who were your original co-sponsors. You then pushed this forward towards an evening session in which we realized there was an additional almost $60 million available, and I had every single one. Councilor, you are out of order, Councilor. Councilor, you are out of order.
We only did 59.
Councilor, you are out of order.
You've been out of order the whole time.
I had every single one of your colleagues come to me and say that we do not fully understand or appreciate what we are voting on or the amount.
They knew
Councilor,
exactly
you are
what
out
they
of
were
order.
voting on.
Every single one of your colleagues came to me and said they did not understand the scope or the amount of dollars that we were paying for, and every single one of your colleagues came to me and said that wanted to do this. I have the floor, and it is my time.
Let's take the vote.
Councilor, you are out of order.
Let's take the vote. Let's take the vote.
I then moved to table your amendment and postpone it indefinitely, and 8 of your colleagues voted with me. It is not something I did to you. It is something that you repeatedly changed.
You moved to table it. You moved to table it, and they supported you. And you told them before that you were going to do it. You told them before you were going to do it. You've been out of order since you got this job.
You are out of order.
You're out of order. Make me stop. Make me stop, Mr. President.
Councilor, is that an appeal of the rule of the chair? Are you appealing the rule of the chair that you are out of order? I'm asking. Counselor, you are no longer recognized. Thank you. Can we please move to a vote?
Take the vote then, sir.
Thank you.
Canal 1, moved by Canal, seconded by Coyama Lane. Canal?
Thanks. Yes.
Portal-Guinea, absent. Ryan?
No.
Coyama Lane?
Yes.
Murillo?
Yes.
Novik?
No.
Clark?
No.
Green?
Yes.
Zimmerman?
No.
Avalos?
Yes.
Smith?
No.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The amendment fails with a vote of 6 ayes, 5 nays, and 1 absent.
Colleagues, we're taking a 15-minute break. Please be back here at 4:50. Calling us back to order now. Colleagues, my original intention was to get us to dinner by 5. That is not going to happen. We are going to move to try and get through Green 2. I suspect that the outcomes of Green 2 will also imply the outcomes of Green 3 and Avalos 4. But for now, Councillor Green, recognizing you.
Thank you, Council Presidents. Colleagues, at this time, I'd like to move Green 2 and its associated budget note Green 5.
Second.
Thank you. A year ago, when we were setting this budget,
Thank you.
we set a budget that gave Mayor Wilson money to end unsheltered homelessness in 1 year. That's what we all sort of signed up to do. It was a gambit. It was a sort of, trust me, let me take a moonshot. I can do this with an overnight-only shelter model. I can end unsheltered homelessness in 1 year. If we're going to be an evidence-based board, we need to recognize that that was an abject failure. Not only did we not end unsheltered homelessness in 1 year, but homelessness continued to grow. It continued to grow despite the millions, tens of millions of dollars that we plowed into a system that says, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And also, you don't have a home. It's going to be an overnight shelter. You're out by 6 a.m. Figure it out. That's the system that we set up, and that's the system that drove a significant budget deficit in our current service level gaps to be solved for in this budget. And so Green 2, the intention of Green 2 is to do three primary things. The first is to recognize that it's fiscally irresponsible to continue throwing good money after bad. Throw money at a system that has no measurable impact and efficacy.
Oh, thank you.
It also calls the question on our choice of vendors and our reliance on Urban Alchemy. Urban Alchemy is our primary alternative shelter contractor, and it's faced more than 80 complaints filed with Portland Ombudsman, including allegations of sexual harassment, drug use, drug dealing, theft, physical assault, and retaliation by staff. And these are not isolated incidents. Since 2020, at least 9 lawsuits have been filed against Urban Alchemy, most predating Portland's contract. Now, we all knew that, by the way. Everyone in power, elected official today, knew that this was a big risk. We did not take that risk seriously. We only reacted to it after there was some reporting on it. And so, colleagues, I think it's reckless as a board to approve a 12-month budget to do the same thing without an assured plan that we're going to take a look and see if we can do something differently. And so the amendment seeks to do this. It seeks to say, look, I also think it's reckless to pull the plug on shelter funding overnight to turn these things off by July 1st. So let's leave in place 3 months of funding. Let's leave in place 3 months of funding to keep some continuity and give some time for the city administrator through Portland Solutions to engage in an RFP process to try again to find a different vendor for this system. To also allow council to engage in a relationship, a sort of process with the city executive side to make sure that we're doing the actual oversight that we need to do on this shelter system and this provider. I don't think it's sufficient to say, well, we've asked Urban Alchemy to fix this, and don't worry, we're going to follow up. That's not oversight. Council, as the budget authority, has an obligation to do this too. So it places in a set-aside most of the fiscal year's balance of funding for the shelter system, leaving the first 3 months as proposed by the mayor. It also takes $3 million and places it in its own set-aside to stand up and support not only existing self-governed micro-villages that already have really good outcomes, but then to create the space to expand more. Green 5 is the budget note that describes how all this will work, what the interrelationships and interactions with council looks like, and the disposition of the $3 million set aside if this body approves this amendment, how that may be awarded for the sake of supporting democratically governed microvillages. So we have a second, and at this time, I'll take any questions you have, or we can just open the floor for debate. Thanks.
Councilor Green has moved Green 2. Councilor Canal has seconded. Colleagues to the amendment.
It's 5 as well, the note.
And Green 5, the note as well. Correct. Thank you. Councilor Smith. Councilor Murillo. Oh. Okay. Apparently there's nobody here in the queue. Colleagues, anybody further discussion to the amendment? There we go. Councilor Zimmerman.
It's no surprise, Councilor Green, I will not support this. A defunding of the shelter program by $29 million, creating a slush fund to be given out later on, would be something that, you know, the mayor and I sit on the SOC. I think that for the first time, it might be the county running away from the joint office agreement and not the city if we were to do something like this. So the idea that we would go and think that the micro-village model is the savior to all is just not going to work. And I'm really, I see no workable way for a $29 million contingency fund for the council to give out when it finds villages it likes to be a workable option, even if it was an extra $29 million, not a reduction of the current shelter. So,
But may I clarify one point?
Sure.
Okay. The $29 million set aside is not to be given out to sort of unproven providers. It's a checkpoint for Portland Solutions to come back and say, hey, we did our oversight, we fixed our problems. Here are some potential providers to do the same thing we currently do. Can we please have the money? So I just want to make it clear that I'm not creating a slush fund.
Okay. I worked at Multnomah County when they did this to the sheriff's office on overtime, and it was essentially done because of disagreement with who the sheriff was versus disagreement on the operations. And every single time it happened, the Multnomah County Commission released all of the funding to the sheriff for their operations. So while it's a tactic and it has a point, it's not something that I'll be supportive of. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Green, I will come back to you. Councilor Portal-Guinea.
Thank you, Council President. I shared my thoughts on this with Councilor Green, but feel like it's important to state them on the record too. I have not been impressed with the results of the mayor's homeless services plan, and I have been honest with the mayor about that. I am a big fan of self-governed microvillages as a part of our homeless services system. But I am concerned about the destabilization for people who are living in shelters that the city provides of allocating only 3 months of money. And even if we are saying we're going to do a process and we will allocate the rest, the fact that we have people who are trying to get stable, who are trying to turn their lives around, who will not know if the places where they are living will still be available 3 months from now, feels like a very big risk that I am not willing to take. I think we need to have a very different response on the allegations we've heard about urban alchemy. I know that we have been getting more materials over the last 2 days about what the administration is doing, and if those materials are not sufficient to show that they're taking it seriously, I think we should continue to push there. I think that we need to look at safe rest villages as a part of our system in a more meaningful way. But just like self-governed villages are an important part of the system because they are the right solution for some people, they're not the right solution for everybody. And we need our safe rest villages that are more highly staffed. We need villages with looser and stricter rules so that we can make sure to serve everybody in our community who needs a little bit of support getting stable. And that is why I cannot support this today. But I do look forward, as I told you privately, Councillor Green, in continuing to push to improve our homeless services program and in working to ensure that safe rest villages are seen for the value that they bring in our community and not shoved aside as a lesser part of the system. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councillor Purtle-Guinea. Councillor Canal.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to be supportive of this primarily because I think the idea of a set aside is a good one. We don't have to look only at the county. That's a good example. We did this, I believe, last year with the public safety set aside, and we released it, all of it. And that's a good thing. I don't think that's a failure of the process. I think that's actually a success of the process, especially when we're talking about, can you do the checks that you need to do? If we, I know it's often asked what we want to do, or what we want to see, I should say, for outcomes. So I'll just pre-answer that. If we end up where all the money gets released, that is going to be a good thing if it means that it satisfied the need to do oversight, to look into these things, these allegations at Urban Alchemy and elsewhere, but also to look at some of the other things. Urban Alchemy, by the way, has a high placement rate. That's another thing that we need to look at. There's nothing is perfectly good or bad, but I do want to talk about this consistent narrative of we can't do it now. When the hell else are we going to do it, right? We've been talking about this for a long time at this point, and we're talking about we need to support labor, but we're not going to vote to restore their jobs. We need to support a balance of our organizational chart, but we're not going to vote to change any of the funding from management to rank and file. We're now at the point where we're not even talking about, these are big things, by the way, but now we're talking about sexual assault, drug use, drug dealing, theft, and retaliation by staff. And we've got the words. I don't know if we've got the votes. We're about to find out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Canal. Councillor Avalos.
Thank you. Really appreciate you, Councillor Green. As you all know, Councillor Green and I lead the Housing and Permitting Committee, and we talked a little bit about this. And I've got an amendment coming up, Avalos 4, with a companion budget note, Avalos 9. And I think what we're trying to accomplish here is force this council to finally use our oversight powers, to finally demand that we get the kind of transparency and information that we need to be making these big financial decisions that 2 years in a row now we're in a hole because of. We're in a hole because we have continued to expand a program with no solid dollars and no measurable outcomes. And I think that especially what we've been seeing in the news lately demands that we look more closely at our system. And frankly, it's time. It's been how many months now since we've been in office? When Mayor Wilson took office, Portlanders were promised that aggressive sweeps and overnight-only shelters would meaningfully reduce unsheltered homelessness, and it hasn't. It's only increased. That's what the data shows. The data does not lie. And so at the same time, we're continuing to have these concerns about transparency and safety and operational accountability within the shelter system. Green 2 does not defund the shelters. It creates a 3-month accountability process and says that if the city is going to continue spending enormous sums of money on this model, then the administration should be able to demonstrate to us transparency, measurable housing outcomes, and meaningful operational improvements. When I asked for information with Councillor Canal regarding Urban Alchemy last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever that was, the response that we got was largely, we don't have the data. We don't have the information. It hasn't been calculated. How do we not have the data? This is why Portlanders are mad at us, because we are spending millions of dollars. And then when we ask simple questions about what are the outcomes? How are you tracking the outcomes? What's the transparency? And we don't have the data. We don't have the information. That's unacceptable, y'all. We are spending money into a system that we cannot measure, and we are going to continue to face this budget crisis next year again if we don't solve this hole, right? I think this is a very reasonable expectation. I think this amendment also invests in things that are really critical to our community right now, like democratic self-governed micro-villages that research shows can produce stronger housing outcomes at a significantly lower cost. So ultimately, as chair of the Housing Committee, I don't believe that it's responsible for council to simply continue rubber stamping expensive systems without demanding better results. Obviously, we'll see how this goes with these, with Green's 2 amendments, and then we'll go into my conversation. I think my hope, though, is that by the end of these 3 amendments, that we take some sort of action, because I think it's unacceptable to take 0 action at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Avalos. Councillor Green.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Avalos. We did discuss, and we just wanted to make sure it's clear to the City of Portland that we are a united leadership team for the Housing and Permitting Committee, and so we have different styles and different approaches with this, but we both recognize the urgency that this is the year that we need to start doing something different. We cannot wait another year to think about doing something different than this failed shelter approach. And so if you can't support mine because you think its funding approach is not quite your style, I really encourage you to support Councillor Avalos' approach. I think it's Avalos 4, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll just leave you with this, colleagues. My job, at least what I think my job is, I know what I was elected here to do, is to pass laws, approve budgets, and to do oversight. Those are the 3 functions of a city councilor. So we're not executives. I can't get into the shelter program and say, I don't like the way you're doing it, how about do it a little bit differently? I can have an oversight hearing, and I can also choose to do something more than just throw my hands up and just pass a budget and say, this is the best we've been offered by the mayor. And so this is my attempt to say, this is the year that we need to start doing something differently, because we cannot continue to go throw good money after bad, only to have no relief and no solution for the system that it's trying to, for the people we're trying to serve by this. And so, I've said my piece on this. I look forward to the ongoing conversation as we move through this problem, because the problem doesn't go away just because we fail to take action to the budget. Portlanders who are watching will continue to wonder what we're going to do about an organization that we're giving. We still have $33 million left on their contract, who has significant allegations of a serious nature levied against them. And are we just going to write them a check for 12 months and hope it gets better on its own? I hope that they know that there's some counselors who are looking into this and don't think that that's acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Canal.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one other thing to it, and I appreciate everything that's been said. The villages, I think, are the key point to this, largely because I think given what we talked about with the set aside, there's a very good chance that this ends up staying the way it is in a lot of ways, because it could just be released at the end of the 3 months, depending on the results of this process of accountability that we're looking at. The villages, that's going to have a long-standing impact, and I think that's really important to consider here. Councillor Green had in discussing this issue, you've brought up the outcomes being better. I think there's been some research on this from PSU's Homelessness Research and Action Collaborative, that shows that resident satisfaction is higher when there's democratic voice for the folks who live in there. We also know that the placement rates are higher. And I think one thing we've talked about And I appreciate the increased interest. We talked about not just managing a problem, but actually intervening upstream. That was the whole slow the inflow conversation, inflow into homelessness, which is really outflow from housing, right? And then there's the other side of it, which I think this talks about, which is the how you get out from being homeless. What's that next step? And placement rates are the clearest metric we have on that. Villages have the highest placement rate of what we're talking about here. I think it would be incredibly foolish for us to not look at that and to move away from investment in a process and in a system that has that level of success. And so I think it's a modest reallocation of $3 million from a pretty significant overall sum to that. And that's the one thing we know will happen from this particular amendment. So I urge my colleagues to support it.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Courtesy to Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, I want to just note urban alchemy certainly is a concern, and I hear all of you, and I understand that. They must do better. I think that that's what I'm hearing clearly, and my team is working on improving that. There's room for improvement for sure. But defunding our shelter system as a pointed response and saying do better, that's not how an organization is improved at all. You have to go through the process of finding what the problem is, addressing the problem, doing the training, monitoring the training, and going through that loop and practice. But let's be clear on what happens when you're on the street. There's a code of silence. There is no grievance process. There's no complaint process. It is just simply person hurting person. They go to the emergency room. They're never called. There's no research. There's no investigation. It's just what happens when you live on the street. I'm happy to say that we now have a safe bed for every person every night for anybody who wants to come inside. And because of our shelter system, we have an available bed tonight for anybody when they're ready. Our emergency rooms are no longer a proxy for our shelters. And so, we talk about the urban alchemy. I agree. We can and we will help them improve. They have to, and I hear you loud and clear. But defunding an already defunded shelter system, additionally, and asking people to then go on the street as we test a different concept at scale, which has never been done before. I'm all for villages. I'm all for testing it. Portland Housing Bureau is a perfect example. These are not democratically run, they are democratically run type of housing where you are voted in or you are voted out. But there's also a possibility for discrimination because of race and color, religion, sex, sexual orientation. When we think about our population on the street and in our shelters, they suffer from mental illness, severe, persistent mental illness. Are we going to vote somebody who has schizophrenia, bipolar, or something like that into a village? We have to be very careful where we go. I'm all for investigating. I'm all for trying. But we've already taken so much out of our shelter system to make sure the continuum of care has enough to make sure that police and fire, chat, Portland Street Response, and our shelter system all work together. But to all of a sudden say to our vendors, we're only going to fund you for 90 days in an ad hoc fashion in the midst of an emergency, it's setting us up for failure. We need to stay the course and continue to provide life-saving care for all Portlanders every night.
Council President, may I respond? Because there's a number of things in there that are just untrue to the amendment on the floor.
I'm happy to let you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your statement and commitment to investigate urban alchemy and make sure that your team is working with them to help them do better. But you keep saying defund the shelter system. This amendment does not defund the shelter system. This amendment reduces the funding, but defund is a coded language to get everyone to think about, hey, we're taking something away. We saw that same language in 2020. That's what's being used here. So a $3 million set aside within a shelter budget is not defunding. Conditioning the release of funds after a robust conversation with council is not defunding. And so I just want to make sure it's clear to the public and my colleagues that what my amendment does is actually pretty reasonable. It says, let me try to figure out a way to build in a check where council has a budgetary authority again, so that way we know that we put some some incentives in place. Defunding this could be, if I wanted to defund this, I'd bring forward an amendment that would zero out your budget, Mr. Mayor. That's not what I'm doing. So I just want to be very clear that that's not what this amendment is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Murillo.
Thank you. I think it is absolutely hilarious to call this a continuum of care when the allegations that we've received are of sexual harassment, sexual assault, violence at these urban alchemy camps. And this is, again, I will remind the public, not an issue that we were unaware of when the prior administration contracted with Urban Alchemy. There were already news articles about how Urban Alchemy operated in San Francisco, that sexual abuse was rampant, that the people who lived in these encampments were harassed, abused, had their stuff stolen. And so, of course, being on the streets is violent and scary. And as a young woman who was homeless for about a year when I was in college, I had some opportunities to couch surf. I also had some nights where I was on the street by myself. And I can say that what I did to survive was actually hide that I was homeless and maintain a pristine image, because I was very aware of the violence that I could experience long term if people found out about my situation and the vulnerable position that I was in. So when we are trying to do basic oversight for our contractors and hold them to any standard, which just says you should not be sexually harassed, raped, or have your stuff stolen at our shelters, we're being treated like pariahs for defunding them. If your organization can't handle the basic task of not having people be abused, then you do not deserve a government contract. And we should find a better alternative, or they should feel that threat and rise to the occasion somehow. And I'll be honest too, when we did tours of Urban Alchemy, when we first got elected, the number of tours that we did, we showed up and they cleared those camps out. There was not a single homeless person there that we could talk to that actually lived there. It was like walking into a ghost town. They prevented us from talking to the people that actually lived there. They did what they always do for these elected official tours. They cleared everyone out. They cleaned everything up. They told us everything was fine. But I said, where are the people that live here? I want to talk to them. I want to know what their experiences are. I want to know what's going on. If we want to talk about lived experience and making sure that we're talking to our people that we're supposed to be serving, they hid them from us. And the people that I do know who have lived in Urban Alchemy, they share their feedback secretly because they are so afraid of retaliation. There is no proper process for them to actually be heard that does not end up with them getting kicked out or retaliated against. So this, to me, is extremely basic levels of accountability for an organization. And this would be unacceptable for any other group of people, but we accept this for homeless people because they are a powerless group of people. They have no money, they have no political influence, they can't lobby. A few years ago, when they relinquished their shelter beds to come testify, a counselor allowed developers and rich people to cut in line in the testimony line. They can't even come talk to us. They can't even come talk to us because they can't leave their stuff outside or security has to take it away. They have no access to their elected officials unless we go out there and make it happen. So when we hear these things and we say, council needs to have some authority over the budget if this shelter can't figure out how to stop basic, core, fundamental rights of people not being sexually harassed and sexually abused and having their stuff stolen, then they shouldn't get a government contract. And I think that we have a duty, colleagues, to treat the homeless population the way that we would treat anybody else and take this seriously. Because if they said that this was happening to a group of, I don't know, city employees or something, we would end that contract immediately. We would be finding something else. So it's just unacceptable, the different standards that we hold for homeless people in this city and what they are allowed to endure or not endure. And what we are saying is a continuum of care, because I am not seeing a continuum of care for these people. And I will be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murillo. Colleagues, it is 5:25. We are going to be back at 6 o'clock. So however long it takes us to get through this, our dinner break goes until 6. Councilor Canal.
Thank you, Council President. So there was a resolution that we adopted as a council to conduct oversight on the housing dollars. And I bring this up to first say thank you to the mayor for your comments. I'm going to speak to a couple of those in a minute. If we were to hypothetically put up a resolution to do investigate or an oversight hearing, I should say, on urban alchemy, given the comments that we just heard, would there be opposition from either the executive or administrative branches of our government to that?
I don't believe so, no, but Council, you have that prerogative.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really appreciate the other thing that you brought up about how if someone's on the street, they also don't have a grievance process. And I think that's an important thing to mention in two different ways. One is that it's completely factual, obviously. There are things that we don't know anything about that happen on the street. And it also highlights that we don't currently have a lot of control over that situation except in helping people get off the street. I think that's been a core part of the philosophy there. And I also think it highlights that when we are helping folks get off the street and into our care, we have an additional burden. And we have this conversation over and over and over again as a council in different topics. It's not just about homelessness, it's about our public safety systems, about a ton of things. When someone is in our custody, we have an additional level of responsibility towards them. And maybe part of what we should be doing when someone is not is helping them get into a safe space. We obviously have to make sure that that space is safe. Now, I really believe this radical idea that even if you live in a shelter, even if you are mentally ill, which not all people who are houseless are mentally ill, even if you are addicted to drugs, which not everyone who is houseless is addicted to drugs, despite all those things, despite all those things, you should not be a victim of sexual assault. I think that's this idea that's become incredibly radical in this chamber. I don't think it is outside this building. So that's one piece of it. And I don't want to single out a single provider. I do think that we have enough information about allegations about one provider that we should look into that one uniquely. But I think that there's probably a good argument to be made that we should look at all of our providers. But for me, the villages, I think, are a really important part of this. And that, to me, is the one thing that we can't really argue with, because I don't see the logic behind theoretical concerns with it being a reason not to stop or not to fund them. There are theoretical concerns everywhere. A lot of things can happen in a lot of places, and that to me is not compelling. But I think that we're actually advancing some of the things that all 13 of us electeds in this room today share by putting some of the money into the democratically run villages, and that to me is the most compelling argument here. And I'm appreciative for the conversation that parallels this around how we do oversight too. But I think this is one really important tool set aside to accompany that and to help empower it.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Councilor Coyama Lane.
I need to say that I am stunned and saddened at the words that you just said, Mr. Mayor. When we think about our population on the street and in our shelters, they suffer from mental illness, severe, persistent mental illness. Words matter. Those words are not trauma-informed or completely accurate, and those types of blanket statements are harmful. And you have one elected up here who is open about having experienced homelessness, and there might be more up here who have experienced homelessness but haven't talked about it. And those words were pretty upsetting to hear come out of my mayor's mouth.
Thank you, Councilor Coyama Lane. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, can we please call a vote on Green 2 and 5?
We'll call the vote on Green 2 first. Moved by Green, seconded by Canal. Canal.
Yes.
Guinea.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Coyama Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novik.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Yes.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment fails with a vote of 6 ayes and 6 nays. Green 5, moved by Green, seconded by Canal. Canal.
Yes. Yes.
Portogini.
The budget note.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Coyama Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novik.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment fails with a vote of 6 ayes and 6 nays.
Colleagues, it is 5:30. We still have 12 more amendments to get through, at least from the pre-filed. It is, I'm going to send us on dinner, and we are back at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Hello, the break has been extended to 6:30 p.m. We will now end part 1 of the May 20th City Budget Committee meeting fiscal year 2026 to 27. Approval hearing, day 3, part 1. Please join us for part 2 in the video description or at portland.gov/council/agenda. Thank you.